Okay, all right. Okay, folks, thank you for your patience, and thank you for, I guess some of you got a tour of Boston this morning, unplanned, but that's good. Actually, I wish it was a nicer day for everybody. So I'm James Robson. I teach in the Department of East Asian Languages and Civilizations here and also direct the Asia Center. And so just wanted to welcome you. I'm so excited about today's event and all of the speakers who have traveled a very long way to come here. First, just wanted to extend a quick word of thanks to my friend Aoife for, this kind of came about after just sort of a conversation after she introduced Ms. Shran Yali and her interest in support for this and willingness to sponsor this event. So thank you very much for doing all you did. So this brings me back to my youth, actually. I used to have hair, and at that time, I used to spend every summer in Pakistan, actually, and just when they had opened up the Karakoram Highway. So I was the second year when it was open, I left Taiwan and went across and just fell in love with the northern part of Pakistan. And so I spent almost every summer for about 10 years up in Northwest Territories and Chitral and up in all over the area, and used to, as part of that, one of the company that I was doing some guiding for, we had to have local guides, and they all happened to be many of the early archaeologists there. Professor Dani, one summer spent with him, and then also an elderly gentleman named Fadullah Sarai. I don't know if people know Fadullah Sarai. Yeah, so I spent, gosh, probably 5 years every summer with him for a couple of weeks. And so this, to me, this warms my heart to kind of think back to both being young, but also thinking about just a really beautiful and incredibly interesting part of the world. I mean, I was so happy to see a new generation. And actually, Jason, I have to point out, I was so fascinated by that whole area and the inscriptions along there. And there was a Japanese woman I used to meet every summer there, who was from Tokyo. Yeah, exactly. And she was just incredibly intrepid person. We would just run into each other way out in places, and she, I think, was using GIS, way ahead of her time. And then I never trusted myself to be able to do anything good with anything there. So I was just really glad when Jason's book came out and other people picking up this work. So I feel like this is a chance to catch up on everything that I've missed as I shifted to East Asia and doing things there. But we at the Asia Center have tried to do more work on South and Southeast Asia and support things there. So it's a real pleasure to have you all here today. And thank you again for your support. So we have a full day. I'll keep this short, and then we'll jump in. We're not going to worry about trying to catch up on time right now. What we'll do is we'll deal with whatever we have to, so people don't feel rushed. You have the full amount of time. So the first talk this morning is Dr. Ghani-ul-Rahman from the Tashila Institute of Asian Civilization and Quaid-e-Azam University in Islamabad. And the title of his talk is Gandharan Buddhist Art, Origin, Theme, and Iconographic Symbolism. And I will turn it directly over to you. And thank you for coming. Pleasure to have you.
Good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. James Robson for giving us this opportunity to be here in this one of the most important universities at USA. Dr. Aoife, thank you. Ms. Yali, Professor Pia, Professor Niles, and all other participants, we are very thankful to you to be here. A few months back, we took this responsibility, me and Ms. Yali, to introduce Gandhāra into different universities. We have recently concluded one important conference in Islamabad, that was Second International Conference and Art Festival on the Buddhist Heritage of Pakistan. And now we are happy to be here to introduce this important civilization to you. So in this session, we are three presenters, me and Professor Pia and Professor Jason Niles. My presentation will be more kind of a general picture. So I'll be mostly talking about like Gandhāra art and its symbolism, a little bit some examples. And the most important last part will be to show you some signs and symbols in the Muslim art and architecture, so that you can see this legacy of the Buddhist period and the Muslim period. I wanted to read the abstract, but I think if you have it in front of you, it's not needed. I've just said in it that it's an expression, a very effective expression language, this art of Gandhāra, and it has very successfully communicated this this Buddhist religion to not only to this Indian subcontinent, but also out of the Indian subcontinent towards China and many other countries. And it was successful in communicating this expression language. This is, if you see Gandhāra in the regional map, you can see this Peshawar Valley. The nearest city in Afghanistan is Jalalabad. So this is actually the center of this Gandhāra region. But when you can see in the north, the Central Asia region, the China is connecting here, India in the east, and Afghanistan, and then Iran in the west. And this is the detailed map of Gandhāra, where you can see the extent of these different archaeological Buddhist sites in different places in Gandhāra. So first, I will just show you some glimpses of the Buddhist monasteries and the Buddhist Buddha life story in art, so that you have many people may not have seen this art, so you can have an idea how this architecture or monasteries were in Gandhāra, and how this art is very different. Why we say it is a very different style. So I will just be showing in a few minutes these glimpses of the different monastery remains in Gandhāra. This is Tahtwai. Utkada in Swat. Chingardar Stupa. Jahanabad Buddha. It's a big carving of Buddha. Then Gandhāra Stupa, another very important stupa. Balokali Gumbat, Vihara, Nimogram, Monastery, Dharmaraji ka in Texala. It's the oldest, it is said that this is the oldest stupa in this region. Then Julia Monastery. Then show you some glimpses of the art style. You can see this dream of Maya. The birth of Buddha. Indra, God is receiving him. Then his bath. Then again, the birth scene. 7 steps. And Indra and Brahma are flanking the newborn. I've just taken some of the episodes, not all. So this is the scene when we're announcing the palace and going to the forest for to be an ascetic. And then Mara, the god of illusion, was actually stopping him not to go forth and not to get attain enlightenment. So this is the scene when he is departing from his city and Mara is stopping him. And then Mara and his army attacked him when he was meditating, so that he is not allowed to attain enlightenment, because attaining enlightenment would mean destruction of the kingdom of Mara, that is illusionary world. Then when he was meditating, some gods, 4 gods of the 4 directions presented him bowls because he wanted to eat and he didn't have anything. So he miraculously merged it into one. Then the first sermon in a deer park. So it is suggested by the 2 deer and the wheel of law. It represents the turning of the wheel of law, or the first sermon given to the first monks in Deer Park. And 3 Ratna, these 3 tried show Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, the 3 jewels or the 3 diamonds. Then he performed some kind of miracles also to convert different people. So once he was in a hut and he had to fight with a serpent, dangerous serpent, and it took, the hut took fire, and they were thinking like if he is in danger, so he was, and the other people were saving him. So then Shrigupta, a Jain follower, wanted to harm him, but he was not, he was saved, and he, all the other people converted because he performed this miracle walking on the flower. Another miracle, when the different teachers of the time, they challenged him that if he is no more very potent to perform miracles, and then he came and performed some miracles like emanating flames from his shoulders and waters from his feet, and they were very much amazed. Again, the same miracle when the same place, miracle of dividing himself into different scenes. And then once he went to Stringsha heaven to teach to the god, to his mother. So this is the scene when he is teaching actually to the god, the dharma, which he had attained. Then coming down from the heaven, and in the third, you can see resuming his teachings in the human world. Then his Mahaparinirvana symbolically was represented by the stupa, and later on, when his image was carved, he is this is carved like this, the Mahaparinirvana of the last demise. Gandhāra, you see, mostly the scholars know about the history, but maybe if there are some people online or some students, and so very briefly, I would say about Gandhāra and its introduction. That is, the name Gandhāra is more used to mention a vast Buddhist figurative current bearing Western or classical influences than to mention a geographical area that in ancient times covered roughly the northwestern Pakistan, centered in Peshawar Valley. The term Gandhāra for the first time is found in Rigveda, a collection of the sacred hymns date back to the 2nd millennium, where the region is identified as the northwestern frontier of India. A more specific definition is provided by the accounts of Chinese pilgrims, Xuanzang, who visited India in 7th century. Then we have Pashan visiting this area, and just to skip some of the things, the Chinese pilgrim Fashan, who visited Peshawar Valley after 400 CE, described the Buddhist construction by Kanishka and his successors being in a good state. But the situation was totally different when the Chinese ambassador Song Yun passed through Gandhāra around the year 520. And at the beginning of the 7th century, Common Era, Xuanzang visited the region and observed the major part of Buddhist foundations in complete decadence. Because of the various influences found on Gandhāra art and the absence of any consistent and careful scientific excavations and research from the very beginning, the question of the origin of this art still poses a big problem. The region had earlier been a site of much Buddhist missionary activity, and Kushana rulers being having a cosmopolitan society in Gandhāra, which had also a diffused Greek or Hellenized element, maintained contacts with Rome. Thus, the Gandhāra school also incorporated motifs and techniques from the classical Roman art. Taking into consideration the sculpture art, different Buddhist schools of art came into existence. In north central India, Mathura is equal to Baharhut and Sanchi. In northwest, Gandhāra, and in the southeast, Amaravati are widely studied and still attract scholars for further researches. Considering Baharhut, Sanchi, Budhgaya, Mathura, and Amaravati are on the one side now in present-day India, that of Gandhāra in present-day Indus land, Pakistan, in its turn presents a bit different situation for the art scholar. The study regarding the origin of the Gandhāra sculpture has created different schools of thought among the scholars which study it. So while Alexander Cunningham, Albert Gronvidal, James Burgess, Alfred Fouché, John Marshall, Schlumberger regard Greek art the main source of Gandhāra art, V.A. Smith M. Wheeler, A.C. Soper, J. Rowland, H. Buchtel give credit for the same to Roman art. Another class of writers such as E.B. Havel and A.K. Kumaraswamy totally disregard the foreign sources as inspiration for the origin. As Lolita Nehru says, although the Gandhāra sculptures embraced a range of different stylistic traditions, the sculpture represented an independent expression which belongs wholly to none of the parent traditions upon which it drew. Furthermore, it seemed to me that this phenomena could be understood only in terms of the working of what could be called a local Gandharan conceptual imagination, which absorbed, transformed, or rejected the innumerable stylistic elements presented in the Gandharan region to create an independent Gandharan stylistic language. Lalita Nehru from 1989. Mathura and Gandhara both contend each other for being the pioneer of creating the Buddha image first. It is difficult to say exactly which one of them would have left the symbolic representation of the Buddha behind first. Both of the figures are very different from each other, but at the same time, it is interesting that both the schools were part of the domain of the Kushans. Gandhara, having a strong Greco-Buddhist element, may have initiated a more liberal thought of reconsidering and re-evaluating Buddhist concepts and deciding for image of the Buddha so that a devotional point can be presented to the Buddhist followers. Emperor Ashoka was converted to Buddhism and then devoted himself to preaching the Dhamma. It was his rule that Dhamma reached Gandhara, and it was so well received there that Gandhara became one of the sacred lands of Buddhism. Looking at the rich artistic and architectural heritage of Gandhara, in which images of the Buddha, unlike the earlier schools, were carved widely, points towards the kind of Buddhism that was more liberal and inclusive. That is no other than Mahayana. The development should be seen from the point of view of a long process which evolved the Buddhist doctrine with the passage of time. It was the divide of the elders on interpretation from very beginning, which contributed to the evolution of different schools such as Theravada and Mahayana. The Theravada school focused on the monk life of the Buddha and stressed on the individual struggle and salvation, while the Mahayana school struggled for the liberation of every stratum of the society out of compassion like the Buddha. Mahayana school thought brought the doctrine in conformity with the needs of the whole society. In the Indian subcontinent, the early schools depict only symbols representing Buddha, while in Gandhara, the majority of art depicts the image of Buddha. That means the Mahayana school flourished here from the very beginning, and even perhaps the first image of Buddha was carved in this cosmopolitan society, having Indian, Persian, and Greek and Roman who were already aware of the carvings of the gods in their own society, while the Indians avoided the carving of the images of their gods. It is because of this school and the image of the Buddha that we do not have many Jataka stories, and instead the focus of the Gandhara is on the life of the Buddha. The main theme of Gandhara sculpture is the Buddha Shakyamuni life story, but a few Jataka stories and some secular life scenes specific to Gandhara are also found. If we focus on the image of the Buddha, he is either flanked by the Hindu gods Brahma and Indra, or two most important bodhisattvas, Avalokiteshvara and Maitreya. And so these are the very few bodhisattvas which who are depicted actually in Gandhara. And this is also a very important point for debate, that why only these two. Avalokiteshvara, who is from the past and he is still there, and Maitreya is the coming Buddha, and there was Shakyamuni. So actually they just symbolically wanted to communicate that even represented by these three, there may be many innumerable bodhisattvas, but these three represent all. The symbols used in the Buddhist art before the anthropomorphic image was started carving, Buddhist sculpture reflects very faithfully all the important aspects of Buddhism. It's in primitive Buddhism, Buddha Shakyamuni was regarded as an ideal human being, and quite naturally, we find that the early Buddhist art of Bharat, Sanchi, Bodh Gaya, show no anthropomorphic representation of the master. His presence is indicated by means of empty throne, footprint, Bodhi tree, Dharma chakra, Triratna, stupa, and even parasol, lotus flower, lion, elephant, and horse. This symbolism without iconism was the earlier language of the early followers, because Shakyamuni, after becoming Buddha, was no more a human being like others. He had achieved nirvana, which means he had been extinguished after having his last life. He had exhausted the life essence and existence, and even if alive after his achieving the Bodhi, he was in the state of nothingness. It was this thus felt quite unsuitable to form a human image of him. That would be a symbolic negation of his nothingness. So this is the empty throne. It seems ironical thinking of this symbol. The person who rejected a princely throne and adopted a seat made of grass on the earth under a tree was represented by a throne after his death. The artist or the monks wanted to present him as a divine king. He had rejected to become a universal monarch, but still he has been represented as a Chakravartin king. It may be the desire of the people, the followers who want their from the person who from whom they are inspired to see him on a very high place. But it is not only the devotion of the followers which make them thinking like this. He himself once told to his disciples that he should be cremated and treated as a universal monarch is treated after his death. It was this instruction that after his death, he was cremated like a universal monarch, and stupas were erected on the crossroads. Then we have footprints. It seems if the footprints were the only part of the body represented and adored after his Maharana, in the period when the Buddha was represented and iconically, representing and adoring the lowest part of the body shows the highest level of respect for the great being. Then the Bodhi tree is the first ever symbolic monastery of Buddhism. It was under this tree where the Bodhisattva achieved enlightenment and became Buddha. In the ancient and iconic representations of Buddha, the event of Buddha's enlightenment is represented by a tree. The event of the attack of Mara immediately before the attainment of the Bodhi is also sculptured under a tree. In this case, a tree has been sculptured without showing the Bodhisattva under it, abiding to the aniconism, and the Mara and his army sculptured, tempting and attacking him. Once Ananda asked for how should the master be represented in his absence so that the devotees can represent their obedience to the master. The Buddha had consented for a Bodhi tree as his symbolic representation. It is also regarded as the abode of the demigods or yakshas, the tree spirits, which is connected with the fertility rituals. So this is the tree when Buddha was not carved, a symbolic way, but other human figures are there. While in Gandhāra, you can see the same tree, but Buddha is approaching the seat to sit for the meditation. While Mara is actually trying to stop him from attaining enlightenment. Then we see Dharma chakra is another important symbol. Dharma chakra is the symbolic wheel of law. Buddha Siddhartha, after his enlightenment, gave his first sermon in which he explained the basics of his doctrine. That event is called the turning of the wheel of law. This first event of the life of Buddha was always represented by a wheel in the ancient and iconic schools. This symbolism explains how there already existed a wheel to which the Buddha Siddhartha was awakened. He, after having explored the doctrine already taught by the previous Buddhas, took it and started preaching it, and thus it was like putting it in motion, the wheel of Dharma. Chakra is primarily a symbol which represents not only the shape of the sun, but also its motion. Earth too is maintained to be of a circular shape and is compared to a wheel in the early Vedic literature. where in one reference, at least Satapatha Brahmana, both sun and earth are spoken to be the two wheels at the ends of an axle. An emperor is regarded as Chakravartan, that is the one who hovers the entire earth by the wheels of his chariot, as the sun does, or whose law prevails throughout. We can say that like the chariot wheel of the Chakravarti Samrat, the universal emperor, the wheel of law, Dharma Chakra of the Buddha covers the entire universe or prevails throughout. More, since the Buddha is supposed to have given a new religious cultural direction to the life in the country through his first sermon at Sarnath, it is known as the formula that turns the wheel of law. The wheel, known as the well-formed wheel, is said to wielded by Vishnu. One of the foremost Hindu deities is his wheel. As the potter shapes the pots in his wheel, so also Brahma, the god of creation, with the Hindus, creates the world, and they too in a cyclic order of 4 ions, that is yogas, Sat Yoga, Treta Yoga, Dwapara Yoga, and Kali Yoga. That is why the world, samsara, is known as the cycle of the being, Bhava Chakra. The wheel is a regular art motif in sculpture, architecture, and painting. The peculiarity of the Buddhist conception of the wheel of law, or a wheel of being or becoming, as represented in art, is that it contains as many as 12 links in the chain of causation. That is Dvadasa Nidana, comprising of ignorance, avidya, impressions, samskara, consciousness, which vijnana, mind-body framework, that is nama rupa, 6 organs of senses, that is sada yatana, contact sparsha, feeling vadana, desire trishna, grasp or clinging upadana, will to be, that is bhava, birth, jati, and old age and death, that is jata marana. So this wheel is not only a circular shape, it has some this kind of symbolism. Then we have this is one of the representation of the Dharma Chakra, but the same Dharma Chakra, when 3 can represent the 3 Ratna, I'm going in the next bit with the 3 Ratna, that is 3 jewels, 3 diamonds. The Dharma Chakra is also represented on the palm of Buddha. Then again here, then this is also a Dharma Chakra gesture by the Buddha when he was represented anthropomorphically. Then Triratna is, as I said, is the 3 jewels or diamonds that mean Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Stupa is a walled hemispheric sacred funeral monument of India after the demise of Mahaparinirvana and Mahaparinirvana of the Buddha. Siddhartha, 8 famous stupas were erected as embedding his relics in them. Thus, the stupa became more recognized with Buddhism and even became a symbolic representation of the Mahaparinirvana of the Buddha. After having established connection with the Buddhism, the simple funerary monument became a representation of not only a history, but a doctrine. The objective of the whole life teachings of the Buddha was to achieve nirvana, and the stupa is the symbolism of nirvana, and thus it is like representing the abstract of the doctrine. We can easily compare the cross-legged Buddha with the stupa. These two representations are very identical. Thus, the stupa becomes also a representation of the seated Buddha and not only a symbolic representation of his death. The stupa thus becomes a symbolic representation of the seated Bodhisattva while meditating to search for the truth, then the seated Buddha while teaching his doctrine, and then the Buddha who achieved Mahaparinirvana. The stupa thus becomes actually the symbolic representation of his whole life. Looking at this sacred monument, one can imagine the symbolic coming of the Buddha Siddhartha to the human world. Then his meditation under the Bodhi tree, and finally his achieving Mahaparinirvana. So these are some representation of the stupas. And you can see the Buddha it seems like to be representing the stupa. Then horse is also very important in his life. Here, this parasol, the white umbrella, is representing as a royal emblem. That means the devotees wanted to give him this royal symbol to respect him. Lotus, the lotus too is connected with the sun. It grows under the influence of the sun. It is a flower that is symbol for serenity, peace, and purity, along with, of course, smoothness, beauty, and richness of property. Born out of mud, it remains untouched by even the muddy water. It seems very natural, therefore, it has been adopted as a symbol of great significance in religious mythological thought. You can see Buddha on the lotus flower, always sitting, either teaching or meditating. Sitting cross-legged, a pose known as the one of occupying the seat consisting of lotus flower, that is Padmasana, is considered as the best for yogic meditation, and in most of sculptural representations, the Buddha is shown sitting in this very pose. Then the lion Simha, who is an uncrowned king of the jungle, is a symbol of strength, majesty, and power of a unique sort. Its roar, Simhanada, alone is enough to proclaim its rule. Little wonder if a king is regarded as the lion among men, and the throne of a king is known as the seat of a lion. The main gate of the palace or a fort is known as the lion gate or Simhadwara. The Buddha, who is regarded as a lion monk, and his declaration of doctrine, the Dharma, is compared with the roar of the lion. Then elephant is regarded as the representation of a big full cloud that showers rain, that is a boon for the agricultural lands. That seems to be the reason that elephant enters in mythology so much. It is especially associated with the mother, the goddess of wealth and prosperity. So this is a symbol of actually fertility. The horse generally symbolize the speed, but in early Buddhist art, the depiction of horse in narrative way mainly symbolized the event of the great renunciation, Mahabhinishkramana of Gautama Buddha. It is well known that when Gautama left his royal palace in search of knowledge, he traveled on his horse, as known as Kantaka. This very event is depicted on the gateway and pillars of the stupa as Sanchi, Amaravati, and later on in Gandhāra. Now, this was the symbols, and now I just would say a few words about iconographic symbolism. Symbolism, either iconographic or aniconic, is an effective alternative language of a religion, besides therefore more formal or sometimes incomprehensible textual language. Textual material is always compiled and comprehended mostly by the clergy class of the society. The laymen, who are always a major part of the society, can know only the part of that language which is explained to them or to which they can have access. But mostly they are unaware of even that, sometimes because of their being illiterate or interest of the clergy class come in their way. It is here that the symbolic language becomes comparatively effective instrument to know in a better way the way showed by their savior towards salvation. Anthropomorphic symbol or image of the Buddha is not only a body, it is a collection or aggregation of Ushnisha, Halo, Urna, Abhaya Mudra, Bhumisparsha Mudra, Dharma Chakra Mudra, Dhyana Mudra, and the body of the Buddha. For sure, the Buddha was not like we see him, sculpted in any sculpture. He was always represented symbolically, either aniconically or iconically. The one we see has been carved by the devoted artists physically according to their imagination as perfect as they could, as he was considered a perfect human being. We should consider the anthropomorphic image of Buddha as a display of many things and not only limit it to the smiling image. Every statue is a display of complete event. A seated Buddha having a smiling face and hands in Dharma Chakra posture tells us a lot. He is not only a symbolic representation of the Buddha, but he also exhibits himself as Dharma. The same image can be compared with a stupa with a tree, and tree as the world axis, and he is the axis of the universe. These are the different gestures, and you can see the Ushnisha, the Urna. So actually, the symbols on his body also say something, and his seated position, his gesture, this all, even if he is an individual Buddha seated or standing, it all says something, and it has its story. Buddha statue is not a portrait in the sense that it was a true copy of the master's feature. It was an ideal so well standardized that by the beginning of the Gupta period, it had become a form suggestive of a statue of a great contemporary spiritual person. The Buddha to be, or Bodhisattva could be represented in human form, but not the Tathagata, who appears in this world and as a perfect being enters final nirvana. Even in the earlier phase of his life on earth, he appears as a temporal manifestation of the timeless, transcendental, and absolute Buddha body. Only by symbols can this body be mentally evoked. Such a symbol is non-manifest image. Then I'm skipping this details of the Ushnisha or halo, this halo and Ushnisha and these different symbols on his body. This just to say a few words about the dream of Maya, that Buddha could have appeared like many gods or like Padmasambhava or any other spiritual being from the lotus flower or something like that. But he opted to come through a human mother, and so like a illusion, and stay in the worldly illusion and show the people the way for enlightenment. And then at the time of his birth, Indra and Brahma, the two important gods, were present. That means that can represent or symbolize that a king god and an ascetic god. Brahma, who is actually representing knowledge, and the Indra, who represent action or king, they both were present there as energy and knowledge, or action and knowledge. So Buddha could have opted to become a king or become a spiritual teacher. These are the, to show this, this is Indra and Brahma, and some attendants are there. Okay, now the last part of, I just go to the last part. This is just to show you that there were only two Bodhisattvas, Avalokiteshvara and Maitreya are represented in Gandhāra, and mostly the others are avoided. These are just some glimpses of the mosques, the carpets, the prayer mats in Pakistan, which shows these different Buddhist period or Hindu symbols on it. For example, this is a gravestone, and it has the stupa on it. Muslim gravestone, and you can see these Sundays carved on this gravestone. So this is just this cultural continuity. You can see this is a mosque, Muslim mosque. You can see this swastika motif on the columns of this mosque. I'm not going into the meanings of this. If later on, if someone asks, I will discuss. what does this mean, or what swastika means, or what the sun disk, or moving of the sun disk, and knowledge and action, something like that. But just to show you the glimpses that how these pre-Islamic period symbols are carved in the Muslim art and architecture, or in different Muslim society. Not only tangible signs, symbols are there, but also intangibly we have many things like as a cultural continuity. You can see this. No, it's not. Okay, you can see this moving swastika. Then you know this is the footprint, the Dharma chakra, and the same is carved in the Muslim mosque. Not only the Dharma chakra, but three Dharma chakras, which represent also the three Ratna, or the three jewels, the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. You can see this cross, or kind of double Vajra. For example, this is the double Vajra. It can represent this double Vajra, and it is carved in the Muslim mosque in a column. And in the middle, there is kind of Dharma chakra or sun disk. Ashokan columns, for example, it is carved inside a Muslim mosque in a wooden column. This is a seat of the priest, Muslim priest, from where he gave his sermon on Fridays. And you can see this on the back, this double Vajra. And if double Vajra represent Buddha, then the side kind of pagodas or minarets may represent Buddha, the middle one, Buddha and Dharma and Sangha. So it's just kind of three Ratna. Then it's also represent kind of the plan maybe of Mount Meru complex or something like that. Three Ratna on the Muslim mosque. Then you can see this again, the priest seat, Muslim priest seat. On the back of it, there is a Bodhi tree. That means Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. These are different Muslim gravestones which has these different motifs. Another mosque having this single Vajra, and the same single Vajra has three sun disks moving that may represent Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. This is the single Vajra. And Vajrapani, having this single Vajra in his hand, was always carved represented with Buddha as a protector. You can see this motif with sun disk, moving sun disk, that may represent knowledge in action, sun disk, or Buddha's wheel, turning of the wheel of law. The three Ratna or three jewels, the single Vajra emanating flames. So it is a kind of a magical weapon. So it may represent the magical things. This is from Swat, a mosque, which shows these petals like a Naga hoods. This is from the Wali Swat family's shrine. They have this, you can see this inverted lotus flower and the petals with Naga, kind of a Naga hood. Lotus flower. Then you can see on the carpet, for example, this seems nothing, but when you see this, it may remind you of the churning of the ocean or Samudra Mantana in Indian mythology. This is a turtle. When Vishnu once became a Kurma, so that the gods and the anti-gods can get the Amrit or the life, water life from the ocean. So they were actually doing this Samudra Mantana. So it is on the carpet. But it also shows this Vajra, single Vajra emanating flames. Then double Vajra again on a prayer mat, Muslim prayer mat, another one. You can see this Mount Meru complex. Just so in conclusion, I would say that Gandhāra sculpture has very effectively, successfully has communicated the Buddha life story and the Buddhism from Gandhāra, and it has represented it, and it has a very different, unique symbolism. It has realistically carved like very few bodhisattvas, very few jatakas, but it has focused on the Buddha life story. That is why it is very different from many other schools. And you can see this legacy also on the Buddhist, the same region where when there is no more Buddhism and Hinduism, but still the signs, symbols, and the culture is continuing in this region. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Professor Ghani. So we will, we're going to hold the discussion until there's a general discussion that'll happen after the first three papers. So we'll keep your questions and we'll get to those. And we will now turn to Professor Pia Brancaccio from Drexel University. Do you have slides, Pia?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. All right, I'll let you get it set up then.
Thank you. Thank you.
While she's getting set up, the title of her talk is Revisiting the Architecture of Gandharan Stupas, Relics, Regality, and Devotion. Another fan of alliterations. And then following Professor Brancaccio's talk, there'll be a coffee break. And I think we're gonna cut the coffee break a little bit in time so we can try to catch up a little bit. So start thinking about what you want out there so you can grab it quickly. Then we'll take just 10 minutes at that time if everybody's okay with that. Okay. Great, here we go.
Okay,
Lovely.
so first and foremost, I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference and the hosts for giving me the opportunity to participate. It looks like a wonderful workshop, and there's not many places where one can talk about Gandhāra really in the US. I mean, it's not a common thing. So it's really a very special occasion. So for this occasion, I decided to sort of go back to some of the work I did on this minor fragments, A and B here, that are two architectural fragments that were uncovered 10 years ago, actually, by Dr. Luca Olivieri while he was excavating at the Amlukdara Stupa in the Swat Valley. I'm going to use these two very small pieces and minor fragments that were uncovered in different stratigraphic units. Kind of not really, a bit beaten up as well. You know, they're not so beautiful if compared with the wonderful narratives, but I think that they can inform us and give us a lot of precious information about how the stupa architecture was seen and was actually framed by devotees. And I think what I hope to show is that also some of the classical Hellenistic imagery that is seemingly disconnected from Buddhism could have been employed semantically to evoke concepts of royalty, worship, and actually generosity in giving among devotees. So I am going to sort of just show you the stupa as it was excavated by Dr. Luca Olivieri. I thank him for his generosity and friendship and for always sort of sending me good nuggets, good problems to work on, actually. I enjoy that very much. And so these carved schist blocks, here A and B, were discovered in stratigraphic unit 54 and atop the first staircase of the main stupa. So they were in two different locations. They're narrow rectangular blocks with curved ends, resembling a reversed S shape. I mean, they're kind of funny pieces, so it's hard to sort of describe them in a way. Now, the arrangement of the sockets on the upper part of the pieces, along with the traces of recutting, led Dr. Olivieri to propose that the sculptures were reused as brackets at some point in the stupa's history. This reuse is evident in sculpture A, where actually the carved top was sliced off, if you can see, right beneath the curving part. Clearly, this was done probably to fit the shape of a bracket. Now, the right side of block B is decorated by an ornamental scroll with pointed leaves, while an open flame palmette is carved on the long rectangular face. Originally, each block had two side faces that were curved, echoing the profile of a molding. Figures carved almost in tondo project out from one of the curved faces. On sculpture A, we can see a male figure, unfortunately damaged, who seems to be holding a club and a draped mantle. And sculpture B features a remarkably preserved female figure, depicted leaning to the left over a column or an altar, with a falling drape gracefully covering the lower part of her body. Resting on her hip, her right arm is bent, and a small flying iris hovers above. Unfortunately, both the heads of the winged creature and the woman have been obliterated. The pose of our figure B, the female figure, bears resemblance to a large sculpture found at the Dharmarajika Stupa in Taxila, and actually another representation of a woman leaning over a column or an altar can also be observed in a relief portraying festivities and drinking from Zarderi that you see here. To the left, the extreme left, you see the same figure leaning on the altar. The images from Amlukdara seem really, they seem to elaborate upon visual models well attested in the Eastern Hellenistic tradition, actually. The male figure with a club and a mantle falling off the left side echoes the popular iconographic type of the resting Heracles, found in bronze and terracotta examples excavated in the city of Seleucia on Tigris, for example, and dated to the Hellenistic and Parthian period. Actually, I was reviewing an article, and there's a very interesting study by Omar Koloru, who's actually looking at sort of the construction of the Heracles labor and really basing them in the eastern, very eastern fringes of the Hellenistic world. And so it's something really fascinating. So this type of Heracles seem to be actually quite popular in the Eastern Hellenized world. We can see examples also here from Ai-Khanum, excavated both legally and illegally, one legally, one illegally. And you can see images of the god holding the club and the little teeth. That has also, they are also well attested in numismatics. So this is a type that was quite well established in the eastern part of the Hellenistic world and in the region here. Heracles appears on silver issues of the Greco-Bactrian ruler Demetrius, roughly dating to the beginning of the 1st century BCE, and also on early Kushan coins of Kujula Kadphises, excavated by Marshall in Sirkap, Taxila. The iconography of the female figure carved on Amlukdara sculpture B also draws from the Hellenistic tradition. The representation of the goddess leaning on the column or an altar finds its roots in the Hellenistic choroplastic and phragistics, two artistic traditions that likely served as conduits for the dissemination of iconographic types in antiquity. An example of this motif can be found on a terracotta figurine from the British Museum. Also, the same type appears on a carnelian intaglio from the Besley Archive, and this example actually offers a more vivid representation of this type and how it was prevalent in the Hellenistic world. From Hellenistic gems to Gandharan jewelry, the iconography of Aphrodite leaning on a column appears to have gained significant popularity in the northwest of the region of the Indian subcontinent, where the goddess was consistently depicted with wings. John Marshall's excavations in Sirkap uncovered two remarkable golden ornaments portraying the goddess leaning on a column within the Indo-Parthian levels of Block E, alongside a more modest bronze specimen discovered in Block B. Also, discoveries from the early Kushan context of Tilia Tepe illustrate how the golden images of Aphrodite were used in jewelry. In Tomb 6, dating to the beginning of the Common Era, an exquisite gold image identical in size and iconography to those from Sirkap, they're all about 5 centimeters in height, formed part of a long turquoise necklace worn by the deceased queen. So, notably in this case, the allure of Aphrodite was accentuated by the inclusion of typical Indic beauty marks, such as bangles, armlets, and a tilak on the forehead. So the pair of architectural elements featuring Aphrodite and Heracles, I guess, from Amlukdara are not unique really to Gandharan art. In fact, they do belong to a group of decorated architectural fragments that are frequently misidentified and overlooked in the scholarship. I'm referring here to these strangely shaped sculptures that are not really part of the narrative sequence on stupas, that are these two sides molded, carved in this particular way to emulate a molding. Now, I can't kind of go through all of this, it was just too long, but I will just highlight a couple of examples. There are many, in fact, when you start looking for them. And it's essential to note that the published images provide only partial perspective of this and views of these atypically shaped pieces. They're often decorated with palmettes and leafy scrolls, and often include images associated with drinking, wine, marine deities, and the curved ends often are shaped as lion paws. Now, information regarding the original placement of these pieces within the architectural layout of the stupa has been gleaned from several archaeological excavations. In Sirkap, John Marshall documented an in situ sculpture similar to those found at Amlukdara. And it was actually situated at the base of the stairs, adjacent to the foot of the western side of the plinth of Block G stupa. That's the dome is missing up there, but that's the base of a small stupa. So where the sign stupa is, we have to imagine a dome. Now the unfortunate picture was not really good enough to be reproduced, but also same architecture element was actually found by Domenico Faccenna at Panno in Swat, also at the base of the stairs leading to the square podium of Stupa 16. Now the fragment found by Faccenna is completely abraded, but the shape is really distinctive and unique. And according to Faccenna, the finding, the archaeological context in which that piece was found pretty much can be associated with the 1st century CE. So it appears that our stair pieces maintained their significance in stupa architecture into the later periods. Meunier's discoveries at Chotorak in Afghanistan include a pair of in situ panels positioned by the side of the first step of the stair leading up to the main stupa F1. You can see an example here of one of the two sets excavated by Meunier. So, based on the substantial evidence available, actually, if we dig through the archaeological report, I think we can confidently classify this group of sculpted architectural elements as ornamental panels forming a pair positioned by the first step of the staircase leading to the podium of the stupa. The devotees saw them as they approached the stairs to ascend the dome, with the figures of Heracles and Aphrodite, I guess. We call them that way for sake of simplicity. They may have had another name in that context. In frontal view, over the curved edge, as they would climb up. Now, it's important to highlight that stupa stairs in Gandhāra often feature decoration inspired by classical themes. Our pieces were typically positioned on either side of the first step, but the subsequent steps were adorned with string panels and stair risers. Triangular string panels commonly depicted ichthyocentaurs or triton-like creatures, sometimes subdued by heroes, and a variety of mythical and real animals. Stair risers, consisting of long, narrow, rectangular panels, were intended to be viewed by a devotee ascending to the stupa's podium. While many Gandharan risers are now dispersed among museum collections worldwide, and so they do lack provenance, and so it's impossible to actually reconstruct the order and the iconographic program of the stairs because they're all scattered. However, some general observation about their decoration can be made. Typically, they evoke a festive atmosphere, featuring figural elements drawn from the Western repertoires. They seldom portray scenes from the life of the Buddha, really they don't, except for a couple of Jataka stories that have been identified in pieces from Jamal Gharib. Moreover, they generally do not have depictions of the Buddha image, but they have these figures that engage in activities such as music, dance, wine drinking, or hunting sometimes. The attire worn by the figures ranges usually from Kushan to classical, and this is actually a good example of the stair decorations from Bonaire, now housed in different museums. It's plausible to speculate that there was sort of a sea theme to the specific set, and perhaps there were some stair sides featuring sea creatures. Now, in contrast to stupas in the Northwest, earlier North Indian relic monuments typically did not feature square stupa bases nor stairs. Instead, they consisted of dome encircled by a fence or vedika with one or more gates or toranas leading to the circumambulatory path. While the domes remained plain, the stone uprights of the vedika or gates were frequently adorned with a plethora of images, including narratives depicting the Buddha's life, jatakas, ornamental floral patterns, auspicious symbols, and protective deities such as yakshas or nagas. The main ritual action performed by devotees when visiting stupas in North India was walking clockwise around the monument. Therefore, even if stupa bases were occasionally added to boost the height of the monument, as Professor Shoshin Kuwayama, who studied the architecture of the stupas in the Northwest, noticed, they were invariably cylindrical in shape. In Gandhāra, only a few early stupas, such as the Dharmarajikas of Taxila and Bukhara, adhered to the traditional Indic round plan, omitting the monumental vedika gates. However, with the emergence of a distinctive Gandharan architectural style, the introduction of the square podium became immediate. According to Professor Shoshin Kuwayama's extensive research, the square podium first appeared in stupas erected within the urban site of Sirkap. Despite being relatively small in size, all the stupas excavated by Marshall in blocks 1A, 3A, 1D, 1F, 1G, etc., all feature this particular innovation of the square podium. Scholars have tried to explain the origin of this square podium basis, and I think without much success, really. Kuwayama suggested potential connections between Roman funerary architecture and actually the structure of Gandharan stupas. Specifically, he compared the stupas with circular domes over square podia to some early Roman imperial mausolea, such as Cecilia Metella's own mausoleum on the Via Appia in Rome. However, I do find this comparison a bit unconvincing. Even with the introduction of the idea that Roman architecture might have influenced the formation of Gandharan stupa design, Professor Kuwayama cannot account for the presence of the stairs. And he remarks, and I'm quoting, that the function of the staircase remains mysterious. So, what is particularly significant about the introduction of staircases in Gandhāra is that they establish the stupa's axis of access by marking the front of a dome. This feature, along with the projection of the staircase and landing, became a standard element in Gandhara stupa architecture that first appeared, as I said, in Sirkap, but then it became widespread all over, with monumental stupas at Saidu Sharif, for instance, Gumbatuna, Andanderi, etc. Quite a number. The emphasis on the frontal design probably stemmed from the adoption, I think, of ritual forms beyond circumambulation. The traditional Indic practice, perhaps, of darshan, or direct vision of the divine during worship, may have held importance for Gandharan Buddhists, especially in the context of relic worship. Devotees metaphorically saw the relic enshrined in the stupa as they approached the monument frontally and ascended the stairs. The inclusion of a false gable on the stupa dome, and you can see this is in a sort of smaller stupa, but probably that huge scar on the Adam Lukdara indicated that there must have been some kind of a sculpture right there. Essentially aligned precisely with the flight of stairs really supports this notion. This false gable, akin to a monumental edicola, was adorned with images depicting the Buddha's life, giving visual form to the unseen bodily remains buried deep within the dome. It's worth noting that the Divyavadana, a Buddhist text reflecting the religious atmosphere of Gandhara during the Kushan period, places great emphasis on visually engaging with the divine, Several passages in this text underscore the idea that seeing leads to faith, shraddha, which in turn inspired the desire to make offerings, prasada, ultimately translating into actual donations to the Buddha or the religious establishment, dana. Undoubtedly, the cult of relics held paramount significance for the Gandharan Buddhists, even though we have many, many statues of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas at the sacred sites. The Chinese pilgrim Faxian, who visited the region, recounted how at Hadda, for instance, in sort of greater Gandhara region in Afghanistan, the relic of the Buddha's skull was placed on a lofty throne for worship, while scenes depicting relic adoration are actually commonly portrayed in Gandharan art, and in particular on the pedestals of stone sculptures. Here we see, these are both from the narrative and in pedestals, and we see relics worshipped on thrones, and the thrones are, can have a canopy or not. The legs of the thrones are very decorated, and often they are curved as lion paws. So I'd like to think of the square podium of Gandharan stupas as a symbolic throne for the relics housed within the dome. The frontal staircase was designed to offer devotees direct and individual access to the relic, allowing for performance of proper rituals. And we know from the account of Faxian that it was customary for worshippers to touch the relic, so perhaps touching the stupa dome, and making various offerings to it. The term puja would aptly describe the rituals performed before the relic in this context. So now let's revisit the pieces we started from, as I believe that now we can gain a clear understanding of their function and significance in stupa architecture. All our pieces feature one or two curved sides that stylize the profile of a molding. In some instances, actually quite frequently, the curves are enhanced by the addition of a figure or a lion paw. Take, for instance, the lion paw example, positioned at the very base of the flight of stairs. Essentially, right by the first step, they would have evoked the ornate feet of a relic throne. The discovery of exquisite ivory throne feet, actually in Begram, that we know very well of, show that actually in the Kushan period, thrones were adorned by elaborate feet shaped as animals or figures. So indeed, there are remarkably strong connections between the visual motifs used to adorn the stupa stairs and the ornamentation found on many luxury items associated with royalty, as findings from both Tilla Tepe and Begram seems to suggest. This correlation prompts us to contemplate another significant factor that likely influenced the design of our stair pieces: the belief that a royal vocabulary was fitting for adorning the throne-like stupa podium. So the implication of that, I think, could be interesting. First of all, the motifs utilized to embellish the podia of Gandhara stupas seem to be prevalent in jewelry, coins, and sort of luxury items owned by the regional elites, by the royal elites. These motifs carry connotations of wealth and power, effectively transforming each stupa's podium into a regal throne adorned with jewels. Now, the second point I would like to make is that the prevalence of visual forms from the Hellenistic tradition was not just an accident. They really clustered on the steps of the stupa. And I think this was done on purpose. It was a deliberate choice aimed at reinforcing the semantic link between the stupa podium, royalty, and kingship. Building on an interpretation given by Marco Galli on Gandharan classicism, and he reads it as a meaningful language system employed to reference the realm of local courts, I'd like to propose that the image of Heracles, or we call it Heracles for sake of simplicity here or communication, such as the one carved on our stair pieces, would have immediately evoked the concept of royal strength in the eyes of the devotees. Conversely, the female Aphrodite, or whatever her name is, would conjure notions of beauty, sensuality that are fitting for a courtly environment. Now, several motifs actually frequently seen on stupa stairs, such as tritons, mythological creatures, hunting scenes, they really appear to be reinterpretations of figural themes commonly found on thrones, like all these fragments from the ivory thrones from Begram are really evoked in some of the motifs represented on the stupa stairs. There are striking similarities, and I think this was again done on purpose. Now, if Hellenistic forms were strategically employed in Buddhist architecture to underscore ideas of royalty, I believe they also conveyed additional meanings to the devotees. Visual representations evoking precious objects and opulent surroundings were also intended to elicit gift-giving among Buddhist worshippers. Prasada, or offerings, held significant importance in Buddhist devotion, and it was essential for sustaining religious establishments. An intriguing instance of this overlap between luxury courtly items and devotional offerings is the renowned Indravarman casket, a silver wine goblet, a courtly object indeed, that was gifted to the Buddhists to serve as a container for sacred relics. Another layer of meaning conveyed by our classical images must have been auspiciousness. For instance, the palmet with a vase-like knot depicted in sculpture A from Amlukdara could have had evident references to the Purnagata, or vase of plenty, commonly found in the decoration of North Indian stupas. Similarly, the so-called Heracles knot, appearing on another piece now housed in the Peshawar Museum, likely alluded in a classical language, so to speak, deemed suitable for the Gandhāra stupa podium, to the auspicious knot known as Srivatsa, which was widespread in the Indic world. And finally, images such as those of our Heracles or Aphrodite, positioned by the entrance of the stupa by the stairs, would have also fulfilled a role akin to that of yakshas and yakshis carved on the toranas of Indian stupas. Serving as guardians of the relics and champions of the Dharma, yakshas and yakshis stationed at the threshold of the sacred space embodied a sense of protection and safekeeping, much like the mythological creatures depicted on Gandhāran stair risers and stringers. Now, okay, before concluding, just a couple of quick things. I really must touch on two important issues that I have intentionally left out as they weren't papers of their own, so we could never end here. The presence of the so-called Dionysiac scenes on Gandhāran stair risers, and the resemblance between decorative themes found on stupa stairs and the so-called toilet trays. Now, regarding the Dionysiac scenes, so to speak, my impression is that we should interpret their presence within the framework proposed earlier. Scenes that depicting wine drinking, satires, and festivities where local aristocrats were often portrayed likely enhance the royal connotation of the stupa podium. Furthermore, the festive ambiance of this scene, with music and dance, likely reference the Buddhist festivals held to honor relics, as described in texts like the Ashokavadana and depicted on stupas in North India, although the one at Bharat takes place in a special heaven, but it must kind of echo some of the practices of relic festivals that were held in the Indic world. Now, the shared iconography between stair pieces and Gandhāran toilet trays poses a more complex question, as we are unsure of the exact purpose of these small schist objects, whether they were used as palettes for makeup or actually by the affluent urbanites of Taxila, or actually more likely as offering trays for oblations. The images depicted on them could have provided a visual repertoire rich in semantic references to either elite environments or selfless devotion. So to conclude, I hope that this very brief exploration of classical themes in stupa architecture, initiated by kind of a little problem, a study of these enigmatic sculptures found in Amlukdara, has provided a new perspective on the dissemination and meaning of Hellenistic visual forms in Gandhāran architecture. Far from merely serving as foundation for the dome, I think the distinctive podium introduced in stupa design was conceptualized as a throne for the Buddha's relics. The pervasive use of classical forms, Hellenistic forms in its decoration was a deliberate semantic choice, expressing the concept of royalty and serving as the visual language of the court during this particular time period, the Kushan period. The specific selection of iconography, I think, also conveyed association with notions of giving, auspiciousness, and protection, which held great importance for Buddhist communities across the Indic world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was very rich. And for those, just like relics that tend to reproduce and in number, our audience size is growing throughout the morning. So we will
Good.
we will hold your for those who have come in, where we started a little bit late and we're trying to catch up a little bit now. And we're also holding the questions until a discussion period that'll happen after Professor Neelis's talk. So we are now going to take a short coffee break, and we thank you for being so perfectly on time, Pia, that now we can actually claw back 5 minutes of time, and we will reconvene at 10:45 as we try to catch up a little bit here. So be expeditious in getting your coffee and a snack, and then when we get back, we'll hear from Professor Neelis. Okay, thank you.
Asia Udiana Archaeological Alliance, supported by Xuan Yali and her assistants for organizing this event, and Yifa from the Wooden Fish Alliance as well. I'd like to set the stage for this presentation by addressing some gaps in Gandharan Buddhist studies in order to raise questions about methods and theories used by scholars in our field. Before I launch into the content of my presentation on localized dimensions of Buddhist material practices by looking at the cult of the relics, worship of stupas, and a narrative transmission between Gandhāra and Central Asia. So one set of questions I'd like to raise first is about the time periods for establishing a chronology for the cultural efflorescence of Gandharan Buddhist cultural production. This periodization for is to be considered separately from traditional Buddhist literary accounts of Shakyamuni Buddha's Dharma conquest, in which he converted autochthonous Yakshas and Nagas in Gandhāra, accompanied by Vajrapani, to squat Kashmir and other northwestern regions on a miraculous journey. So these kinds of accounts are preserved in texts like the Mulasarvastivada Vinaya, the Divyavadana or Ashokavadana, and other sources. Sanskrit, Pali, and other Buddhist literary sources attribute similar Buddhist conversions to Madhyantaka, or in Pali Madhyantaka, an elder monk who, as a disciple of Ananda from Mathura in northern India, was sent as a missionary to Gandhara and Kashmir. So aside from these literary accounts, the earliest archaeological and epigraphical evidence for the first stages of what the French scholar Gérard Flussmann called the implantation of Buddhism in Gandhara may perhaps be associated with the reign of the Mauryan Emperor Ashoka. His rule was from around 272 or 268 BC to around 230 BCE, so in the 3rd century BC. However, the versions of the Ashokan edicts written in the Kharoshthi script at Shabasgari and Mansehra, these are sites in the Peshawar Basin as well as in the Hazara district, basically between Gandhara, Swat, and Kashmir, as well as the Greek and Aramaic inscriptions found elsewhere in the northwestern frontiers of the Mauryans, are not directed to Buddhist communities. Now, Chinese visitors, who we'll be hearing about later in this afternoon's presentations, attributed the founding of what are called Dharmarajika stupas, like the one you see here in Taxila that was shown in the previous presentations, as well as other Dharmarajika stupas in Gandhāra and the Swat Valley, what in previous times was called Uddiyana, to Ashoka. The punch-marked coins, the Kharojdi inscriptions, and archaeological stratigraphy from excavations at Buddhāra and Badikot in the Swat Valley do not necessarily support the claims of foundations as early as the 3rd century BCE. It's still a disputed chronology. On the other hand, surveys of archaeological patterns and archaeological sites in the Peshawar Basin, which you can see on the slide to your right, demonstrate intensive urban and suburban expansion in the 1st century BCE and 1st century CE, so around 2,000 years ago. So the earliest Buddhist donations recorded in Kharojdi inscriptions and radiocarbon dating of Gandhari manuscripts written on birch bark scrolls belong to this same time frame. So we can more safely say that Buddhist institutions in Gandhara began to emerge at around this time. Reassessments of the stratigraphy of archaeological excavations, the advances in the stylistic analysis of Gandharan sculptures, and expansion of available sources, especially inscriptions and manuscripts, have drawn scholarly attention to important developments during the pre-Kushan phase of Gandharan Buddhism. And here, I'd like to call particular attention to a recent book by Luca Maria Oliveri on stone yards and workshops of Gandhara, of the Swat Valley, focusing on the site of Saidu Sharif, published in 2022. So what he does in that book is he makes a strong case that the Saidu Sharif stupa was set up or designed by the rulers of the kingdom of Odi around this time in the middle of the 1st century CE to enshrine relics of the Buddha. Okay, so other models proposed by Alfred Fouché, one of the art historians and archaeologists mentioned in Professor Ghani's talk, who's been called the father of Gandharan studies by Vladimir Sloth, understood the growth of Buddhist monasteries and stupas following 3 general stages of expansion from the plains of Gandhara and Punjab to the kind of Piedmont or foothill areas bordering the southern Hindu Kush by the end of the 1st century CE, with what he called, to quote him, a long interval of time separating the evangelicization of the mountains from that of the plains. This kind of 3-stage model for the implantation and expansion of Buddhism in Gandhara and Swat provide what Gerard Flusman regarded as what he called a relatively coherent and possibly illusory tableau, unquote, that tended to reify a model of gradual diffusion of Buddhism from the Peshawar Basin over mountain passes, where monasteries in what Fouché called 2 concentric lines of ruins were threaded like pearls of a necklace along routes that marked passageways between the core region of ancient Gandhara and Uddiyana in the Swat Valley. So while there's broad agreement about the consolidation of Buddhist institutions in Gandhara and Uddiyana during the peak periods of Kushan rule in the 2nd to 3rd century CE, developments in the post-Kushan phases of Gandharan and regional Buddhism remain more difficult to clearly understand. Gaps in our understanding of regional political developments in the 4th and 5th centuries remain to be filled until around 500 CE, when the Alkan Huns appear as donors and overlords in 2 Buddhist inscriptions. One of these is a stone slab from Pura in the Salt Range, that's to say the Potwar Plateau just to the south of the modern day capital of Islamabad. and also a thin copper scroll inscription in the Skoyen collection, which was published by Gudrun Meltzer in 2006, and has now received renewed attention by scholars like Hans Bacher and Christina Scherer-Schall. So with the exception of the lineage of the Palol Shahi rulers in Gilgit from the 6th to early 8th centuries CE, we really only have a vague grasp of historical context in contact zones of Gandhāra and Udayana between the upper Indus and the Kabul Valley from sometime after 650 until the Hindu Shahis succeeded them and established their own capital at Hund on the Indus River between basically Islamabad and Peshawar around 880 or 890 CE. So another set of questions concerns Gandharan Buddhist cultural geography, particularly different meanings of what's been adopted as the term Greater Gandhara. Okay. There are various demarcations of the extent of Gandharan Buddhist cultural geography. But basically what I'm going to be focusing on is links between different networks of cultural production and the places in between. This audience, which includes many art historians and archaeologists, will recognize affinities between artistic styles and material cultures of Gandharan Buddhist sites in the Peshawar Basin, the Kabul Valley, so that's what's shown on the left-hand slide of archaeological sites extending along what Fouché called an old road from Bactria to Taxila, as well as the areas across the Indus River from Gandhāra in Hazara. So Hazara is indicated by the area, you'll see the site of Mansehra, kind of between the Swat Valley and Kashmir, as well as Taxila. Okay. So while there, we can recognize important sub-regional differences between the visual production of, say, the Swat Valley from the Peshawar Basin, from the Kabul Valley, and areas like Hazara and Taxila. However, for epigraphists and textualists, such as myself and my teacher, Richard Solomon, who popularized the term Greater Gandhara, the basis for including other areas outside of this region is the linguistic use of the Gandhari language and Kharoshthi inscriptions until the late 3rd century and early 4th century CE. Okay, so I'll just explain very quickly. So basically what's highlighted here on this kind of zoomed out map of the northern routes of the Uttarapata is, if you look in the far northern areas, you'll see that areas are kind of circled there like Bamiyan and Bactria, as well as areas across the Hindu Kush and Karakoram mountains. The point here is that the linguistic use of the language of Gandhara, which was different from Sanskrit because it was a Middle Indo-Iranian language like Pali, but regionally distinctive to Gandhara. It was used outside of the Gandhara proper in the Peshawar Basin in a much wider area than maybe art historians would define the artistic province of Greater Gandhara. Okay, so it extended to Bamiyan, across the Hindu Kush, as well as along the upper Indus to the Gilgit and Hunza valleys, and even across the Karakoram range to the southern Tarim Basin. Now, what I'm going to be focusing on or arguing here a bit is that by looking more carefully at interstices in the borderlands, we can find keys to answering other questions that are worth asking about other gaps between the visual cultures of Gandhara / Udayana and Kashmir, political and social contexts of Buddhist patronage by the Apracha rulers. So we saw that example of the Indravarman reliquary casket that would have been donated by members of the Aprecha court at the beginning of the 1st century BC, as well as the Odi kings of Udiana, as well as here on this map, I've put in white areas that I think would have been part of a Darida and Kasha kingdoms in these kind of interstitial or boundary areas between Swat and Gandhāra and Kashmir and this upper Indus region. So one of the questions that we might also be able to re-examine is the unsolved location of a major shrine with a colossal wooden image of Maitreya, who is referred to in Professor Ghani's presentation. And this shrine is referred to not only by the Chinese pilgrims who visited between the 5th to 8th century, but also by Al-Biruni, who gave an account of Kashmir and these areas in the 10th century or 11th century. Finally, differences between the methods for studying Gandharan art and archaeology and literary culture are reinvigorating debates and opening new questions about ways that scholars study material and visual cultures and philological methods used by textualists who have been engaged with the recently emerging corpus of Gandhari manuscript collections since the mid-1990s. So I won't go through all of the details about these new discoveries of Gandhari manuscripts, but I'll just call attention to the existence of a new collection, which is actually our largest collection of Gandhari manuscripts, consisting of 55 scrolls and scroll fragments that's currently about to be conserved in the Islamabad Museum in Pakistan. So this will reverse a long-standing problem in that these manuscript materials were finding their way outside of Pakistan on the antiquities market. And so now there will be a no basis for these manuscripts to be illegally exported from Pakistan, because there will be facilities there for the conservation and study and digitization. So rather than presenting these differences in methods of interpretation and ongoing unsettled arguments about chronology and geography as insurmountable obstacles to interdisciplinary approaches, are emphasizing that material evidence for Buddhist practices and texts do not align with one another, I want to show that these differences are actually very important for making progress in understanding the history of Buddhism in Gandhāra. So if some of what I present in the rest of my talk does not perfectly align with what was discussed by Professors Ghani or Professor Brancaccio, that's okay. That's how we move scholarly understandings forward. Okay. So now I'll move on. Okay. So I'd like to talk now about the ways that Buddhism is localized in Gandhāra and Udiana by establishing the Buddha's presence with relics enshrined in stupas. So in placing the Buddha's material presence by establishing shrines for his relics in Gandhari and Sanskrit, the word is sharira. In Chinese, for those of you who are in the arts, you'll be familiar with this term as sheli. So that this emplacement, our localization, was a strategy used by Gandharan Buddhists to center the devotional practice of veneration. Formulae in the Gandhari inscriptions written on reliquary containers and on gold and silver sheets deposited in the reliquaries with other precious materials comprising the 7 jewels clearly state that the relics were understood to be saturated or pervaded by virtue, concentration, understanding, and other qualities of the Buddha's attainment, including his liberation. So what's depicted here is a kind of gold-plated reliquary model in the shape of a stupa. So this would be kind of the ideal form of the stupa, but interestingly, without that kind of square platform that was referred to in Professor Brancaccio's talk, as well as a thin gold sheet that was inscribed with the longest Gandhari inscription that we found to date. Okay. Apparently the reliquary container in the shape of a stupa is now on display in the Louvre in Abu Dhabi. So if you happen to be passing through Abu Dhabi, check it out. I will on my next, if my next layover includes a stop there. Now passages in other Gandhari inscriptions indicating that the relics were endowed with life led the Buddhist studies scholar Gregory Chopin to claim, to quote him, that the physical relic of the Buddha was thought to be possessed of life or breath and to be impregnated, as to say, saturated, pervaded by the characteristics that defined and animated the living Buddha, unquote. He and Richard Solomon also emphasized that another formulaic passage in several Gandhari reliquary inscriptions that refers to the practice of establishing relics in a previously unestablished place would also ties into this idea that establishing relics in unestablished or previously unconsecrated territories generated a special kind of merit. So the merit resulting from the establishment of relics in new areas doubtlessly provided a powerful incentive for the expansion of Buddhist institutions to places wherever the Buddha was made present for worship. In this connection, it's not surprising that a version of the Buddha's final days in the Mahaparinirvana Sutra, which Professor Ghani introduced for us, provides a textual warrant for his bodily relics to be placed in stupas at crossroads, following the customary burial practices for rulers. And this Gandhari version is among the text fragments preserved in the Skoyan collection of Gandhari manuscripts. Okay, shifting categories of relics permitted Buddhist devotees to establish the Buddha's presence in different material supports, in reliquaries, in images, and in manuscripts. Buddhist studies scholars such as Peter Skilling, Kevin Trainer, and Michael Willis have commented upon Pali scholastic classifications of Buddhist objects in a twofold division between the bodily relics, in Pali it would be the sarira and the dhatu chaitya, and things that were used, contacted, or touched by the Buddha, such as his bowl, robe, and staff, which in these Pali commentarial sources are referred to as paribhoga or paribhogika chaitya. Chaitya would be Pali for Sanskrit chaitya. The classification, which is oftentimes interchangeable with the term stupa. The classification appears to have also been expanded to encompass objects of commemoration, designation, and instruction, as in Pali Udesika Chaitya, which are further defined as images of the Buddha Pratima, or Patima in Pali. In his Harvard University dissertation, Michael Radich argued that relics should be viewed as what he calls veritable bodies of the Buddha, while he acknowledged that, to quote him, the whole notion of presence seems to have overtones of a whole range of unacceptable metaphysical and ontological entailments in the secondary literature on Buddhist doctrinal history. Okay, what he means by that, to break it down a little bit more, is that and to put it in more theoretical terms, is that there were changing concepts of indexing the Buddha's iconic presence, a term I'm borrowing from Hans Belting, that could also be related to long debated issues on about the origins of the Buddha image in human form, which we heard from Professor Ghani's talk, which is sometimes attributed to Gandhāra, but could also be seen as simultaneously emerging in Buddhist and non-Buddhist art of Mathura. Newly emerging practices of venerating, when I say newly emerging practices of venerating images of the Buddha in human form, I mean newly emerging practices in the 1st century CE, around 2,000 years ago, may have also had some relationship to Buddhist doctrinal developments regarding multiple bodies, or kaya, of the Buddha, from an embodiment with form, the rupa kaya, to a dharma body, a dharma kaya, and more complex Mahayana theorizations of the three-body doctrine, the Trikaya doctrine. So without going too far out on a limb here in this presentation, I'll just point out that thinking in terms of an expansion of localized dimensions for Buddhist veneration of bodies of the Buddha as relics, images, and texts, which were also venerated as Dharma relics deposited in stupas, allows us to continue to ask questions about ways in which Gandharan Buddhist art, archaeology, inscriptions, and now also manuscripts provided various material supports for mediating the Buddha's presence. Okay, so I'll move on to another part of this presentation to briefly address forms of stupas for enshrining relics of the Buddha. Okay, I should first clarify that by using the term stupa cults in the title of the presentation, I definitely do not want to intend it as a negative or pejorative dismissal of the beliefs and practice for the worship of stupas, which was the primary way for Buddhists in Gandhāra and South Asia more generally to mediate the Buddha's presence. Although the point will be obvious to many in the audience, I should clarify that stupas are worshipped as instantiations of the Buddha, and not merely as symbols to represent the Buddha. So scholars like Fussman have strongly argued that the stupa is the Buddha tout court. Okay, we can also speak, like Professor Brancaccio did, of cults of the relics, images, and a Mahayana cult of the book. So we can also group a range of material practices for localizing the presence of the Buddha around the worship of stupas. So in South Asian art generally, and also in the early iconic phases of the art of Gandhāra and Udayana, the Buddha is depicted as a stupa, as we saw in Professor Ghani's slides. The archaeology of Udayana, or Swat, abounds in fabulous sites where the layout of successive stupa building projects can be carefully analyzed. So you can see that in this slide of the layers of the great stupa at Buddhāra, both in terms of the close-up rubble of the rubble core, surrounded by various kind of layers of stupa construction and renovation that happened until you finally get to this kind of outside layer with the kind of dressed blocks of rock. Now, in addition to the actual archaeological remains of stupas, the models of Gandharan stupas are also provided by the reliquary containers, like I showed you in the slide with the Saina Varma reliquary, as well as stucco sculptures in these examples from Hada, reconstructed in the Musée Guimet, and also some paintings. Now, what I want to bring your attention to is the rock art with depictions of stupas along the upper Indus River in northern Pakistan, because it also provides valuable evidence for the variety of stupa imagery. Unfortunately, the sites with the most important concentrations of Buddhist and non-Buddhist rock art in Gilgit-Baltistan will soon be submerged by ongoing construction of Diamar Basha Dam, resulting in the loss of more than 35,000 petroglyphs and inscriptions at dozens of sites that are shown here in these kinds of divided up into 9 or 10 zones, which with support from the Canadian Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, we're rushing to digitally document using advanced imaging techniques, which I don't have time to go into in this presentation. Here, I can just highlight a few interesting examples of types of stupas relevant to the Buddhist architecture and art of Gandhāra and Swat, and make some observations along the way. So in this slide, what you see are stupas being venerated by monastic figures holding bowls of incense. And in the top slide, you see that the stupa is also accompanied by a Gandhari inscription in the Koroshti inscription, recording a visit by a resident of Oni, which could be Odi. And so what you see here in these two forms of the stupas is a form of the stupa with elements that align more closely with the Buddhist architecture of Gandhāra in terms of a square, instead of the round, with the round stupa dome, the rounded stupa dome on top of a square platform with a staircase leading up to the path for circumambulation on top of the plinth. Okay, other examples are more ornate, like this example from a set of 3 drawings at the site of Chatial, which is outside of the flood zone because it's downstream from the dam. But basically, it's a central stupa with multiple chatras, or say discs or umbrellas, with banners hanging down from both sides. And you can see the figures venerating the stupa on both sides of the staircase. Because the triptych is also covered with Gandhāri, Sogdian, a Middle Iranian language, as well as Sanskrit inscriptions written in Brahmi. Fussman was able to date this to around, the beginning of the 4th century CE. Okay. Another example from a slightly later period, probably the 6th or 7th century, is from the site of Chilas Bridge. And so here too, what you see is an expansion of the platforms or the plinths of the stupa into several levels, as well as a kind of more ornate elaboration with actually false niches in the stupa dome, as well as banners and flags. And with this example, we can actually say that the donor is depicted here, labeled with a Brahmi inscription, which calls him Kuera Vahana, which in Sanskrit would be Kubera Vahana. And I'll come back to this depiction of the Vyadri Jataka towards the end of my talk. Okay. Now, what we also find among the stupa drawings along the upper Indus are these kind of more abstract images of stupas, where you see that there's a kind of expansion of the bases of the stupas, the platforms, a kind of diminution of the dome, so that there is a kind, and the dome is crowned by various kinds of symbols, like you can see that kind of disc, the solar disc that you talked about, is kind of associated then with the stupa art, stupa rock art. And what's interesting about this, about these stupas, is that they are accompanied by inscriptions written in a slightly later form of the Brahmi script from the 7th century, called Proto-Sharada or Gilgit Bamiyan type 2. We learn from these inscriptions that they were given by a scribe named Bita. Now, many of the Brahmi inscriptions of the Upper Indus are labeled as Deva Dharma or Deya Dharma, which means the donations are dharmas that are to be given using the same terminology as the reliquary inscriptions of Sena Varma, as well as pots in which the British Library collection of Gandhari manuscripts, the colophons of Gilgit manuscripts, and other objects given to teachers belonging to specific Buddhist monastic ordination lineages are recorded. The broader point is that venerating even the most basic image of a stupa through rituals of stupa puja generates merit. So these abstract drawings of stupas that kind of align with indigenous conceptions of a vertical cosmology, perhaps, or, could show you something about the wooden architecture of these shrines, were just as important as the more ornate drawings are the donations of stupas made out of the 7 jewels, which, we find described are, promoted in texts. And this kind of alignment between even the simplest drawings can generate merit also coheres with the idea that writing inscriptions with even a single verse, like the Pratitya Samutpada formulae of dependent arising, or the Ye Dharma formula, are epigraphic, are graffiti inscriptions with phrases like Dharma Hetu Varada or Namo Buddhaya, also generates merit by providing other devotees opportunities for Buddhanusmriti, and which in simple terms means calling to mind the Buddha so that one can strive to cultivate the qualities that lead to the attainment of nirvana. Okay, I think I will move on to my final part of the presentation on narrative transmission. And here the point that I want to make is that stupas oftentimes mark places where edifying stories were localized in Uddiyana and Gandhāra. Now, these stupas and stories oftentimes mark what I would call macro-historical hagiographic events. So what I mean by that term is that we're not only talking about the religious biography of the lifetime of Shakyamuni Buddha, the historical Buddha, but all of the Buddhas and all of the previous lifetimes that led up to the birth as Siddhartha, the Bodhisattva who became Shakyamuni Buddha. Okay, so associations between these places and the events in previous births made by East Asian visitors reflects a process for consolidating the sacred geography. That is to say, how Gandharan Buddhists made their own land holy up by the 5th to 8th century CE. So Fouché called Gandhāra a kind of second holy land, la seconde terre sainte. Gandhari manuscripts include secondary compositions of texts labeled as Avadanas and Purva Yogas, and many of these texts have a home grand strand of stories with local contemporary characters known from the inscriptions and coins of rulers that are linked with the Apracha dynasty, the Apracha dynasty, as well as other, you could say Shaka or Kshatripa rulers. So there are surprising discrepancies between Gandhari manuscripts and Gandharan art, which suggests that the specialist scribes and artisans selected different narratives in their own media. Now, here I want to kind of qualify something that was said in the two previous presentations about the relative preponderance of scenes from the life story of Shakyamuni Buddha and the relative unimportance of the understudied genre of jatakas that are localized in Gandhara. Now, it is true that Gandhara is mostly known for these hagiographical scenes from Shakyamuni Buddha's lifetime, but there's an important exception, and that is the encounter between the Bodhisattva, the Buddha yet to be, and the previous Buddha Dipankara. In a project to do a kind of global survey of previous birth stories in Gandharan art and the Gandhari manuscript sources, I worked with David Drongamord, Jesse Pons, and Timothy Lenz to identify over 180 images of jatakas in Gandharan art, which is quite substantial, but over 130 of these are the Dipankara encounter. So the Dipankara encounter then becomes almost like the fourth or fifth most widely depicted scene in Buddhist narrative art, aside from the birth, the first teaching, and the death, the parinirvana. Okay, so the dominance of the visual repertoire of previous birth stories by the Bodhisattva's encounter with Dipankara establishes a Gandharan claim that the extended life story began here with a vow, a pranidhana, a kind of fervent aspiration to Buddhahood by the Bodhisattva. Now, another story that is widely known in Buddhism throughout Southeast Asia and East Asia is the story of the penultimate birth, at least in the Theravada tradition, of the Bodhisattva as Vesantara. In Sanskrit, that's Vishvantara, but in Gandhari, that's Sudarshana, which is summarized here, which is translated here by Timothy Lenz. And you can see from this translation, it's a kind of very abbreviated account of that much longer story. And it's the only one of the Purva Yogas, and basically the Sudarshana story occurs in a sequence of Purva Yogas that is also depicted in the previous birth stories that we were able to identify in Gandharan art. And also in this, you can see that oftentimes these jatakas that are identifiable in Gandharan art belong to these kind of pieces that probably many of them came from these kinds of stair riser panels. Not only at Jamalgari, it's very clear, as well as a few other sites, like one site at Hadda, as well as Aziz Dairy. But oftentimes we don't really have an excavated context for these stories. Now, it's also significant that this story, like the encounter with Dipankara, which is localized around Jalalabad near Hadda in present-day Afghanistan, is also localized in Gandhāra in the Peshawar Basin, and is popular in Central Asia and Chinese literary and visual cultures. So just a small point, the name Sudashna in Gandhari corresponds more closely with the name of the main character in the Sogdian, our Middle Iranian version, as well as in Chinese versions of Sudana or Sudana, which could be telling for understanding lines of transmission and a clue for deciding something about the Gandhari hypothesis. The Gandhari hypothesis holds that the very earliest Chinese translations of Chinese Buddhist texts were not from Sanskrit or Pali, but from the Gandhari language. Now, two other localizations of previous birth stories on routes between the Peshawar Basin and Ludhiana, where topographical affordances made sense for local devotees to claim that previous births happened there, are the Shama story, which is depicted as often as the Sudashna story, as well as a less widely depicted story of the Bodhisattva as the boy with one horn, Ekashringa or Rishyashringa, which is and basically the pattern with most of these other Gandharan Jataka identifications, as you can see from the numbers here, is they're not that, they're done only like 2 or 3 or so examples. But even among these 2 or 3 or so examples of stories like Ekashringa or Shibi's gift of flesh and gift of eyes, as well as the Vyagri Jataka, which I'll come to in a second, as well as another identification of Chandra Prabha's offering of his own head. These get linked to 4 great stupas in Gandhara, Udayana, and the Upper Indus to mark places where the Buddha, in his previous birth as bodhisattvas, made bodily sacrifices. And these are identifiable, some of these are identifiable in Gandharan art, as well as in the Upper Indus petroglyphs, where you can see on the right side that it's actually labeled here, that the Mahasattva is basically offering his body to feed the hungry tigress, Vyagri, as well as her cubs, after throwing himself down from a cliff. And so you see the people on top of the cliff, like mourning the self-sacrifice. Okay. Now it's 11:30, so I'll wrap up now with some quick conclusions about the implications for the transmission of Buddhism beyond Gandhara and Udayana to Central Asia. So in my previous book publication, I've referred to Gandhara as a hub for Buddhist transmission with multiple nodes. We'll also hear this afternoon about two-way traffic of Chinese Buddhist pilgrims and Buddhist missionaries to Central Asia and China. But as the sinologist Eric Zurker observed, the eminent monks in Chinese hagiographical traditions were only, to quote him, the tiny tip of the iceberg, the elite of scholarly monks, like those students who get into Harvard. But what non-elite travelers chose to bring in their baggage was not necessarily recorded in the official hagiographies of eminent monks. Udayana and Gandhara provided a springboard, as I've called it, for South Asian Buddhism to jump across the mountains to Central Asia, initially through processes of long-distance transmission, rather than a regular gradual pattern of cultural diffusion by point-to-point contact expansion. This heuristic distinction between long-distance transmission and gradual diffusion was proposed by Eric Zorker to explain anomalous features of early Chinese Buddhism. The interstitial transit zones in the places in between allowed locally and regionally distinctive Buddhist practices to develop separately. So we've talked about how Gandhāra had its kind of distinctive visual language to go along with its literary vernacular language. But we could also say that these kind of places in between, like Bamiyan, Gilgit, Khotan in the southern Tarim Basin, Kucha along the northern Tarim Basin, Turfan and Dunhuang each have their own narratives, visual material, and literary cultures with greater or lesser affinities to greater Gandhāra. So an example of this would be the very first Gandhari manuscript, which we had access to, was a fairly substantial version of the Gandhari Dharmapada that was found outside of Khotan. And the Nia documents, which were administrative records, show that Gandhari continued in use in the 4th century after Gandharan Brahmi script replaced Kharoshthi writing in Upper Indus graffiti. So patterns with precedence in Gandharan Buddhist material culture are transformed as Buddhist practices and narratives are transmitted beyond Gandhara and the northwestern borderlands to Central Asian transit zones. What Gandhara gave to the history of Buddhism was not only its highly distinctive visual art and the earliest surviving Buddhist manuscripts, but also models of flexibility to adopt and localize Buddhist practices in territories where the Buddha's presence was not previously established. Thank you.
Maybe you all can, would you mind coming into the 3 jeweled seats here?
Should I turn off the slideshow?
Sure.
Yeah.
No, it's such a great image. It's tempting to just leave, whoa. This is very low. Okay. So we have about till noon or a little after. We can cheat a little bit on the time, since we have 3 papers that will be open to ask the presenters questions about. So I'm sure that many of you already have formulated questions from the previous one, so I'll open the floor now to you. And then it might be interesting if there's a little time maybe to have a little inter-panel discussion, or you guys, if you have questions for each other as well, because there's some interesting, I think, differences in the way some of the material is handled as well. So, yes, please.
Plunge right in.
Yeah,
The first speaker in passing mentioned that the Jatakas were not important and had a conclusion as a result of that. And I'd like to understand the conclusion better. And then come the other 2 speakers who say the opposite. So I'd like to have a conversation between them. It's an important subject.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I mean that Jataka was not the focus of Gandhara art. There were these, the most important Jataka, as he mentioned, is the Dipamkara Jataka. That is the only Jataka which is mostly carved, and the others are here and there. There are, but I mean, mostly everywhere you find the Buddha life story. So maybe I didn't mention some of the Jataka stories, but Dipamkara is widely carved in Gandhara. Most of the Jatakas are avoided. So I said the focus is actually the Buddha life story.
So I'll just pick up a little bit by saying that classification of the Dipankara encounter as a Jataka is a bit problematic. Because of course, it doesn't line up with where the Dipankara story fits in, because it's not in the Pali Jataka.
It is in Pagan as the first Jataka, so there must have been a tradition where the Dipankara story opens the whole core. Right.
And so in Gandhāra, it's interesting though, because there seems to be a distinction between where the Dipankara narrative fits in to the sequence. Because you can find Dipankara, the encounter with the previous Dipankara depicted on a variety of structural placements, from false gables to almost its own iconic images, to smaller fragments. But where you also typically find the Dipankara story is depicted on the path for circumambulation around the stupa, as prefacing not the Jatakas, but rather the hagiographic scenes from the lifetime of Shakyamuni Buddha. Now, for our purposes, we considered it a previous birth story, which it is, but it seems to be distinct from the smaller pieces for depicting all of the other previous birth stories, which it's interesting because in Dr. Professor Brancaccio's presentation, it was mentioned that many of these previous birth stories belong to the stair risers, particularly at the site of Jamagari, but as I mentioned, there's a couple of others. So I think that understanding the way that devotees approached the stupa, which kind of encodes the life of the Buddha narratively as well as ritually through the deposit of relics, has something to do with the idea that as devotees ascended the staircase, they were progressing through the series of previous lives to approach the present life story of the Buddha, which is the stupa.
Yeah, would you like to comment as well?
Yeah, so indeed, there are a couple of sites where we have previous lives. Usually though the dominant stair riser patterns are really festivities, celebrations, strange reenactments. I mean, that's except for like a few sites, but there are. What's interesting, I think that this was making me think about the Vesantara Jataka, or the Sudeshna story that was represented on a stair riser, which it kind of is fitting with this idea of courtly themes and giving, because I think I have the impression that part of the stupa is not only a heart of worship, but it's also what encourages you to continue to give, to continue to keep the cult and the life of the Buddha alive. And that happens only through giving. And so I think that actually this courtly theme of the Vesantara Jataka, giving away everything, it's the location actually on the stair riser, I thought, this really fits again the idea of the giving of the goblet to be used as a relic containers. So I was listening with my own lenses, we all listen and then we catch whatever is kind of, I see, that makes sense. So also another issue about Gandharan art is that Gandharan art is mostly found in conditions of reuse, and we forget that. There is so little Gandharan art that is actually in its original place. So all we see has been reused, I mean, in antiquity and found in context of reuse. So it's really sometimes hard to figure out the original placement of these objects. And I think this is something that we do tend to forget, that we're looking at ancient reuse, 90%, not 90, but like 80% for sure. And that's an issue for reconstructing visual programs, intentions of the creators of a particular monument. And interestingly enough, we also don't look at how it was reused sometimes. We even kind of miss both. We sort of don't interrogate ourselves on, okay, if we can get the foundation, how then can we look at this material in reuse? So I think that's something we forget. And so that's a problem. Also, when we look at stair risers, they may have some of them are in original positions. I don't want to generalize, but that is an issue in general.
Mhm.
Great, thanks, Lou. Russell Gyatso first, and then Professor Langston.
Just first of all, wanted to say, I did come in halfway through the morning, so I missed the first presentation and half of the second, but I just, first of all, just want to thank you for just excellent presentation, fantastic, and really, and I love the way that you're talking very carefully about methodology and your assumptions and stuff like that. So I just had two minor points. One was the point about the Jataka, which was that Lillian brought up, you know, like looking at how, you know, what's depicted and how it's functioning. You know, so the presence of Dipankara, which is not necessarily a Jataka story as such, it occurs in so many other places. It's, you know, just because we can see it in some Jataka collection doesn't mean that this is Jataka per se. And I think the account that you're giving of why it's there, which has larger, you know, more largely do this cosmological thing of Buddhas in the past and so on, you know, makes sense. And then just a very fussy, tiny little question, which maybe is big. But I believe it was, you were citing Fussman to say something about the Buddhists, that for Buddhists, like these stupas are the Buddha toot court.
Yeah.
So that term toot court struck out to me. I don't know, I just would be cautious about that. It is a really interesting question about the semiotics and how, is it an index, is it an icon?
Yeah.
I just don't want anyone to think, and I don't think they would, that Buddhists thought that, oh, this stupa and the living Buddha Shakyamuni, there's like no difference between, and they can't, you know what I mean? It's not toot court, the Buddha. Okay, it's functioning in really interesting ways and representing and invoking, etc., blah, 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 and that's, you know, deserves a lot of attention. But I would never say toot court, especially in a foreign language, which makes it even more powerful. Yeah, there's just a tiny one.
Yeah, no. I think with the late Professor Fussman, he oftentimes made arguments in the strongest way possible.
Okay.
Uh,
All right, yeah, just keep that in mind.
Yeah,
But
we know some others like that.
Chopin
Yeah.
oftentimes pushes things
Yeah.
in a provocative way
Yeah.
where he might be wrong. You know, sometimes.
Okay.
So basically, yeah, it is kind of building on this argument of Chopin that legally the stupa and the relic is a person with its own rights of ownership and so forth like that. So, but again, that may be pushing it too far, but basically what they're pushing back against, and what I'm kind of pushing back against with Professor Ghani a little bit, is this idea that the stupa is a symbolic representation of the Buddha.
Yeah.
So symbolic representation in terms of maybe fudging it and not saying it strongly enough. Because we're maybe uncomfortable in terms of the history of religions with the idea that the Buddha, who is supposed to be absent, is actually present. And I'm kind of taking the argument that there is a presencing of the Buddha in a local place through a stupa, not as something to represent some abstract idea of this, of the Buddha or the doctrine, but as an instantiation of the presence.
Right, yeah. And so you're invoking like the Persian, the three types of signs, icon, index, and symbol, you know, so if you're using your language very carefully, symbol means one thing that's standing for something else and it's separating the two things, whereas icon is that somehow embodied. But I think this is really interesting topic, which there's more to do in Buddhist studies on that issue. So, but you know, but I accept your point about hyperbole. That's fine. Yeah, just one.
But I mean, one of the problems with, I mean, these have become sort of classic distinction between the presentational and the representational. And I think we have such a baggage of the earlier debates that took place in Christianity in opposition to paganism, that's clouded our way of actually taking this seriously as what the presentational means, without sort of thinking that, oh, the pre-moderns had some sort of naivete about about materiality in some form too. And I think it's tough for us to shake that off a little bit too, you know, and that's why you get, I think, the extremes of Flussmann and Chopin, where, you know, where he says, you know, people may not have always believed, but things have always mattered in religion, right? So he says it much more eloquently, and I can't remember his quote, but so I think that part of that is that our you know, history of dealing with that particular topic, right? So, Professor Hallison.
Thank you very much. The question is really a general one, but one aspect of it. So just appreciate all the presentations of the emphasis on, you know, evidence for processes of localization or the regional. But the emphasis of the presentation seemed to be on focusing on the Buddha. And so this is a question on, do we see similar kinds of evidence of processes of localization with respect to the Sangha, to the monastic order? So, for example, in literature, are there stories about monks who are only from Gandhāra? That they're not stories that are known elsewhere, they are stories from Gandhāra. Is there something about evidence of, you know, in Gandhāran monastic lineage that is, you know, distinct to that area and is praised as being better than what is elsewhere? And I have a vague memory that in the Koroshti manuscripts that have been found is that either there's none or very little Vinaya literature. And so is it, you know, possibly that what we see in the localization in Gandhāra is a Buddhist-centric localization that is a distinctive, you know, formation of how Buddhist life would be, as opposed to one that is emphasizing a focus on, you know, the ritual life of the Sangha.
So, yeah, thank you. It's a very rich question with multiple facets that you know, adds nuance, right, to the general argument about localization or emplacement of Buddhism in Gandhāra. And I think to some extent, many of us in you know, on the panel, you know, among this morning's speakers and so forth are specifically concerned with Gandhāra, but because we work in other areas, we're also interested in this kind of idea of expansion and transmission beyond Gandhāra as well. So maybe I'll just start with the Vinaya and whether we find, you know, because we are finding as more collections of Koroshti or Gandhari manuscripts come to light, we are finding more Vinaya fragments than was initially there in the British Library collection, which Richard Solomon, you know, published like 20 years ago. So what's interesting about the Vinaya fragments that have been studied by Ingo Strauch and others, including in this new manuscript collection, we have more, and we have also some Vinaya fragments, is that they don't necessarily belong to one particular lineage or order. They don't really, and these are pratimoksha verses or commentaries. So if you would expect, if anything stays stable and you could assign to a particular order, it must be that. But in one of these Vinaya fragments, which Ingo Strauch has studied, you actually have two different versions of these pratimoksha verses. And so what was going on there with that? In my talk for today, I did refer to these homegrown strands of Avadanas and Purva Yogas that have been edited and studied by Timothy Lenz and Richard Solomon. So among those stories, and so there's around 50 or so of these stories that are extant in the British Library collection, you do find stories that do talk about relations between local patrons and figures with Indo-Iranian names like Zada Mitra and the rainy season retreat, right, which would, you know, be for the time when monks and nuns would be supported. And what's interesting about those is that usually these foreign exogenous figures to the Indian cultural context are associated with the impending disappearance of the Dharma, the Sadharma Vipralopa. But instead, they're depicted positively as figures who are coming to kind of save the Dharma from its extinction. So most of the Gandhāra manuscript materials are not going to be these localized stories. They're going to line up with parallels and versions that we can find in Pali and Sanskrit, Tibetan, Chinese, etc. So it's really only in these these very rudimentary, abbreviated skeletal summaries that we can find this kind of the hint at a local Buddhism of Gandhāra. And it doesn't necessarily give us the same picture that we get from looking at the art and material culture, which we've known for, 150 years or so. So it raises interesting questions, but I'll turn it over to other panelists to say.
I think as far as the narratives, there are certain narratives that are localized in Gandhāra. For instance, the frequent representation of Naga Palala, and it seems clear that it refers to actually a local cult. And also another thing that I feel we missed, and actually the Sudeshna fragment here that you showed highlights, is actually the diffusion of a dramatic, theatrical performance, the performative aspect that I think we're missing between the manuscripts and the art. And it's clear that the manuscript fragment is alluding to a representation. So you say this, you can see the way that it's abridged. Here you represent, here you do. So I do think also that this is an important aspect, and more actually theatrical fragments, drama fragments have been found in Kharosthi manuscript, both from the Gandhari area, but also in the Central Asian world in Kharosthi dealing with drama. And I personally always have the impression that when we look at Gandharan art, it is so completely different from contemporary, if you wish, traditions in India, has this dramatic ethos that I believe is strongly tied to this dimension we're missing, that is the performative dimension. And also people, if you look at there's so much on, the birth of Indian theater. It's a complicated issue there and context. So I want to get into that, but I do think that the Northwest is on the map of classical, so to speak, Indian theater, and Ashwagosha clearly dealt with Buddhist themes and wrote Buddhist drama. So I do think that's like something that is very Gandharan, and we are missing completely because it's a volatile dimension of the transmission. And I think represented through brief references in manuscripts, and perhaps if we start looking more at the narratives, we may learn more about that. That's my impression.
Sorry. Would you like to?
I would just add that to talk about Gandhāra and kind of local culture that is based on the Mahayana. Mahayana, and then the different sects, Vajrayana is flourished here and then went towards China. So just to talk about this localized schools, Mahayana was flourishing here, and I think Theravada is missing from this part. So I don't know much about this localization things, but this was the culture here.
Were you going to follow up, Charlie?
Just a comment of thanks for the answers. They're very interesting. But and I'm just thinking of a contrast or a comparison to what we know about in Sri Lanka. So you have one process of something from outside of the area coming there and being kind of taking root, being localized. And there's also something of an assimilation by the Buddhist world of what is already there, local culture. There's also something very interesting about the origin of theater, something that begins in a place and then spreads elsewhere. But what you have in Sri Lanka that I don't know whether it occurs in Gandhāra is that there's something here that is nowhere else, and they have to come to us. And so that's, you know, the one piece that, you know, I haven't heard from what you were saying about Gandhāra, this kind of self-confidence. What we have here is nowhere else, and they have to come to us. And that celebration and kind of the marking of that, even when people go elsewhere, that you have, you know, people refer to as a Sila Acharya, to just indicate, well, he's bringing what otherwise people have to come to us. They're speaking like a singular showman.
Yeah. Okay, I was gonna, what's it?
Can I ask? Do we have, can I have a question?
Can you?
Very briefly. Okay,
Okay,
okay, you know, Prophet Ghani, you mentioned about like, the kind of Buddhist influence on Muslims' art. And I'd like to ask you that, is that your own personal interpretation, or is it kind of a common, kind of a recognition? You mentioned that one.
When I was studying the Buddhist art, I had to study Hinduism, Buddhism, and these Indian religions. And when I was studying, after my PhD, when I went to Pakistan and I went around in this region and I saw these symbols. So I had already studied them in Hindu Buddhist art, and I saw these in the Muslim art and architecture. So it clicked me and I started working on it. I mean, it was not that I studied somewhere that it is there and then I went, no. It is that I had seen it, these symbols in the Hindu Buddhist art around. And when I saw them in the mosques and on the prayer mat or on the gravestones, because I was doing a survey in Shangla. So it was from there that I found these things and I started working on it.
Because the swastika looks as a little bit far-fetched, if you try to put two together. That's your own, you know, personal interpretation.
No, I studied that about the symbolism in this Hindu, the different books from the different writers on the symbolism. Like swastika is not my own interpretation. It is very old.
Yeah, it's old, yeah.
Yeah.
But you may not be,
5,000 years old, maybe
Yeah.
even more. I don't-
but you may not take it from Buddhism, maybe take it from.
No,
Greek
no.
or-
So some of the symbols, they are coming from very old. But to us, it reached, I mean, there was Buddhism, and after that we see kind in some places Hinduism, but Islam. So, I mean, some of the symbols were mostly they are Hindu, but they were popularized by Buddhism. Like the stupa, for example, it was also the Hindu know about it, knew about it, but the Buddhists popularized it. So some of the symbols were already there in the Hindu philosophy, but they were popularized by Buddhism. And then we see it, and mostly Gandhāra. So talking about Gandhāra means a Buddhist civilization, and then we see a Muslim culture or civilization there. That is why I am saying sometimes I should use pre-Islamic influence. But talking about Gandhāra, I think sometimes I use this Buddhist, Buddhist period and its influences on, like I also said, intangible continuation. For example, the very particular example which I would give from intangible continuity is many people would know that in the mosque and these religious madrasas, schools, the religious students, they go around and beg for the food. Even well, recently, it was very widely known in Pakistan. So it was not an Islamic thing. It is really a Buddhist influence, begging for food and bringing to the mosque and then eating together by the religious students. So these kinds of many other things are also in continuity in this region.
This must be it's very interesting, I think, to see the artistic sort of borrowing or influence there too. This must be a culturally sensitive topic, though, I would suggest, perhaps suggest. I had a friend who was a writer in Lahore for the newspaper, and he made an argument about how certain Islamic prayer gestures were based on, since you brought up theater and dance, by certain classical dance movements and then was censored from the writing anymore for that newspaper. And so, so I'm really, it's very interesting for you to pull that out and actually see
Might
it
be in
as well.
trouble.
You know, in this mosque, I avoid showing it there, but even a Shivling is there,
Mm,
carved a Shivling, Hindu. But mostly I avoid some of the things.
mhm. Yeah. Jason, were you gonna say something too? And then we'll take a,
Just gonna pick up on that idea of like an intangible
yeah.
connection. When you were showing the Dharma Chakra
Hmm.
motifs in the wooden carvings, and
Mhm.
carpets and so forth. It reminded me of a song by Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan
Mm.
that I think is based on a Bhule Shah
Mm.
poem about, you know, the girl, this spinning wheel of mine is precious.
Mm.
So it's like this it's like this because that's not that's a Sufi idea of the master turning the wheel of Dharma. Just but that semantic idea is lost, but still turning the wheel, the spinning wheel is resonates kind of under the surface, I would say.
I think there's a Journey song like that too. So this brings us, actually, it brings us full circle in a very interesting way too. The gentleman I was talking about in Lahore, actually, we were in a concert hall in Lahore when it was
The Journey.
announced that Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan had died. And so they called off the concert and then we all disappeared into the night. But he, anyway, thank you. Those were really fascinating, rich, wonderful presentations. Thank you all for starting things off on a really positive note and giving us a lot to think about. I'm actually withholding some questions of my own until this afternoon because I think it'll be connected with some of the papers that we have coming in the afternoon. The lunch will be break will be from noon until 1 p.m. and then at 1 o'clock, we will reconvene and have a special presentation by our special guest, Ms. Zaina Adnan Aurangzeb, who will be giving about a 30-minute presentation from 1 to 1:30. So please come back for that, and then we will move into the afternoon session panels, okay? So let's please thank our speakers for this morning. Okay, listen, that thing is speaking to us. So I guess I've never even welcomed everybody that's online, assuming they can hear me now, but we thank you for attending. Sorry we didn't acknowledge you earlier. I guess there's been a little bit of technical difficulties online with the images and things like that, but thank you for hanging in there. I think hopefully they've been corrected and people can see. So we're very lucky to have for our after lunch opportunity to hear a special presentation by Ms. Zaina Adnan Aurangzeb, who I don't know exactly what she's going to say to us today because it just lists it as TBD. So this will be as much a surprise for me as it is for you. But I have very much enjoyed meeting her this morning and very excited to hear what you would like to share to to everybody here for this conference. And so I'll turn it over to you and thank you very much again for coming.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Venerable Aoife and Dr. James Robson for giving me the opportunity to speak about the contribution of Swat State and the Mayargul ruling family on the preservation of the Buddhist heritage of Swat. And also I want to thank my sister Yali Shon for sponsoring this informative event. I want to introduce to you the Mayarguls, a family that ruled Swat from 1917 to 1969. Swat was the youngest state in the British Indian Empire, located on the northwest frontier, having only been recognized by the British in 1926. In 1931, the Yusufzai state of Swat had an area of 18,000 square miles and a population of 216,000. The story of this family starts from the Ahund Abdul Ghafoor, born in 1794, a great saint of the 19th century. He was also known as the Ahund Sahib of Swat or Saidu Baba. That is his shrine in Saidu Sharif. Ahund is the title given to a person who combines profound scholarship with a thorough understanding of religion. As a young boy who left his village in Swat in the quest of knowledge, he then came back after 24 years as an accomplished scholar and a reputed saint. The Akhund of Swat was a highly charismatic personality who united the warring clans in Swat. He made Saidu Sharif his capital, and it became known as a center of social and spiritual reforms. He passed away at the age of 84 in January 1877. His shrine is at Saidu Sharif, where even today people visit in his memory and to receive spiritual blessings. In September 1917, all the elders of the tribes of Swat came together in a grand jirga. A jirga is a gathering of elders, and proclaimed the grandson of the Akhund of Swat, Miagul Gul Shahzada Abdul Wadud, as their leader or elder. He was given the title Badshah Sahib, which means king. The next few years for Badshah Sahib was spent building up, expanding, consolidating, and defending the state. They fought battles with neighboring princely states. It was trench warfare, and a battle between rival tribes would last anywhere from 2 to 6 months. A battle with the neighboring state of Dil lasted for 5 years. The British government formally recognized Badshah Sahib as ruler of Swat. There was a Darbar ceremony or coronation ceremony held at Saidu Sharif to recognize him as the ruler of Swat. A ceremonial turban was placed on his head. The British government denied him the title of Badshah. They said that no prince in India could be called a king, as there was only one king emperor and he lived in Britain. And eventually, Badshah Sahib conceded on the title of Wali, which means ruler. Badshah Sahib thus became the first Wali of Swat. He later proclaimed his eldest son, Miagul Abdul Haq Jahanzeb, as his heir apparent. In just 50 years, from 1917 to 1969, a violent, turbulent, tribal territory outside the borders of the British Raj turned into a well-structured state known as the Yusufzai state of Swat. A peaceful state with developed infrastructure, a modern communication system, a modern education system, courts and hospitals. Badshah Sahib built about 80 forts in Swat to provide security for his people. Each fort was built within sight of the other. The people of Swat now relied on the state to provide them peace and protection. These forts were built on a square plan with 4 corner towers with officers and guards living on the premises. Their duty was to protect the people who now relied on the state for their security. Each fort was equipped with a telephone and had a scribe, whose duty was to write daily reports which would then be sent to the Wali. The Mughals opened Swat state to archaeological explorations. In the spring of 1926, when Sir Aurel Stein, the Hungarian-born British archaeologist, received permission from the Wali to carry out an extended tour of Swat, ancient Ludhiana. Stein spent about 2.5 months touring Upper Swat. And then again in 1933 and 1938, Stein systematically explored Swat, with his primary interest being the history of Buddhism and to trace Alexander's route in his conquest of Swat in 326-327 BC. Stein's first visit coincided with the Darbar ceremony or the coronation ceremony, in which the British government recognized Miagul Abdul Wadud as the ruler of Swat. This is a letter where the British authorities are asking the Miagul permission for Stein to tour Swat. And I'm quoting, Sir Aurel Stein, who's very interested in all matters of ancient history, wishes to spend about 3 weeks in Upper Swat before going to Chakesar, so that he may examine the antiquities in that region also. He would leave Malakand about March 10th and would stay about 6 weeks altogether in your territory before returning to Malakand. The Malakand Pass serves as a gateway to the states of Dir, Swat, and Chitral, and the Malakand fort was built by the British on the summit of the pass. The authorities then wrote, would you be so kind to inform me whether you have any objection to this proposal? I should be much obliged if you could let me have an answer within a week, as I hope to see Sir Aurel Stein in Delhi. This is another letter. In this letter, Stein received permission from the Miagul, the ruler of Swat, to carry out an extended tour of ancient Ludhiana. And I'm quoting, I have already expressed my willingness regarding the tour of Sir Orelstein to Chakesar in Upper Swat, and I'm writing again that I have no objection of any sort to it. Here's another letter. This is the Miagul's letter addressed to the political agent of Dir Swat and Chitral, August 1925. Wali of Swat advising Stein that the tribal conditions did not permit the Kohistan tour. And I'm quoting, "There is no fear of any kind in my area, and he can visit all the places in perfect safety. Yet while visiting places opposite Tharkot, now Tharkot is in the Indus Valley, it is feared lest the people of the left bank, that is Baradar Khan, etc., may cause some disturbance only to defame me. For the hill known as Pirsar opposite Tharkot is only at a distance of a rifle range." Arnos was the mountain fortress where the people of Swat had taken refuge after Alexander's attack. Stein suggested incorrectly that Arnos was Pirsar, a mountain spur in the Indus Valley, and was interested in exploring the area. Stein writes, "At the Malakand, the Wali of Swat greeted me as an old friend. In one of his cars, I traveled to Sedu. While he, remarkably active as he still is, in spite of his white beard and one eye lost by cataract, left for a tour of inspection over distant parts of his kingdom. All arrangements are made under the Wali's personal orders, so I can start promptly for high ground." In the aftermath of the British conquest of Malakand, the Swat Valley was used as a quarry from which sculptures were extracted to be displayed at army messes, private collections, or museums in India, Europe, and Great Britain. The illegal diggers active in Swat and adjoining areas were supplying a market created by the British military personnel and also by the European collectors. Museums in Britain and museums in British India were vying with each other to obtain artifacts from Gandhāra. In a letter written in June 1926, the political agent Metcalfe informed the Wali of Stein's views on the wretched state of antiquities in Swat, asking him to exert necessary controls. Metcalfe's letter for the first time introduces the possibility of extending the 1904 Ancient Monuments Preservation Act to Swat. The government of India in 1924 had passed an order making it a formidable offense to remove antiquities from the province or adjacent territories. On August 14, 1947, Pakistan achieved independence. The Wali of Swat signed an instrument of accession. You can see him putting his seal on the paper. On November 24th, 1947, enabling Swat to become a part of Pakistan. In the words of Badshah Sahib, Swat was a prosperous land of happy, peaceful, and law-abiding people who had a clear, bright prospect before them. In 1949, he decided to abdicate as the ruler of Swat at the age of 68 and appointed his eldest son, Miagul Abdul Haq Jahanzeb, as the Wali. The first Prime Minister of Pakistan, Liaquat Ali Khan, came to Saidu Sharif for the installation ceremony. The Dastarbandi ceremony was performed when a ceremonial turban was placed on the head of the new Wali, and the leadership of the people was passed on to Miagul Abdul Haq Jahanzeb. Dastar is a Persian word for turban. It is a symbol of honor, and the Dastarbandi ceremony indicates succession in leadership. His eldest son, Miagul Aurangzeb, was appointed as the heir apparent. In 1955, Professor Giuseppe Tucci, a famous Tibetologist and Orientalist, on his way back from Tibet, came to Swat to find the sources of Vajrayana Buddhism. He established the Italian Archaeological Mission in Swat to explore the origins of Buddhism. To Tibetans, Swat has been a holy land by virtue of it being a birthplace of Padmasambhava, the founder of Tibetan Buddhism. Professor Tucci established a permanent mission of the then Ismio in Saidu Sharif, housed through the generosity of the Wali, Miagul Jahanzeb. This building still serves as the headquarters of the Italian Archaeological Mission. After Tucci secured a Pakistani excavation license for Swat in 1956, the Miaguls and the Department of Archaeology of Pakistan allowed Tucci to establish a permanent Italian archaeological mission, which is still active today. Swat was still an autonomous state and would be so till 1969. It was Tucci who convinced the Wali to introduce the Ancient Monuments Preservation Act 7 of 1904 in Swat, and as a result, legal fieldwork could begin. when the Italian mission began work in Swat, the need for storage space arose, where these precious artifacts unearthed could be stored and cataloged. As a result, a room at Jahanzeb College was allocated as a museum. In 1958, the Wali realized that the museum had to be built to store and display the invaluable artifacts which made up the archaeological heritage of Swat. In 1959, the Wali of Swat, Miagul Jahanzeb, ordered the building of the museum and appointed Professor Vittorio Caroli for its design. The new museum would house the Gandhāran artifacts collected by the Italian Archaeological Mission. 264 pieces of Buddhist sculpture were donated to the Swat Museum by the Wali from his personal collection. On the 10th of November 1963, the then President of Pakistan, Field Marshal Muhammad Ayub Khan, inaugurated the museum. The Wali of Swat, Miagul Abdul Haq Jahanzeb, the heir apparent Miagul Aurangzeb, and dignitaries from Italy and Pakistan were present at this inauguration. Subsequently, in July 1969, the princely states of Swat, Dir, and Chitral were merged into Pakistan. In October 2005, a magnitude 7.6 earthquake shook northern Pakistan, considered the most destructive earthquake in Pakistan's history. The building of the Swat Museum was damaged by this earthquake, and at exactly 50 years after the inauguration of the Swat Museum, the subsequent structural damage led to the decision to demolish part of the museum building. With the help of the Italian government and the archaeological mission, 2 new buildings came up on either side of the old building, comprising of a modern structure constructed according to a seismic resistant design, reopened in December 2014. The Miagul family presented a pair of historic cannons to celebrate the opening of this new museum. These cannons were previously displayed on either side of the gates at the palace of the Wali of Swat, Miagul Jahanzeb, and are now placed on the grounds of the Swat Museum. Miagul Adnan Aurangzeb, the eldest son of the Crown Prince of Swat, belonging to a political family, he joined politics and represented Swat in the National Assembly as a member of parliament. The last 10 years of his life were dedicated to promoting the Gandharan heritage of Swat. He traveled to universities such as Tsinghua University in Beijing from 2016 to 2021 to present the history of Gandhāra. He spoke at the Thammasat University in Thailand in July 2017. Then in October 2017, he facilitated and hosted a team of professors from the Thammasat University who subsequently filmed a documentary in Swat called A Man of Gandhāra. In 2019, he presented at the Venerable Siam Society in Bangkok on the Buddhist heritage of Swat. And at the same year in October, he co-hosted the visit of Most Venerable Araya Wangsu of Thailand. On that trip, Most Venerable installed peace bells at the museums in Taxila and Peshawar. Miagul Adnan Aurangzeb then invited the MV to visit Swat and to install a bell of peace at the Swat Museum. COVID shut down the world and MV could not visit Pakistan. In July 2022, 2 months after Miagul Adnan Aurangzeb passed away in a car accident, when he was returning home after delivering a talk on the Gandharan heritage of Swat at the Hazara University, MV visited Swat as our guest to honor the promise that he had made to Adnan and installed the bell of peace at the museum. I would like to specifically acknowledge the guidance of Dr. Luca Maria Olivieri, who is the director of the ISMIO Italian mission in Pakistan. He has been working in Swat for 40 years. In 2017, he was awarded the Sitara-e-Imtiaz of Pakistan in recognition of his services to protect the archaeological heritage and his decades of archaeological work in Pakistan. It is the 3rd highest honor and civilian award in the state of Pakistan. I want to thank Professor Olivieri for his support, for being a friend of the Miagul family, most of all for being a friend of Swat and Pakistan.
Thank you so much. That was indeed a very special surprise. What a very amazing history of in engaging with both SWAT and the family, and then also these scholars and travelers who came through there with Stein and Tucci.
And you realize what kind of a tribal territory it is. Where
Yeah.
there are battles going on.
Yeah, indeed, you know, and I was thinking back when I went to Chitral the first time, I stayed at the the son of the former, I don't know if they don't use the term mirror of
Yeah, no,
Chitral, a different name. but-
Nectar of Chitra.
Yeah, and he still had the guest book that went all the way back to the late 19th century. And you had signatures by
We
all
do too
the
in Swan.
famous, like Young Husband, these famous travel, explorers that went through there, signed in the book. I couldn't believe it. It's just
I mean,
sitting
Queen
there.
Elizabeth and Prince Philip visited Swan and they were guests of the Wali.
Yeah,
So
amazing. So where were those letters kept? The one from Stein, or when they
these
were
are all
asking
from Luca.
from Luca?
They
That's all
actually
here.
are, if I may interject.
Yeah, please.
They were in the political. the
Yes,
House
they
of
were in the
Political
Malacan-
Affairs in Malacan.
In the Malacan fort, and he was
Wow.
there because he couldn't enter Swat, and he has cataloged all of them and
Wow,
saved them.
yeah. So have you ever published this story or is
Yes.
this? Never, okay. We should find a way. In fact, we'll talk. I would love to do, maybe we could do something with Asia Center newsletter and do something like this. I think people would be just incredibly fascinated, maybe as a follow-up to this conference. That would be fantastic.
My husband used to be doing things like this. I've never done it.
Well, welcome to the,
Yeah.
welcome.
Yeah.
And we should also acknowledge your daughter, Tina, right?
Yeah.
Yes, who's being the technical assistant here and also glad you could make it as well.
Thank you.
So we have actually a few minutes. I imagine there may be some questions. Would you mind taking any questions if it's such a fascinating story. I really, I mean, capturing these moments in history and the fact that you have such a interesting photographic record of this too, it just makes it just a really compelling story. So,
She didn't mention, actually, she is now taking ahead the mission of her husband,
yes,
who
Mm.
died in the car.
yeah,
Yeah.
She is
which
now.
may have not
so-
been clear,
and
yeah,
the last prince was actually her husband,
yes,
and now she is taking ahead this mission.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Did you have a question?
I have an announcement.
Oh, an announcement. We'll get to your announcement. First of all, we'll keep on theme. Does anybody have any questions, actually? You don't have to, but it's a,
okay.
yeah. Okay. All right. Well, and actually, thinking of it, the way that you ended your presentation actually is just a perfect segue into our the panel that follows here, because the first paper will be read by Professor Barcaccio, which is a paper by Luca, who was the star photo there at the end. And so this is a very, very auspicious kind of transition into the afternoon. But
But you want to wait until 1:30 because our schedule, we just have to conserve our people online.
yeah, that's okay. Well, first, I don't think we will disturb anybody if we just thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you doing that. And I think we could have your announcement, or do you want to wait
Yeah.
till 1:30?
Well, no. I think that right now for me to make announcement,
Yes.
because then I take a few minutes here.
Yeah.
So we'll be up to 1:30 people online.
Yeah.
We're starting. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, anyway, this is a pre-announcement that follow this, the workshop or conference that we are planning to have, kind of a go to really visit, Pakistan. So it will be called, reconnect with the origin, Gandhāra Buddhism seminar. And it will be in the second and third week in January. And about like 10 days. And what we're going to do is going to invite renowned scholar in Gandhāra, this field. And so the first part will be seminar at the university. And then the last part, we're going to visit the archaeology site. Okay. And so, about like 30 participants include scholars and also graduate students. You guys are all welcome to apply, until we post it. Of course, we're still working on the detail. And so what we're going to do is, thank you so much for Waxo. The founder is the lady, Xuan Yali. she's not only support this workshop, and she will also support the seminar in Pakistan on Gandhāra Buddhism. And my job is doing the recruitment, and our host back to Pakistan with Professor Ghani. You smile at me. Sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, Ghani is here. Don't laugh at me, James. Okay, joking. Okay. Okay, so he's from the University of yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you introduce yourself. I right now still learn how to pronounce the university's name. So basically will be the local, curriculum, activity content. You will be, you will help out to make arrangements. You will be responsible for arrangement.
See what
And then-
happens when you get to know Aoife, all of a sudden you become very busy in your life. I know this person.
Life become very rich. Okay. So then,
That's one way of putting it.
yeah. And of course, also we, depend on ladies, around to help, we'd like to visit, the swap. Yeah, so
You're most
as well.
welcome to come and visit.
Yeah, well, okay, and so also we'd like to invite Professor James Robson and then Professor Jenny Gatzo and Halsey to help as like an advisor, to kind of supervise the whole program and give it the kind of a advice on how can make it this program better. And so the local room and board and tuition and the culture tour to the site, the archaeology site will be sponsored by the Waxhaw Alliance Foundation. So but airfare, please, you need to find more funding from Harvard and pay for yourself to go. Okay, so finish announcement.
Thank you. That's very exciting. And I encourage anybody who's never had the opportunity to set foot into Pakistan before to take advantage of this. It's just an incredible country. And as you saw from the early images, and particularly Swat Valley, just one of the most beautiful places on the planet. You can see why the Buddhists settled there. Actually, we're drawn to it. Yeah. And just the nicest people you'll meet in the world as well. So please, and thank you again for the ongoing support, and also Venerable Aoife for your help in bringing all this together. So I think we're close enough to go ahead and we'll start the afternoon's panels. So like we said, the first paper was written by Luca Olivieri, who was in the photographs with the medal on him. And the really interesting topic, the paper is entitled Artists, Workshops in Early Gandhāran Buddhism. And this will be delivered by Professor Brancaccio. Thank you for being channeling Luca for this.
My honor, my pleasure. And I can guarantee you an Italian accent. So if you close your eyes and change slightly the register of voice, well, maybe we can get close to it. But no, it's a honor and a pleasure. I deeply admire Luca. I've worked with Luca. There is, friendship and great respect and admiration, frankly speaking, for the work he has been doing, which is absolutely amazing. And one thing I want to highlight is his generosity. He is incredibly generous. Scholarship, he shares, he makes everyone participant in it, which is really what scholarship is there for, and I'm especially appreciative for that. So let me impersonate Luca now, speaking of impersonation. In a 2006 festschrift published to celebrate Domenico Faccenna's 80th birthday, the volume was actually edited by Pierfrancesco Caglieri. The title of this volume was Architects, Foremen, and Craftsmen. The title was chosen to honor a precise and innovative direction in studies taken by the great Italian archaeologist. However, the contributions on this specific subject proved to be in the minority in the volume, which shows how truly innovative the direction outlined by Faccenna was. At the time, no thorough studies had been made on stonework techniques in the area of Gandhāra. And still, we do not have studies comparable to those produced for Iran or peninsular India without mentioning the Greco-Roman world. If work is now continuing to fill in that lacuna, we still owe it to the stimulus and legacy of Domenico Faccenna, who left a wealth of published data waiting only to be organized. Okay, so this is the cover of the book, and here is Domenico Faccenna. Looks like a prime minister. Okay, much of what I will present today is in fact based on his data, to which I will add some data from the excavations I have directed at the monument from the years 2011 to 2014. Saidu Sharif is a small town in Swat, in northern valley of Pakistan, in the province of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Near that town, at about 1,000 meters above the sea level, is a Buddhist sanctuary situated at the bottom of a side valley, not far from the Swat River. The sanctuary at Saidu Sharif, of Saidu Sharif I, lies to the southeast of an ancient built-up area, the great capital, whose remains extend under the urban fabric of the modern town of Mingora, known in the early Chinese sources as Menjieli. Near Menjieli, there were several sanctuaries, including Saidu, and a great urban sanctuary known to both Chinese and Tibetan pilgrims, which can be identified with the one excavated by Domenico Faccenna at Bukhara. The sanctuary of Saidu is composed by two parts, a monastery and a stupa area, which were built on two artificial terraces with a 3-meter difference in level. The monastery, square with a central courtyard, was built on the upper terrace, while the lower terrace shows the sacred area with a central stupa standing on a high podium with 4 columns at the corners, and minor monuments, stupas, chapels, and columns. The installations at the 2 levels are coeval. The earliest mention of Saidu Sharif, 1862, gives the place name Sadugan, while the term Sharif, the noble, was added later on when the village became the capital town of the Miangul state of Swat. Although it is possible that the place name Sadugan derives from an earlier Dardic toponym Sadugam, meaning village of the saint, the ancient name of the sanctuary is actually unknown. Although we do not know its name, the sanctuary must have had a great reputation in ancient times. Many innovations were attempted for the first time at Saidu. Many were replicated several times, others were forgotten. The art of the frieze was copied and became a model for many later artists. And it surfaced even several centuries later in the wall paintings of Miran in Xinjiang. At Saidu were introduced architectural innovations starting from the square podium with its central stairway, which I mentioned earlier, and they represent the earliest and largest evidence of a stupa model, which later became a standard in Gandhāra. Innovations, or better technical experiments, include the largest railing standing on a raised square podium and the tall columns raising from the podium. In terms of visual program, the greatest innovation, the first full evidence of which can be found in Saidu, is the majestic narrative frieze with 60 panels illustrating the major events of the life of the historic Buddha. In the scenes of the life of the Buddha in the art of Gandhāra, there are certain recurrent motifs, but in the artwork of the main stupa of Saidu, there are scenes which are found only at Saidu. And others instead that have a widespread echo around. Some of the scenes that are represented only at Saido include, for example, the scene of the haircut, which only 2 examples survive, one of the Ashmolean Museum and the other at the Swat Museum, and they both come from the Saido frieze. A unique scene is the one depicting the return of King Uttarasena to Swat. This panel, following the biographical narrative order, was probably the last in the narrative frieze of the main stupa. Facena's identification of the latter as the return of Uttarasena with the relic is, of course, a conjecture. Nevertheless, it is based on a few objective elements that make it not only appealing, but convincing. Here we see a king seated with crossed legs, which is the royal posture, on a large throne with a broad back on tapered feet, set as palanquin on a large elephant. Significant too is the way the hands are held. On the left hand rests a cylindrical reliquary, while the right hand is held in front to protect it. The king here is not showing, but carefully protecting the precious gift during the long journey home. Uttarasena, as we learn from a dedicatory inscription of another unidentified stupa by the Odi king Senavarma, is considered the progenitor of the Odi family reigning in Swat. Odi is possibly the earliest name of the region of Swat, known in later sources as Odiana or Udiana. According to a tradition recorded by Xuanzang, Uttarasena was contemporary of the Buddha, also himself of Shakya lineage. Uttarasena, albeit as the last, obtained and brought to Swat on the back of his elephant a portion of the relics as pre-announced by the Buddha himself before the parinirvana. In this presentation, I will be considering solely the phase in the life of the site, which is the earliest one, and includes the main stupa and monuments associated with the original design of the first phase of the stupa. At this point, we need to define the period under consideration. The early chronology of Saido concerns the late phase of the Shaka or Shaka-Parthian period. This is a particularly important historical phase, characterized by great building activity, largely reflected in the archaeological stratigraphy, with religious foundations, extension of fortification walls, and refoundation of cities. This phase is marked by use of the Aziz era in inscriptions and the beginning of an economy based on copper coins. Radiocarbon dating of the stratigraphies in association with both these coins and the typical material culture bring us to a period between the mid-1st century BCE and the second half of the 1st century CE. The material evidence of these Shaka-Parthian phases shows the highest degree of westernization of culture, although the use of Greek, attested in Swat in Indo-Greek age, was replaced by Kharoshthi. We may therefore accept a post-mid-1st century CE as a reasonable time frame for the foundation of the stupa. The fragments of a single cornice found in the shrine L of Dharmarajika Taxila may help us to make the context a little more certain. On the basis of the inscription of the stone quality, schist, and the style, the cornice was certainly imported and possibly donated to the Dharmarajika by Northwesterners. Both Facena and Chantal Fabrègue underlined how close these pieces are to the cornices of monuments 14 and 17 from the period 3 of Buddhara I. The cornice bears a dedicatory inscription. On the fragment B, there is mention of the year, which Stefan Baums translates as in the 93rd year. Thus, with reference to the supposed starting of the era of Aziz, we are in the middle of the 1st century CE. This very date can be assigned also to monuments 14 and 17 at Buddhara I. In this phase, the figurative and decorative language at Buddhara I, though, had not yet reached the fluency that we see at the main stupa outside. Saidu must have come shortly after, just enough time, one generation later, as Pacena says, or perhaps less, for both the artist and the clients to become familiar with a totally innovative language. The importance of Saidu is linked to the decidedly short life of the site. In a certain moment, first the main stupa was deconsecrated, then the sanctuary was abandoned. While the life of Buddhāra and of the majority of the great sanctuary of Swat remained in function until the last centuries of the first millennium CE, Saidu was abandoned 3 centuries after the foundation. In the 2nd century, the railing then and the components of the frieze collapsed. Elements of synchronism of the 2 episodes can be deduced from the simultaneous reuse of these elements in buildings of period 2. Around the 3rd century, the plundering of the podium had begun, the blocks of which were reused in the restoration of smaller monuments and even in some parts of the monastery. Thus, we may picture the scene. Restoration work continued on the minor stupas around it, while the great stupa at the center was gradually demolished, taken to pieces to feed its architectural minores. The mind turns the story of their previous life of the Buddha. The mind turns to the story of the previous life of the Buddha, in which, as Prince Mahasattva, he fed the tiger and its cubs with his body. Perhaps there is no better end for a stupa. One point we had yet to make is that the art of the Saidu frieze is recognizable at a glance. If the formal element would not help us recognize the end of the artist who worked at Saidu, the choice of material certainly would. The entire frieze is sculpted in very solid but compact schist with a characteristic shade of green. This quality of stone is pretty rare and can be obtained only from a few emerald outcroppings located not far from Saidu. The choice of stone, which helps us to recognize small and shapeless fragments as parts of the frieze, has a direct effect on the sculptor's technique, and the choice was clearly made for the purpose. The technical aspects find a perfect match in the material chosen. Indeed, the incomparable style of the frieze, matching technique with material, owes as much to the technique as to the material. The response of the hand to the material is always sure. The stone is reliable, never unpredictable, responding with constancy, but also the hand is trained, as if it had always been acquainted with that stone. The work of that school finds an echo not so much in the details as in the composition, in certain pieces from Buddhāra that belong to what is known as the first sculptural group, or the drawing style, the earliest group of sculptures that can be attributed to the first Buddhāra phase, and that are partially coeval with the first phase of Saidu. We mentioned this phase of Buddhāra when dealing with the cornice from Dharmarajika. The sculptural school of Saidu is also evidenced in other sites, such as Parai and Nawagai, at about 30 kilometers downstream from Saidu. Here the details have been lost, but the decidedly thin soft slabs of green schist, the features and composition are strongly reminiscent of the style of the school working at Saidu. In the pieces, however, the hand does not appear to have achieved the same mastery and maturity that shine through the great project of the frieze of Saidu. The stupa stands on a square podium measuring about 20 meters on each side, with a central staircase giving access to the north side. The staircase leads to the upper paved level of the podium, each corner of which is marked by a tall column topped by a seated lion facing the center of the stupa. The staircase and podium have a strong railing. The medi, or raised base, accessible by a second staircase, aligned with the main one, was 60 meters in diameter. Here there is a convenient path for ritual circumambulation or pradakshina-patha. The stupa proper has a circular layout with a diameter of 14 meters. The total height is estimated to be less than 15 meters. Around the second drum, next to the pradakshina-patha, was the frieze and the accessory register, decorated with a false railing, both in green schist. It is made up of a series of figurative scenes separated by semi-columns of the Gandhāra and Corinthian orders. The frieze runs along the drum with scenes arranged in a narrative sequence running clockwise. The sequence recounts the episodes of the life of Prince Siddhartha, from the birth to his parinirvana, the distribution of relics, and the return of Uttarasena to Swat. The frieze was accompanied by an accessory register of the same height, depicting a false railing. In the reconstruction here proposed, the frieze was set above the railing. There are no reasons, neither technical nor logical, apart perhaps from simple caution, to maintain that the frieze was situated below the false railing. Faccenda's caution has to do with the stupa models, in which the false railing is situated on the upper part of the drum, never below. Actually, these models represent a sort of stupa template, never showing a figured frieze, so we cannot deduce from them a relationship between the parts. The panels from Amaravati has much more to tell us, and even more those from Kanaganahalli in India. Now, with the false railing in a low position, the visitor, the worshipper, looking ahead at the top of the first stairway, would have had the illusion that a railing was a screen behind which was a continuous colonnade, like a portico or porch, set against the stupa. The stupa and frieze thus appear behind the false railing. This play of perspective had been very well known in Indian Buddhists, as well as in Western art and architecture, for example, in the lower register of the Ara pages. The scheme here is placing below what is meant to be in front and above what is meant to be behind. Moreover, this way, the frieze positioned above the false railing would have been not only well visible at eye level for those walking on the ambulatory path, but also perfectly visible from the terrace level up the projection of the stairway. In this reconstruction, therefore, the frieze had also a public function. The exceptional nature of the Saidu frieze is the same as can be seen on a considerably larger scale in the great celebratory monuments of antiquity, and lies in the fact that the building and frieze were born together. If, on one hand, the narrative reduces the volumetric weight of the building behind, on the other, just as the hands of a clock need the dial, the building sets the pace of observation. At Saidu, the figures in the background of the frieze seem to appear from behind the semi-columns, as if the artist has conceived of the partition as standing in the foreground, while behind, as in a continuous strip, the figures effectively moved from one panel to the other. This narrative device has a distinctly evident dramatic effect. Actually, the entire frieze is conceived of as a single scene unfolding behind a porch, punctuated by columns. The stupa, though static, is built to be perceived through movement. This is an important fact in its design because the architect already knows how the construction will be perceived, knows its paths, and, here's the point, he knows the obligatory points of view and observation. Like a phonograph record that only gives sound if it is turned, and in one direction only, so here the stupa is only experienced in movement, in a specific direction. This has a very important association with the fact that when we walk around the stupa, in the shadow of an ideal portico, and always and only in one direction, we read a story, a narration unfolding before our eyes. And even the Gandharan Corinthian partition with semicolons, which was to become so common in Gandhāra as to be taken for granted, was without precedence. At Saido, the partition serves the same function as natural division with trees or framing of the seeds. When it first appeared in the Saido frieze, we may reasonably imagine it having an extraordinary visual impact. The partition serves both as a technical device and to cope with the aspect of time as a continuum to be translated into spatial terms, as well as to resolve the spatial vacuum resulting from gaps in time. In short, the partition allows for the dissolution between one episode and the next, distinguishing them, but at the same time projecting them in their continuity. The space of the monument, its form in space, is marked by time, the narration, which again recalls the space, this time the geographical space of the places of the events. Here one is in Lumbini and Kapilavastu, then one moves to Bodh Gaya, then to Varanasi, then to Kushinagara. The worshipper is transported not only back in time, but along the time of the narrative, and also above all in the space of a mental pilgrimage. At this point, I must add a very important detail. The frieze and the false railing were interrupted at the front, where the stairway was situated, by a large composite central panel. The existence of a central false niche was not ruled out by Facenna, but today, in the light of the new fragments yielded by the excavation I carried out at the site in 2011 and 2014, it has practically become a certainty. These large fragments can only be interpreted as the surviving parts, with others overlooked in the past, of a large central panel, beginning and end, standing as a chisura, as a break in time and focal center of the frieze. We know that this must have depicted the central panel, the central false gable actually, must have depicted a large Buddha seated on a throne with standing figures on either side. Part of this Buddha is left knee, the throne, and to the right, for the observer, the evidence of a draped figure, are preserved in a large panel fragment. To the sides of the central Buddha should be placed other big fragments recovered in the past. Among these new big fragments, outstanding is one with an extraordinary well-carved female figure with princely robes, whose face is rendered so carefully that one cannot help thinking it must have been an actual portrait. The lower part of the latter, showing the head of a princely figure, integrates a fragment found in the past, showing the male torso of a sitting prince whose hand on the hilt of a sword. Saido artistic production is thus to be placed in an exceptional, fortunate time associated with the apogee of the Odiraja. Overall, the archaeological evidence demonstrates that the sculpted parts have distinctive stylistic signatures, the signature of a single hand, and that were designed as part of a single visual project, closely linked to architecture. The final implication is that the author of the frieze was probably also the architect who designed the stupa. On the evidence of data, it has been possible to detect close collaboration on the part of the commissioners, laymen and/or monks, and/or in the design stage with the architects, of the architects with the sculptors, and the quarrymen for the choice of the materials, and then the quarrymen with foremen and workers for the executive stage, all under the supervision of a single person who must have had a clear picture of the plan. The entire process can only be seen as the product of complex collective activity, coordinated by a single specialist, artist, and technician who was responsible for the whole process, from the design to the choice of materials and the final execution of both the construction and the sculptural components. As we know, in Gandhāra and surrounding regions, part of the religious building activities were works in progress to be returned to at intervals. Sources refer to them as half-finished monasteries. Building of the Saido stupa clearly did not follow this pattern. It was to be completed and probably had a principal source of funding to a high-ranking group of individual or possibly a king. Connection between the various stages of the Saido stupa is so close that we must recognize the entire monument as the work of one and the same enterprise, whose principal artist, possibly even the head, is to be seen precisely in the master of Saido, Maestro di Saido, as identified by Domenico Faccenna. To what extent was Maestro, the master of Saido, involved in the Buddhist community that consecrated and managed the monument? The Maestro had certainly a long professional career behind him, and all the evidence suggests that Saido was his major enterprise, if not his masterwork. It seems less probable that the master already belonged to that or some other emerging monastic community. As we have seen, the frieze includes scenes which would have become common in the later art of Gandhāra, and others which are pretty rare, others which are completely new, like the return of Uttarasena, or they show original compositions, for example, the wrestling scenes, which so much depend on the Western coat. Thus, it seems to me that while following the wishes of the community and clients, the maestro played an active role in designing the stupa, planning the work, and choosing the most appropriate scene, partly on the basis of his own preferences and skills. When the frieze was sketched on the stone, we imagined the panels placed side by side around the drum of the stupa, the lay clients, the principal donors, and the beneficiaries of the monastery under construction. They all must have discussed the scenes, walking around them. I can imagine the master, the Maestro di Saido, taking a position in favor of the scenes he particularly wanted to keep, and possibly admitting others, accepting the requests of the patrons. The master, I visualize, is an artist already aware of his own genius in the etymological sense of the word, and in this respect, modern, a name, in short, enjoying sufficient reputation to have his own way. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Pia, for reading that paper. Very interesting. And I wish we could hear you can channel him again later in the question and defend his position too. So, great. And we are we are now running early. So how about that? Now, with such efficiency. So now we are going to shift into our afternoon the in-person presentations here, where China is going to figure quite importantly. And so our first presentation is by Dr. Chai Liu of Harvard University. And
So where's my PPT?
oh, where's your PPT? Yes, where is your PPT?
On this computer.
Oh, we'll take a minute to find that. We have plenty of time.
I'm going to eject my.
Is yours on a thumb drive or is it?
Yeah, I planned to.
Maybe
Yeah, they are not here, so. Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe I can use my computer.
okay.
No,
Yeah.
she will bring maybe USB. But she will put on with her own computer. So she.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I met Anand San in 2019.
Yeah.
For his tragic passing.
There's another.
Very, very privileged to have met.
And it's USB-C. Take your time, Anthony. Can you get one? Full slideshow, yeah. Okay, good. So as you can see, from the title here is Gandharan Buddhist Historiography with main references, from Chinese sources. And so please take it over.
Yeah, so good afternoon and thank you. Wooden Fish Asian Center Workshop Pasilla Institute of Asian Civilization and the sponsor of the event, Chen, for having me in the position.
So you'll have to talk really loud just so that
Yeah,
the,
sorry, pardon my sick voice.
oh, okay, yeah, just for people online, so.
So the motive for writing this topic comes from the Buddhist historiography class, where Professor Harris did talk.
Mm.
He promised he to be present in the Zoom.
Yeah,
Where I find people writing Buddhist historiography on Indian Buddhism, Chinese Buddhism, Zen Buddhism. Yeah, and indeed we also need one on Gandhāra. Historical work does not exist in the earliest Indian literary traditions written by famous persons. Yes, and not before the existence of Mahavamsa in Sri Lanka. By this understanding of historical writing, modern Buddhist historiography largely turns to historical writers from non-Indian cultures. So this is my approach here with main references from Chinese sources. The accounts of Chinese pilgrims constitute a pivotal element in the historiographical exploration of Gandhāra Buddhism. The methodology adopted in this paper extends beyond the reliance on main pilgrim narratives, such as Basil L. Spencer. Well, scrutinize the text will soon realize that the name Gandhāra doesn't exist in the Chinese record in the first place. Just like academics, the name of Gandhāra for the architectures actually was first suggested by James Ferguson. Before that, we see the terminology varies. Geka Buddhists integrate northwest frontier of India with full south of Greco-Buddhist. To begin with, we need to first delineate the nomenclature for the Gandhāra in historical writing. Just like the name associated with India. As mentioned by Baji paper on ancient Chinese name on India. He did a thorough research and summarized that the name has undergone a development due to derivation from pronunciation of source language. Sorry. Gandhāra, as depicted in ancient Chinese texts, is known by over 20 different names, but which first and which is the most used? The early Chinese historiographical work, the Book of Han, in volume 96, which focuses on the western regions, references the kingdom of the Dayue and Jibing. These terms have been subjected to extensive scholarly research since their initial documentation. Dayue historically refer to the confederation that established the Kushan Empire. Appear in court history several times, which can view as the other appellation of Gandhāra. It's mentioned throughout the main historical work from Book of Han, Book of Later Han, records of the Three Kingdoms, Book of Wei, and History of the Northern Dynasty. The Kushan Empire played a pivotal role in the development of the Gandhāra civilizations, particularly in the proliferations of Gandhāra Buddhism and the emergence of the region as a major center of art and culture during the 1st to 3rd century CE. Besides, within the context of Chinese historical text, the term Jibing is frequently utilized, and there at least some research regarding Jiping. The academic communities has significant debate regarding the territorial extent of the Jiping. The geographical area of Jiping has been discussed. Some primary views were Siwon and Shawan identified Jiping with Kashmir, Jiping, and represent Jiping as Kapisha, and Baji. Jiping is Kashmira from Han to Sui dynasty. It's Kapisha in Sui and Tang dynasty period. And I would like to highlight the following views from Prof. Chongfeng Li and Venerable Yin Shun. Chongfeng Li suggests a Jiping route. Jiping is used as a general designation for the regions, covering Udayana, Takshashila, Gandhāra, and Kapisha. And Yin Shun, from his research, according to the ancient Chinese texts, original scriptures, and shared legends of Sri Lanka, regardless of whether the original terms for Kapisha or Kashmira is used, it refers to the area southwest of Xuandu and from Gandhāra upwards. Jiping is the region centered around Gandhāra in the record of historical text. This is the statement which I would like to adopt in my presentations here. Gandhāra in phonetics transliterations can be categorized by two. First is the naming of Jiantolo. Well, these 6 words exhibiting homophonic despite orthographic divergence. In short, they are all called Jiantolo. In the context of Buddhist scriptures, these terms are employed by several translators. A is used exclusively by Yi Jing for Gandhāra since the early 8th century CE, while C and D were used by Xuanzang and continue using by others in Tang period. E is not popular, used a few times in the later 8th century CE. F, used once in further biography of eminent monks. And lastly, B, is widely used in modern scholarship nowadays. Surprisingly, in ancient texts, together with A, they actually denotes to Gandhāra since 2nd century CE by Lokashema and Dhamaraksha. Gandhāra is one of the 8 kinds of spiritual beings. Yeah. And here is the short summary we just explored. In the others group of 6, with having the similar phonetic words. The earliest terms for Gandhāra is Qian Huoye, used by An Shi Gao in Sutra on the conversion of his 7 children caused by Anatta Pindada. Qian Huowei and Qian Huoluo were first seen in early 4th century CE in Ashoka Raja Avadana. These 2 terms are most commonly used in Buddhist canon since then. Other term, Qian Huo Puona, is mentioned in Yiqie Jing Yin Yi, and Qian Huowei is used by Fa Xian, and Qian Huo is seen in Book of Wei and account of the Northern Dynasty. Turns to conceptual translation of Gandhāra. Gandha means fragrance, xiang. The terminology found can be explained with Yiqie Jing Yin Yi, a dictionary of the whole canon compiled in 7th century CE. The country of Qian Huoluo is referred to as the country of earth holding. In ancient times, this country had a lot of attained sages and wise men living in its territory, preventing it from being invaded by other nations. Additionally, Qian Huo signifies fragrant. Law meaning Dara here. Translate to prevailing. It said that this country is filled with flower emitting fragrant aroma, Hence, it is named the Dragon Prevailing Country. This country is situated in the north of central India and in the south of North India, laying between these two regions. Okay, in Buddhist texts and records, hence we found the following translation with similar concept: fragrant conduct, fragrant prevailing, fragrant wing, fragrant purity, fragrant forest, city of abundant fragrances. Lastly, there is country of earth holding mentioned just now, and Yebo Luo mentioned in the history of the Northern Dynasty, record on the western regions by the envoy and monk question of the Northern Way and records of the Buddhist monastery in Loyang. Among these many nomenclatures, this name, along with its geographical identity, have evolved over time, employing phonetics transliterations, conceptual translation, regional appellations, and nomenclatures associated with rulers. And to categorize the above mentioned name of Gandhāra, this is my summary. So to proceed to the next topics. Yeah, just now the research of the naming lays the foundation of this topic. The monks and transmissioners lineage of Gandhāra. In Chusanzhang Jiji, the oldest surviving detailed catalog of the Chinese translation of the Buddhist canons, which includes introductions and conclusions to the Tripitaka translations, along with biography of some distinguished monks, mentioned more than 10 monks from Jibin. Yeah, there are Sanghabhadra, Sanghadewa, Buddhayasha, and so on. In the later historical works, biography of eminent monks, there's one monk named Dhammanandi. It's a people from Tochule that is identified as today but in Afghanistan. Further biography of eminent monks, it mentioned Narendra Yashav came from Udayana and Jana Gupta came from Gandhāra. The translational work involved of these monks in China includes agamas, Vinaya texts, Abhidhamma, and tantric works. In the 5th century, with the increase of earnestness of religious practice, there emerged an understanding of the significance of lineage among monk circles, which is related to Gandhāra. In Huiguang preface on the practice of the contemplation of the impurity of the place sutra, he emphasizes on the importance of the lineage of Chan. The teaching of Chan is profound and intimate, necessitating a clear doctrinal approach. Losing the foundational principles and methodologies result in an incomplete understanding. If the core essence is lost, leading to arrogance and confusions, there's indeed much to fear. He continue with the sentence. He retrospecting to the lineages. After Buddha's Nirvana, the Venerable Ananda followed the Buddha's sacred decrees, allowing the Dhamma to spread for 1,000 years. He first transmitted the teachings to his fellow disciple, Maniyatika, who then passed them to Sanavashi. The scripture is named the Complete Pure Dhamma Ram. The teaching was transmitted to Jibin and then transferred to Punyamitra. Punyamitra fully comprehend all the doctrines and possess the ability of the 6 supernatural powers. Later, it was passed on to his disciple Punyara, who also attained arhatship. He emphasized these 2 individuals were the foremost teacher in Jibin. After their death, they were Bodhisattva Dharmagata and Buddha Sena, who continues the teaching. And there is Tammo Law, came from India and transmitted these important essence, Dharma essence, to Hadra. Hadra then passed it on to Buddhasena. The line of transmissions inherited in Jiping since Punyamitra until Buddhasena. And then the lineage from South India combined with the lineage in Jiping in Buddhasena. On the other hand, the analogy of doubt written by Sun Rui, the apprentice of Kumarajiva, emphasizes that Kumarajiva come from Jiping, holding Vinaya and Tripitakas who were collected from Jiping. Still, the Chan teaching of Kumarajiva has caused dispute and doubt. On Chan scriptures of Dhammatratta, Hui Yuan's commented Chan Sutra is being cherished and promoted widely. Anyway, there are a lot of skillful means in the teachings. Kumarajiva proclaims the teaching of Ashwagosha, yet his path had not yet integrated. After all, he continued his work with the introductions of the Chan scripture of Dhammatratta by Buddhapatra. The translations now presented come from Dhammatratta and Buddhasena. These individuals were distinguished figures from the Western regions. Central to Chan instruction, they gathered essential scriptures and advocated the Mahayana. We don't have any documentations about Dhammatratta, but Buddhasena, the Savastivada schoolmaster, Chan teaching in Jiping, is master of Buddhapatra. The lineage inherited by Buddhasena combined from South and Jiping and passed to Buddhapatra. Maintained by Buddhasena and Buddhapatra, the lineage from Jiping upholds a proper tradition recognized from its integrity and authenticity. This lineage, crucial from master to student, represents and ensures legitimacy between the Jiping area. The fame of Gandhāra. The place bearing the good name of sages and intellectuals from ancient times. Besides the pilgrim records, I would like to present you other sources found in the Buddhist texts. The legend of Asoka records. It mentions, in the kingdom of Jiping, one sits in the yana without obstacle. As for the resting beds and cells, it is the foremost place. The climax here is cold, refreshing, and healthy. In the Mahabhajraparamita Sutra, dimensions of a bodhisattva Sada Parivita, who keeps weeping and looking for the teaching of perfection of wisdom. And then he heard a sound from the sky. It's Buddha talking to him. Sadhu, sadhu, good man. When past Buddha practiced the bodhisattva path, they sought Paramita, just as you do today. Good man, you do your diligent effort and love for the Dharma. Travel east from here, and after 500 yojanas, there is a city named Zhongxiang. It means abundant fragrances. And there is long passage describe the city of Zhongxiang. It's adorned with 7 layers of treasures. It details the city grandeur from its ornate structures and decorative elements made from various precious materials to the peaceful, prosperous life of its inhabitants. The city is a testament to the karmic roots of its residents, who pursued perfections of wisdom, which is Vajraparamita. Central to the narrative in the text is a splendid place where the Bodhisattva Dhammogata preaching the perfections of wisdom. The Well, the next story comes from Mahayana Sutra Alamkara Karika. There was a Gandhāra merchant who traveled to the country of Mathura. Upon arriving in that country at that time, there was a stupa of the Buddha, and among the merchants, there was a lay follower who went to the stupa every day to pay his respect and worship. On the road to the stupa, there were Brahmins who saw the lay follower worshipping the Buddha stupa, and they all laughed at him together. And then they have debate regarding the power of deities and the Buddha, and followed by the discussions about karma and merit. And at the end, in the story, the Brahmins were convinced and saluted to the lay persons from Gandhāra. They have the following conversations. Upon hearing these words, the Brahmins immediately bowed their heads and pondered over them, thinking, this is a good matter. Their hearts inclined towards faith. You, Gandhāra, excel in distinguishing the superior from the inferior, and your ability to believe this is indeed rare. Therefore, I praise you. The name Gandhāra is not given without reasons. Dhara means to hold, indicating one who holds on to the good and discards the evils, hence earning this title. And then they recited the following verses. He who can uphold this principle is called a good man among men, and superior among good men. Truly, he is Gandhāra. Well, I would like to make a conclusion here. Yeah, so far in this presentation, I have covered only the exploration of the name of Gandhāra, the monks and transmissional lineage of Gandhāra, and the fame of Gandhāra. Well, the Gandhāra studies not limit to the Gandhāra land, but Bajra, Swat, Taxila, Bamyans, all the speakers may cover. And Gandhāra study encompasses much more than just Buddhism. It is indeed more to learn about the multifaceted aspect of Gandhāra and how Buddhism interacted with the land and other elements. So stay tuned for my Gandhāra Buddhist historiography 2.0. Which museum would that please be with the board? I was actually. Maybe have some discussion.
Yeah. I haven't told 40.
Which museum is this being so far with the board? And it's in the university. In Pakistan. It's probably by shower. The Universal Museum.
That's allora ti anche di oscura da pagare da un university che la fa cantare. SSED
Peshawar Museum. Museum. Peshawar University.
Okay.
Okay. Pia, would you like to come up? What we're gonna do now, since we're a little bit ahead and the coffee for the break has not arrived yet. So now we're either too slow or we're too fast. Okay, we'll get it just right by the end. So maybe Pia, if you want to come up and join Dr. Deol here as well, and then we can maybe have a start off with some discussion about the two papers that we've heard, because we have about 20 minutes actually right now that we can do that. And then we can have a coffee break after that. I think that'll be a nice way to do it. And then after the coffee break, we'll hear the final paper by Yunyao Chai, who I should also just take a moment to also thank for all of her help with this as well, because she even though she's appearing as a panelist, she actually was a driving force behind the organization and of this as well. So, but fortunately, she'll have her moment in the spotlight as well later too. So, and we look forward to that. So we have, like I said, a little bit of time now if you all have any questions. And I open the floor to everybody here. Don't be shy. Yeah, good, Jason.
So thank you all very much for your presentations today. Could I ask maybe about the paper of Luca read by Pia?
You can try,
I can
I mean, ultimately.
Do you have his phone number in case we want
I
to?
was like.
Well, I can try.
No.
I-
What time is there? We should have it
It's
online.
late.
Yeah, midnight, yeah.
It's, well, not too bad.
Was he
actually.
critiquing your pronunciation or?
That he cannot do.
Okay.
My way of reading. No, but it's like, I don't know if it was on Zoom, it may have not been connected.
Okay.
because
Anyway, we'll see what
It
we
was
can,
during the break and I missed it, and so I was,
okay. So,
go ahead.
yeah,
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm not bad.
So I was just curious, because Luca's book, the one on the stone yards and stone workers and SWAT on Saidu Sharif, is really highly recommended. And I can see that the presentation is taken from that book. And, what I was curious about is, the relationship between the Buddhāra, stupa and the Saidu Sharif stupa and monastery, because they belong to different time periods, but was the maestro working in both places, do you think?
So, I mean, I think. I mean, I like this idea. Undoubtedly, there is a great, I mean, this is not Luca speaking. Now it's, I mean, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Luca thinks, in my understanding of Luca's work, is that the Saidu's work has more of an overall unity, and he sees a signature of a master there. And I think elsewhere, there may have been relationship with workshop, but I don't think he perceived this unity and cohesive plan. So he, as far as the Saidu Stupa is concerned, he really sees one mind at work. And I think, of course, there was an atelier in carving techniques and they were related, but I think what he tried to emphasize is the sort of unity of vision, this kind of consistent patterns, sort of integration, full integration of architecture and sculpture, this mastermind behind it. So while I think the skills and the techniques are shared, what I think he sees in Saidu is this one master really of work. So,
It's grown into a many, yeah.
exactly. So I think it's
They were there.
the style continued, and there is an example of the drawing style there too, but I think he sees it not as the work of sort of a one mind. There's more layering and more interaction and more sort of other elements at play. This is my understanding of I'm at risk now. I may not, cannot be returning to that.
are there, I mean, I guess with everybody in the room here then too so are there any inscriptions by the crafts workers, the craftsmen, the carvers or anything? Like in Japan, we have, or in China too, where you actually would get the name of the artisan that's there. So he's kind of positing this.
So he's positing this, but there are no
that Saidu
epigraphic
maestro.
evidence.
Yeah,
But
okay.
when I first read this paper and this book, I was thinking, one thing that he doesn't mention is the figure of the Navakarmika, which is the sort of overarching, is a monastic figure
Yeah.
who's contemplated in the Vinayas and all of that has this kind of vision of the monument. And I think he didn't say that, but I think that the Navakarmika is a figure that would come up. And another thing, actually, on thinking about from India in Bharat, there is an inscription of Bharat, actually a few inscriptions that attribute the sort of gift of the Velika carving to a Dharmabanaka,
Yeah,
which would make a lot of sense here.
Yeah.
And actually, one inscription from Bharat, which I think is really important, identifies one monk as being the Dharmabanaka and the Navakarmika.
Hmm.
So at Bharat, the Navakarmika is a Dharmabanaka, which makes perfect sense if you think about a monument where the narrative is so interwoven with the structure of the stupa. And I would see the same thing here. I mean, if I were to, in my own world, I would think that also at Saidu, you would have a Navakarmika who also is a Dharmabanaka, or at
Mm.
least a reciter, or could be someone who knows
Knows
the stories.
yeah.
And he weaves them together so wonderfully. It cannot be by someone who has not knowledge of that. So I like this combination from Bharat. I mean, Luca doesn't say it, but when I read this paper, I thought, this is really what we see at Bharat. It's unspoken, but in the end, it's the combination where a Navakarmika is a Dharmabanaka, or someone who knows the tradition, the narratives, who recites, who also has to think about translating for the public
Mhm.
visually or in a performance way or orally. There's this idea of conveying the Dharma into, stories that are accessible. And so picking on the key elements of the story to translate for the public. I think.
Yeah, be like the perfect guide.
Yeah, if I were to think, so that's what I thought. So this is not Luca, this is me talking, reacting to this, but yes,
We get two for the price of one then. Nice.
maybe they're like out of fashion, trying to sell them.
Questions?
Old season
The
clothes.
back row is being a little silent now. We'll let you guys. Okay, Aoife, you're on.
Filling in the space. I have a question about Lucas' paper on this one, like a material and an architecture 20. And if you look at this, sculpture, see there was a lady with a 2 child. This looks so dedicated. It doesn't look like a.
This
the
is
stuff-
Roman though, you're looking
Yeah,
at it.
yeah. So what's the context? I miss it.
Oh, so
It's not the Gandhāra. Okay,
No.
okay, yeah.
No,
well, yeah, so- yeah.
I think what it's trying to say is that how do you represent the third dimension onto a flat surface?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you represent the things that are closer below and the things that are further behind it above. So in effect, is looking at the way the Arapach is designed. In the visual plan, you have, there's a celebration of these Pax Augustea. And so in the bottom, you have all nature who's like so happy about Augustus.
Okay.
And so all that stuff goes on. And then behind, which would be further distant, you have the procession. So
okay.
it's sort of how to render this depth and three-dimensional depth onto a two-dimensional plane. And so you superimpose the registers
Yeah.
to give the sense of, essentially you conflate them, eliminate the in-between, and you just put one on top of the other.
Yes.
I think
All
it's
right.
an unfair thing to ask you, Pia, about this. And I wish Dr. Oliveri were here. But I wonder, you were talking about how the maestro is trying to create cohesiveness within the space, but then maybe this is already addressed in the book, but do we see artists' hands, like individual artists' hands within the panels? Because if yes, then that would mean they were making their own decisions when they were carving certain scenes, the ones who were responsible for specific scenes. But if not, was there an effort to make a sort of like convention of like how certain figures were being depicted? And I'm actually thinking about painting workshops from much later.
Yeah.
But in sort of, anonymizing artists' hands and like trying to follow really conventional ways to depict certain figures, and whether that is seen as well.
Yeah, no, so this is this very good question. And I think, yes, in the book, Luca argues that you can find a hand, you can actually distinguish. In fact, this is convention in the making, if you wish. I mean, this is it. This is how it began. So if we were to find a convention, it would be from here onwards, from this two monuments, really, from Saidu and Buddhāra, then onwards, looking back at them. So this is really the beginning and the first time we see such a complete cycle on a monumental scale, a beautiful stone. It's really the beginning, the early phases of a tradition. And I think that these also establishes convention. I mean, there's a lot that you see here that then becomes a convention, and some that is not picked up. And Luca and also Faccenna before him, this idea of the maestro, they really go and find out. I mean, Luca is very vocal about, you know, the way like the certain features are carved, curls. There's all sorts of details. And actually the book can be downloaded for free. So I do encourage you, I'm going to do some advertising to go check it out, because a lot of the answers may be there. But yes, that is, he sees at the hand of the master. You can find out the single on the hand.
Well, I may take the liberty to ask well, I'm trying to tie together a few things that I've been listening to here, and I was going to save it to the end, but I might as well just do it now, because it may be kind of a crazy question, and then you'll forget about it over the coffee break when you enjoy some snacks. But so I was thinking about Jason's earlier your chronology, rethinking the chronology and sort of moving that date. If we're moving back or moving forward in time a bit, the 1 BC to 1 CE-ish there, but then you've got other phases and things like that. But what I'm interested in is the what also came up in your paper then of the earliest knowledge that we have in terms of thinking about contact, cross-cultural contact, or at least knowledge of the other space. So from the Gandharan side, do we have any information about what they were thinking about the Chinese? Did they have any knowledge? So they have the Chinese are now trying to figure out terminology for place names. What do we have from this side? Because if we have a kind of mutual recognition of the other, let's just say, then we might be able to start to think about flows of information going in both directions. Rather, we tend to think Silk Route movement from south to north and then going into Xinjiang and all of that. And some people in the past have delegitimated this question because of some wacky theory. Well, I don't know who's signed on, but I don't offend anyone. Well, let's just say questionable hypotheses about certain contact that may have taken place at an unreasonably early date. But then I was thinking back to Pia's question of the square base with the circular stupa on top of it, which is a classic Chinese altar design, square earth, round heaven, that is ubiquitous from very early on. And that's why I was saying my question may be rather crazy, is just, but it nonetheless, it kind of calls out for, it just strikes me. So, and you have a stair, you also have a stairs that to go up to the upper level of it as well. So anyway, the reason that thinking about that just kind of prompted this, trying to think through the nature of mutual knowledge about the other country. And I'd just be really curious. This is a chance for me to learn, just to know what you all think about how early that might have been. I mean, we may not have flows of people yet, perhaps. I mean, I'm guessing maybe, you know, from earlier generation of scholars, if I understand them correctly, basically, you know, Buddhism and ideas flowed with merchants, if that's true or not. So things may have moved in ways that we now might begin to reasonably consider, if I can put it that way, in a safe way. So I don't know, and I just throw it out there as just total speculation just about this, but yeah.
So I think in terms of knowledge of the other is concerned, with our Gandhari sources, especially the manuscripts, we do have toponyms, but most of those toponyms are going to refer back to northern India.
Right,
and to like Pataliputra, you know,
Mhm.
Patna, the capital of the Mauryaans, and other places associated with kind of the Buddhist heartland.
yeah,
But I think most of the attention, because of the variety of material culture that seems to indicate that there was kind of an afterlife of Hellenistic influences that kind of got absorbed, you know, through Iran and so forth like that. The focus has been on what does Gandhāra have to do with Greece
yeah,
and the Mediterranean.
yeah, exactly.
But there hasn't really been that much of an idea that Gandharan Buddhists or Buddhists in the Northwest in general were aware of what was beyond, say, the mountain areas.
Right,
There were all kind of ideas and stories of, you know, these fantastic people where there was gold and other riches, but there doesn't seem to have been an idea of cross-cultural contact with you know, East Asia, because there were more proximate intermediaries.
Yeah.
In the intermediate kind of contact zones, I think. But I think that in terms of the movement, I think that's what Chai-Yi Lao's paper was about these missionaries
Yeah.
who are recorded in the biographies,
I know.
of eminent monks going from Jibin and other areas that seem to be associated with Gandharan toponyms.
yeah,
And then the two-way traffic of the, you know, famous pilgrims coming
Yeah.
as early as Faxian, but I think there's like 7 or so who are even, you know, that are kind of around the same time
Earlier.
as Faxian, but whose accounts we don't have. So I think there must have been, by that time, you know, when Gandhara was and Udayana were already well established as kind of holy lands,
yeah,
a draw for travelers to come there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I really, but one particular, like one of your earlier questions was about the, you know, signs of artisans and their names. I think that we do have masons marks.
Yeah.
And so those would be in the artisan hands. But one example that came to mind was in Miran, there is this painting, or a series of paintings that Luca connects with the maestro of Saidu Sharif.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was directly, but that there, the artisan's name is Tita
Mm,
or Titus, if you want. So that would be that would be your best example, I think.
yeah. Yeah, that's what I
The
was thinking of
Miran
that case, yeah.
paintings and, yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on that? Because you were tracking all these names, but were there any little nuggets of information along with the toponyms or other things that lead you to be able to make a hypothesis about movement and?
Yeah, indeed, yeah, the monks that I mentioned, some of them that they go to China and then, in the end, they went back to shipping areas.
Oh.
Kumarajiva would be an example.
Yeah, and the Buddhapatra.
I also wonder what was the perception of China? We speak
Yeah.
of China
I know,
today, you know,
yeah.
and
It wasn't
as
China,
like,
yeah.
it wasn't China,
Yeah.
so maybe they were thinking about Khotan, they
Yeah,
were
sure.
thinking about, so they were thinking about people are kind of like us, a little bit different, a little bit mixed like us, and so I think that sometimes we tend to imagine, project as maybe more nuanced in their
Yeah.
imagination.
But
And
also-
I also think throughout times, I think they're also things are kind of, they're moments, you know, moments of one direction going and moments of returns. And I think that maybe doesn't happen all at the same time. And
Yeah.
maybe you have an initial wave of sort of eastward movement, and then we have a return.
Yeah.
And I think perhaps we should look for that return more. Because I do think personally that later on, there is some ground to argue for a return of certain things.
Yeah.
But, and the Soviets too,
Right.
we know that they were in the Upper Indus, and
Right.
they are like clearly vehicles, vectors of
Yeah.
stuff.
And big merchants.
Yes, so I think that's another element of the puzzle in
Yeah.
a way that we haven't looked at.
I mean, I think we have such mental blinders because we look at the terrain as well, and it's so intimidating. When you get up there, you've got, incredibly hot Indus Valley where, 110 degrees, and then in a little bit, you're up on the mountains and high passes and there'd be snow up there still. And so we think today it's difficult travel for us moderns. So to re-envision that, I mean, we even have Stein passing through there.
Yeah.
These guys, we forget they were on foot, this was all,
But I'm just thinking in Persepolis, you see people from Gandhāra giving off faith.
Absolutely.
yeah.
But does China have anything like that of people of Gandhāra coming into China?
Offering
or
tribute or
any
something.
paintings or?
Yeah, there is, in the well, there's a record, in Kharosthi. Yeah, there's some remains in the well,
The people from Gandhāra would have gone.
In where? In the,
in Loyang.
oh, in Loyang. Okay. Huh.
But actually the Kharosthi, speaking of Kharosthi, now you made me remember that to go back to Bharat, they're actually Kharosthi mason marks.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
the stone workers from Gandhāra worked outside Gandhāra. So it's interesting because Bharat is one of the first large artistic programs in stone in India. And there is even mention of stonework. And actually you have, at least on one case, you can demonstrate that you have actually Gandhāra masons working there from the Northwest. On the big stone program, they actually say that they mentioned Sheila, they mentioned stone. So clearly those guys knew how to work stone in Gandhāra.
Cool. Okay, so I've been given the okay signal. We have coffee and snacks out there. So why don't, we can go till, why don't we go till 3 o'clock? That's 15 minutes, I think should be enough now. I think what we'll do is, I didn't want to forestall the conversation with with this, panel, which still extends till the afternoon. So after we hear Yunjal's, paper, then we can bring you guys back if there's further discussion. So yeah, you still have to panel a little bit longer. But thank you for the very good paper.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, so we are now going to have our last formal presentation. And this is by Yunyao Jai, who's a PhD student here at Harvard. In which department? I forget it. In South Asian Study, yes. And so we've been talking a little bit about some of the connections that go to the West. We've talked a little bit in the last one of connections that are going north-south with China. And now we're going to look to the north and to the east a little bit and with Tibet. And so the title of her talk is The Utopia Afar Through the Eyes of Vajra Holders, The Journey of Tibetan Pilgrims to the Swat Valley. So please take it away.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Yeah.
Thank you. I would first like to express my gratitude to our general sponsor, Ms. Shen, together with Venerable Aoife, Professor Robson, and everyone else who made this conference possible. It's a big honor of mine to be able to present on the Swat Valley today because during my journey in 2019 in Pakistan, I definitely felt the Swat Valley was very special to me. And also partially because I passed out under that very stupa because of, yes, I did. So yeah, a little bit dramatic, but very, very memorable. Okay, so happy to share a photo of myself like lying there like a dead potato after the call. So yeah, without further ado, I'll just dive into my talk today. So today I'm going to talk about the journey of the Tibetan pilgrim to the Swat Valley. So first of all, the Swat Valley. Traditionally, the Swat Valley is known as Udiana or Odiana, and in Tibetan as Ugyan, and in Chinese as Wuchang, and sometimes there are variants in the Chinese and Tibetan languages. So it's a part of the greater Gandhāra. So when we talk about Gandhāra, there are like two concepts. There's a Gandhāra proper, which refers to the Peshawar region, and also there's a larger idea of greater Gandhāra, which covers all the way from nowadays Xinjiang to Swat Valley, of course, and all the way to Afghanistan, even the southern part of Uzbekistan. And the Swat Valley is very important for a number of reasons, because first of all, it was located on the trading route between India and Central Asia. And also it's kind of like the birthplace, cradle for Mahayana Buddhism, especially for Vajrayana Buddhism. The documentation, like the Chinese pilgrims began to document this region since the beginning of the 5th century. And later, the region became closely associated with Vajrayana Buddhism because of Padmasambhava, and also it's known as the dwelling place, dwelling abode of the Dakinis. Let's take a very quick look at the Chinese pilgrims and their accounts. So first of all, we have Faxian. So he left China for the Buddhist kingdoms in the very beginning of the 5th century. And in terms of the country Udiana, he talked about how Buddhism was flourishing there, and the clothing and the language were similar to those of the Madhya Desha in India. And he also remarked that the monks followed the Hinayana Buddhism, and there were about 500 monasteries. We know that the word Hinayana is ahistorical because the term probably never existed in like historical sense. Because Faxian didn't specify, we don't really know what he was talking about here. Maybe he was referring to that the monks there were following, for example, Sarvasivada Vinaya rather than the, for example, Dharmaputtaka Vinaya lineage. And he also mentioned there were many footprints left by the Buddha. And in addition to various sites associated with historical Buddha Shakyamuni. And here's a photo that I took in the Swat Museum back in 2019. Yeah, sorry for the low resolution. So you could see the footprints there, and there's a like Karoshti inscription here, which I can't really see very well here, but I've read similar somewhere before. I think it reads Buddha Padani, the feet of the Buddha. Okay, very soon in the 6th century, we have another program, Song Yun. We don't know his exact dates, but he left China in around the 518. And he talked about the fertility of the land, the devotion of the king, and the diligence of the monks, and a colossal image of the Buddha in a monastery north to the city. And the monastery is called the Dharani Monastery. And also he mentioned several sites associated with the historical Buddha. And then the very famous Quanzang. So his records of Udiana is very detailed. Here I'm just highlighting a few of them. So first of all, he praised the height of the ecology of the region, which I could totally relate. The region is very beautiful, very tranquil, and the nature of the people. And he also mentioned the language was distinct but similar to that of India. And again, we don't know what he meant by India, whether it was Sanskrit or another form of the Indian dialect. And notice a difference here. In the mid of 7th century, he said people follow the Mahayana already instead of Hinayana. And also there, he mentioned there used to be 1,400 monasteries, but by the middle of the 7th century, they were already abandoned. Some were already abandoned, and the monastic members were as many as 18,000. But now the number decreased as well. Okay, that's a very brief overview of the Chinese pilgrims' accounts. Now the question is, where is Udiana? So traditionally, the region is associated with the Swat Valley, which is also supported by many scholars. But of course, we do have disagreeing voices. For example, Bhattacharya, he thinks so the term Udiana is different from the term Udiana. I'm sorry, my Sanskrit pronunciation never gets better. So Udiana means garden. So he thinks Udiana actually refers to the Swat Valley, but Udiana, the retroflex E, refers to the Orissa in Bengal. That's because Udiana is known for a kind of like center for Vajrayana Buddhism, and he believes there was no evidence, for example, tantric image that we found in Swat Valley. And also we do have other hypotheses sources, which is a very recent, stating it's the Udiana country, which is in the north, southeast of India, I believe. Okay, so Udiana was very important to the Tibetans, but very few Tibetans made their journey successfully. Back in the 1940s, Tucci remarked that only 2 pre-modern Tibetan authors made their trip to Udiana. So one is Ugyenpa Rinpoche, and his travelogue has been studied very well by Brenda Lee in 2011. And the other one was Dr. Wang Gyatso. And this one was studied by Joy Chen, who's also a PhD student at Harvard actually at the moment. And there is another less well-known traveler, Yeshe Lama. And his journey is actually a little bit suspicious, and I will share the reasons with you later. And of course, we're not suggesting that these are the only 3 Tibetans traveled to the Swat Valley. And because, as we said before, the Swat Valley is on the trading route. So I wouldn't be surprised there were Tibetan merchants traveling from Tibet or Ladakh to Central Asia. So I'm hoping maybe archaeologists and art historians could point us to some evidence of that. Yeah. Okay. So among the 3 travelers, the most famous one is definitely Ugyenpa Rinpoche. So his name, the full name Ugyenpa Rinpoche consists of 2 parts, Ugyenpa and Rinpoche. So the first 3 letters is actually an honorific epithet, and the Rinpoche is his actual name. So it's a very common naming practice in Tibetan to append the nominal particle ba to a toponym to indicating one's affiliation and origin. For example, a person from Kham would be Khamba, right? And a Sakya monk, for example, or a Sakya person would be Sakyaba. And we know Ugyenpa, he's definitely not from Ugyen, but he's referred to as Ugyenpa, the Udiana person, which means his journey to Udiana is a very important constituent of his identity. Okay, so we talked about how scholars nowadays disagreeing with the exact location of Udiana, but at least according to Ugyenpa, Udiana is the northwest Pakistan, the Swat Valley, rather than Indian subcontinent. And here's the trip, here's a map of his journey. So he left Tibet at a very young age of 23 years old in 1253, and it took him 3 years to reach the region. So during his journey, well, it was hard. Traveling in the pre-modern time was always hard. He had to cross the snow-capped mountains and encountered not always friendly people. For example, if we take a look at his date, so his journey took place when the Mongols were gaining powers. So during his journey, he talked about sometimes the locals were mistaking him for Mongols. So the locals were throwing stones at him because the locals wouldn't be able to tell Tibetan from Mongols, right? Yeah. But in the late spring or early summer of 1256, he reached the gate to Udiana. So we have 4 gates. So this Razahu is a gate that Ugyenpa Rinpoche reached in 1256. And this place is identified with the region near the ancient city of Taxila. I think this indicates that by the 13th century, the region of Udiana doesn't have to confine it to the Swat Valley. But later, in a very soon narrative, there's also another sentence saying, apart from the region called, sorry, I don't remember the region, but that refers to nowadays Udagrama. So it says, apart from that region, nowhere should be called Udiana. So I think it indicates that even at the time, people in this region had different ideas of what exactly Udiana was. Okay, and finally, in the midsummer of 1256, Ugyenpa together with companions reached Singapore. They crossed the mountain Elam, and it took them about another 2.5 days to reach the city Rekha, and which is identified as the archaeological site of Saidu by Tucci. And there, it's said to have the ruins of the King Indrabhuti, the ruins of the palace of King Indrabhuti. there are two Indrabhutis in history. One is the 7th century, 8th century Indrabhuti, another is the later 9th century Indrabhuti. So here we're talking the first Indrabhuti because not only himself was identified, he was a Siddha, but also he's a spiritual father of Padmasambhava, which is the core figure, essential figure to Tibetan Buddhism, who brought Buddhism or Mahayana Buddhism to Tibet during the time of Tibetan Empire. So there at Rekha, U Genpa had an immediate karmic connection. And then very timely, his attendant, together with a local woman, identified himself as the reincarnation of the King Indrabhuti, and he was very pleased. And then they traveled for another half day, reached the Dumatala, which again identified Tuchi as Udektrama, which is on the eastern side of the Swat River and the northwest to Saidu. So here, in terms of what U Genpa did or saw there, it was very personal. In terms of, so he talked about the yoginis, like in the city, he encountered 4 famous yoginis, and their dakinis gathered in the sky outside a temple. And he didn't really refer to the current actual background of the time, except two exceptions. First, he mentioned a temple burned down by the Mongols, and the other instance was outside Rekha, that is the second place, Rekha, outside Rekha, and he collected skeletons of people killed by the Mongols to meditate on them. I think it's very interesting because it is about exactly the same time the Mongols in China became converted to Tibetan Buddhism. Okay. So here, I think we begin to appreciate or understand Tuchi's frustration with Tibetan pilgrim literature or Tibetan travelogues, because they don't really tell about facts or the fact that we read, rather they're very personally involved. So in these travelogues, we see the authors talk about their practice, their experiences with the local yogis or yoginis. So for example, Orlstein was very confused because there was a 13-foot colossal image of the Buddha, which he could still see in the beginning of the 20th century, and he couldn't understand why U Genpa failed to mention it because it was just too big. There was no way to escape U Genpa's notice. Okay, now let's jump forward in time a little bit to the 17th century. So our second traveler who made their journey to Udayana was Datang Rebang Nawang Gyatso. So he was born to the Sakya lineage of the very prestigious Kun family, but according to his biography, he later became more inclined to the Kagyu sect, which partially explains his motivation to travel to Udayana, because although Udayana is very important to the Tibetan Buddhism or Tibetan Buddhism in general, it's particularly important to the Nyingmapa and the Kargyupa. So as someone who's affiliated to the Kargyupa, it's very reasonable for Datang Rebang to make a journey to Udayana. So note that in his writing, so he used this term Udayana instead of Udayana, and Organ instead of Ugyen, but in my presentation, I'm just going to keep saying Udayana and Ugyen just for the convenience sake. And also very interestingly, in his biography, it's very clear that Udayana and Organ are 2 different locations. It's not that Organ is a translation of Udayana in Tibetan. No, that's not the case. But rather, Udayana refers to a very particular location within a broader region of Organ. That's what we could tell from his writing. So compared to U Genpa, he was more attentive to his surroundings. For example, he documents the topography, customs of the people, the dressing costume of the people, and the palace of the King Indrabhuti in ruins. It was a beautiful, nice, storied palace, but now in ruins. But similar to his predecessor, he also dwelled a lot on mystical beings. For example, he talked about inhabitants there being flesh-eating dakinis and who were really good at magics. Talking about magics, I find it very interesting because not only himself and U Genpa talking about the inhabitants of the Udayana region being good at magics, as early as in the history way, that's Song Yun's time. In the history way, there's a record saying, the Udayana inhabitants are extremely good with spelling, and they have a sanity-losing medicine. So whenever there's a judiciary cases, both parties are required to drink drink or take medicine. So the guilty party would lose their mind, and the innocent party would remain the same. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so he encountered many mystical beings there, and also in his travelogue, he talked about the remnant Buddhist communities on his way. We know that, so he left Tibet around 1613. So at the time of the beginning of the 17th century, the Islamic conversion of the region, northeastern India and the adjacent regions were more or less complete. But Dr. Riba continued to report that he encountered the Buddhists and the Buddhist communities. But here we don't know to what extent that was his personal projection, because it doesn't quantify for example, the number of the people, the number of the Buddhists, and also maybe they are dispersed, we don't know. But there's something very telling that he didn't encounter the monastic communities per se, because there are 3 rules in Buddhism, right? Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. The Sangha was lost already. So the Buddhists he encountered were mostly yogis, together with mendicants, and sometimes exclusively yogis. And once he reached in Udayana, he continued. He also encountered and interacted with the local yogis and yoginis who were reported to be very active in the religious activities, such as the making offerings. And I think that suggests maybe 2 things. One thing is maybe there was a certain extent of religious tolerance at the time, or alternatively, it could, because Dr. Riba definitely talked about the presence of Islam in his writing. So he talked about a rock, or maybe platform. We don't really know what exactly he meant. A rock made of different valuable gems. And he said that it's the throne of Kota, which is Allah. But then at the same time, we have the yogis and yoginis, on the other hand, actively practicing Buddhism. So maybe, as I said, there was a religious tolerance, or maybe because essentially yogis and yoginis are lay people. They dress differently. Maybe some of you know how they dress their attire, but essentially it's easy for them to blend in the populace. And also they could hide in a cave, for example, practice their rituals, whatever, in the reclusion. Okay. Oh, sorry. Similar to his predecessor, again, he failed to mention many, if not all, important Buddhist sites. I think this suggests one thing, because so far we could tell that the Tibetan authors really cared about their intimate, direct religious experiences rather than the surroundings. Maybe that suggests what is important to us was not important for them. For them, it's not about the site, like the past glories, but it's like intimate engagement with Buddhism. For example, there might be many footprints of the Buddha, but if it's not directly to do with Vajrayana practices, they might just don't want to record them. That's one of the possibilities. Okay, our third traveler is Yeshe Lama. I should have talked about him second, because sorry, I can't really talk, especially toward the end of the day, chronologically, because he also lived in late 13th century and the 14th century. But his travelogue is very suspicious. He left for India, subcontinent Kashmir, around the year 1300, and as we all know, traveling pilgrimage are very hard, especially in the old times. So it was memorable and rewarding as well. So most travelers would want to make really meticulous reporting of their trip. But for Yeshe Lama, the way how he described his journey to Udayana is here, only 3 words: Jin Gijong. I was very shocked when I saw that. It meant gradually he arrived. Everything else was omitted. So suddenly he arrived. And among everything, if he actually experienced, he only talked about one thing in Udayana, that's in a cemetery, because cemetery is another very important motive in Vajrayana Buddhism. So in a cemetery, he encountered a 150-year-old caretaker who said to them, oh, in my long time of 150 years, I encountered 2 flat-nosed Tibetan. The Tibetan word is Naliba, flat-nosed. And the first one is, of course, Ugyenpa. So, and the implication is that Yeshe Lama is the second Tibetan that he encountered. And that's it. And then the narrative goes on saying he received a letter and suddenly his trip just ended. And so it talked about they make a core of the region. So the core in Tibetan language, like literally means circumambulation, but we don't really know what it means here. Maybe it's like a brief inspection of the region, but we don't know. So suddenly, all of a sudden, everything ended. And they did the same thing in Jalandhara, and then that's a narrative of something else. Yeah, so one doesn't have to go to Uddiyana to know about Ugyenpa, because by the time he traveled 1300, so Ugyenpa already returned to Tibet. He was rather famous. He even went to Dadu and met Kublai in that's a year when Kublai was 77, so that would be 1292. So Ugyenpa was already very famous as well as his journey. So anyone would know about his journey. So it's very easy for him or people who wrote his biography to concoct such journey. Okay. Conclusion. So now we kind of begin to understand Tucci's frustration and accusation of Tibetan travelogue for being an infusion of reality with like mystical elements. And I think the reason are probably twofold. The first must have to do with the nature of Tibetan pilgrims and their writing style. First of all, as I said, there must be other Tibetan, for example, merchants who have been there. But in terms of the writings, we only have the writings written by the monastic members, which means, after all, they are religious individuals, right? And also, so the religious sentiment must be one of the many priorities for them. And also, the nature of the writing is that the writings were written by monks, for monks. Right, and also there's a change of writing literary style. I think starting from the so-called later diffusion period, all of a sudden, including historiography, Tibetan historiography, everything became very religious. So it's very hard to get to the core, the reality of a writing. You kind of like have to peel many layers before even touching upon anything that's concrete. That's one of the reasons. And second reason, I think, maybe to do with the nature of program and literature, because by the time Ugyenpa, Gandhāra, or maybe Yeshe Lama, if he actually made the trip, by the time they arrived there, Buddhism was in a deteriorated status there. It's very likely that they didn't see any active monasteries, but just the ruins. They know that their audience are monks, religious participants. So it's maybe documenting Buddhism in ruins, Buddhism in decline, isn't very encouraging. So maybe that's why they chose not to dwell on them. But on the other hand, one could argue, for example, starting from the 13th, 14th century, because of the decline and the final demise of Buddhism in India, Tibet suddenly became the center of the Vajrayana Buddhism, right? So we could very easily see a confidence in their writing that it became the sole thriving guardians of the Buddhist tradition. So maybe that's a counter argument against my claim here, but I'm very tentative. I'm still exploring. So I think after all, we're also dealing with the nature of program and literature. What's the purpose of it, right? Is it for documentation or for inspiration, or if both, which one prevails? And apparently for the Chinese, they're inclined to documentation, but maybe Tibetans prefer to the latter. And also that's another question for us to ponder, that what kind of inspiration they intended to instill in the mind of their readers. And maybe that's a topic deserves more scholarly investigation. Okay. And in some, although Tibetan sources are not as practical as the Chinese ones and their Chinese counterpart, they're still very valuable for us to understand the certain aspects of in the northeastern India and adjacent regions after the turn of the first millennium, and also for our understanding of this very transformative era. Thank you very much for listening.
Great, thank you very much. So now we're going to move into the panel discussion from, and I think we can include the previous panelists too, if there's any remaining questions there, or if you would like to simply direct questions to Yun Yao as well, that's also fine. And I think people can just sit in their places around the table. I think at this point you need to all move up here, but so let's open it up. Now we have got a whole new cultural area. Yes, please.
In the annals of Tibetan Buddhism, are any texts from Gandhāra mentioned?
Yeah, that's a very interesting observation. I'm saying we don't only for now, just because we do have a vast number of Tibetan writings that we still haven't explored yet. But so far, I think the main concern is Udiyana. I don't know whether because it's to do with Vajrayana Buddhism or at the time they traveled, the proper Gandhāra, the so-called Peshawar region, was already in a very bad shape that they just prefer not to talk about it. But yeah, definitely. For now, yes, I would say Udiyana was the main focus of Tibetans.
But do you have any texts from Udiyana in Tibet?
Oh, like the textual translation from.
Yeah, like Buddhist scripture.
Yeah.
What travelers usually came to these areas
Yeah.
to take back to us.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't, maybe there might be, but the most things that I am aware of are from India and Kashmir.
It would be good to have those to be able
There
to
must be.
find out about.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And interesting, for example, Ugyenba, unlike the Chinese program, he didn't bring back any scriptures like Shendang did. Yeah, that's a very interesting thing to ponder on.
General, how about?
Yeah, I think you touched upon that question in your presentation, because the first things about Udiyana in the Tibetan sources we associate with the Padmasambhava in the Nyingma school, and that first place for the Padmasambhava. I'm just wondering, can you elaborate it a little bit on how Nyingma school depicted Udiyana, how they imagined this area, and how this Nyingma school's idea impacted our travel log for the Ujimba and later.
Yeah, I feel very sorry to say that, although my religious Tibetan name is very closely associated with the Nyingma, and I know very, very little about the Nyingma. So I will do more research. I will let you know. I'll text you.
Live up to your name. Come on.
My religious name is Yeshe Togel. That's the
Oh,
Padmasambhava.
Right. Yeah,
It's very strange. It's like asking Chinese person what's your name, and the person would say, "Oh, Nuwa."
yeah.
That's how weird.
You're Fushi and Nuwa. Yeah.
That's very weird. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I know that you're looking at travelogues, but I wonder if you have also come across artistic depictions of Udiyana within Tibetan materials. I'm thinking about, you spoke how by the 13th century, there was a very clear sort of like geographical map of Udiyana in the imagination of maybe Tibetan, followers or people. Did that translate into art at all, or like visual representations?
Yeah, I would say art history is an area that I tried many times, but I failed. But I would say no, but doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Yeah, but I'm just thinking actually, we don't really, for example, we don't really have depictions of the pilgrimage sites really, right? Not only by Tibetans, but by Chinese, like not yeah. Maybe they're just bad at drawing, or I don't know. Maybe it's a good question. Yeah.
Yeah, I can help to answer. Yeah, there's a Nazakin depiction of the shadow cave.
I was curious about this reference to the 4 gates to Udiyana.
Yeah.
Because in the Rajatarangani, the tradition of Kashmiri historiography, There are references to the Dwaras. We will say from the Kashmir Valley, in the direction of the Baltas, which I think to the Kashmiris were the Tibetans, or at least the people in what's now Baltistan and Ladakh, as well as in other directions, to the Daradas, and then, like you said, there was one gate to Taxila as well. I was wondering if there might be any evidence that these Tibetan pilgrims, it looked like from the maps they did pass through Kashmir, and I wonder if they are taking this idea of gates from the Kashmiri concepts of passes to and from the Kashmir Valley.
Yeah, very likely, actually. And also, I think it's also an idea of the place of Uddiyana is a part of the Vajrapali, right? So for example, Udagrama is the heart of the Vajrapali. So maybe the 4 gates also refer to the entrance of the Vajra realm. Maybe that's a reference as well. Yeah. Oh, also, sorry, I think I forgot to mention, so this one is a region identified with a location near Taxila. We are not sure about the number 2 and 4, and the third one, it's more or less confident that it's special because it's also part of Pasawa. That's a Pulushapura.
Can you bring up the map too?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I mean, I guess because of the topography, those passes coming that are down, I guess that would drop down into Kashmir. That's a pretty rough route, if I recall, so they're actually going all the way around.
That
What is modern,
yeah.
so out past Kailash and then dropping down, I'm not sure where Rutong is today, but so they went directly west and then looped around and came back in, right?
Yeah.
Those could be those.
Yeah.
Oh, and then they cut, okay, because they're Srinagar, so then that's like a shortcut then, so they didn't go all the way around, but yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, and same for Dr. as well. So he encountered the Buddhist communities, like south to the Swat Valley. So he went northward and entered Swat before. Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna take one from the back and then we'll come up to you. Yes, please.
You're either as an architect and the urban planner, it's very sad to hear the site is not important. Yeah, so as for us, the journey really going that route. So for us, ruins matter.
Sorry,
Ruins.
Ruins matter.
Ruins, yeah, of course.
Yeah. So is it possible for us to have a route, lineage route, that's like the heritage list, like the Silk Road, something like that? So we can link all the ruins together to be a heritage roads.
Yeah, so far, as I said in my presentation, unfortunately, we only have this very 2 documents on their trips to Uddiyana. And for anyone who studies, who do textual studies, it's very dangerous to make any conclusion based on 2 accounts. But unfortunately, that's the situation we have now. But as I said, my impression is that, of course, we all understand the ruins, the sites are important to us to understand the past, but not necessarily for the Tibetan monks, because they're not archaeologists, they're religious individuals. Yeah, for unfortunate, and also this route is based on U Genpa's travel log. So he wrote the letters, and then the Brenda Lee made this very beautiful route for us in her dissertation. Yeah.
You want to comment?
Yeah, I'll make one more comment. And it follows up on an earlier question about the texts from Gandhāra or Uddiyana being brought back to Tibet. What you do have brought to Tibet are images. So, I know art history isn't your focus, but there is an interesting article by Deborah Klimborg-Salter about the crowned Buddhas of the Kabul Shahi, which found its way from, say, Kashmir, Gilgit, Ludhiana, are actually the Kabul Valley into, to Baghdad. But then what she does is she links it up with these other images that went in the other direction from the court of the Palola Shahis into the Tibetan Stog Palace collections. And so I think that even if ruins or texts were not so important to these Tibetan travelers or pilgrims, maybe they were kind of inspired to go to Ludhiana by these very early images, which would have come to Tibet at the time of the Tibetan Empire in the 8th century.
And since relics have come up before, that would also maybe, I mean, that's the nice thing about images and relics, they're the portability. I mean, this is Kuliyama's, Shoshin's article or hypothesis about the movement of relics and things like that too, because they're so easy to carry, right? And text, you know, you pile up whatever those manuscripts and these things are, you know, voluminous, right? So, yeah. But did there any accounts of statues or relics or other?
Not that I am aware of, but
Yeah.
just because I know very little about art, images and relics. But I believe we dig a bit deeper, there should be some, available. Yeah, and also I think it's hard. I think it's hard because, well, mainly because we only have these two reliable sources. It's I'm not very comfortable to make any conclusion based on what I read from them. But maybe, I mean, one day we'll see more travelogues, and of course, archaeology is helping us a lot in terms of understanding the reality.
Oh, sorry, no, I don't mean.
You're on.
I have a quick question. Maybe this gravity and things. I was thinking maybe some of these yoginis were actually Shaiva and were not actually Buddhist. And I wonder what's your sense on that?
Totally. And I wonder if a monk back in the 13th century or 17th century encountered a Shaiva yogini, whether it's possible for them to actually tell them apart from the Buddhist yogini. But I think there's certainly amount of personal projection there, even if they were Shaivists. Maybe they would like to believe that they were Buddhists.
Exactly. So this brevity, this lack of elaboration on it, perhaps, maybe even
it's like
possible due to the fact that, you know, they were not quite the yoginis he was expected to find, but there are, and they're not really Buddhists, but there are. So let's just not talk much more about them.
Whoops, wrong.
I know, it's the wrong yogini.
Interesting.
It feels like a doctoral defense.
Just wait. Yes.
I'm just curious, do you have any sense from the texts themselves or any other text that might refer to those texts as to what that would help you sort of figure out what the purposes of these texts were? I mean, are there any colophons or any sort of introductory statements or anything that might give you some clues as to what the authors were and, you know, what the purposes they were intending these texts for?
Well, that's a really good question. And I will definitely look at them, which I didn't. But I wonder how much we could tell from the colophon. Sure. Because there's like a formulaic expression in the Tibetan colophon, right? I could actually imagine what it would say. But yeah, definitely, it's a good way, definitely a good perspective to investigate it.
Are they referred to, do you know, by any other texts or those two texts?
Looking back, sure. I don't have anything in my mind, but I'm happy to find them for you. I'm just curious.
What about the narrative of those? I mean, presumably these are quite long travel records. It's not just a point to point, but they're describing things along the way. And did they go other places during the same travel? And does the narrative change in any substantial way that's distinctive to when they get to Gandhāra?
In terms of like style.
Yeah,
like
and just what they're observing and that kind of thing. Is it? I don't know those texts, unfortunately.
Right.
So.
I would say no, that is personal. maybe other people had their own impression. But I would say, for there, I think I sense a sense of like, excitement in a way, like again, that immediately immediately felt the comic connection. So that's kind of like the religious passion that we don't really see in other, in the previous narratives. But I'm curious to see what others think.
Yeah, please.
One more question. I don't want to make it seem like a dissertation. But it's just more a question out of curiosity, because I don't really know that much about the Tibetan historiography or travel records. But I'm very curious if there's any kind of link between, say, these Tibetan sources on the literary side and the region of what's now Ladakh and Baltistan. Because if you're looking at the map that's on display, it's just funny that they wouldn't just follow the rivers
Yeah.
like through Ladakh and Baltistan directly to Swat, because we know that these routes were possible.
I think they crossed the rivers more than,
Yeah,
which is hard.
but it's also curious because in Baltistan still today, it's where Tibetan language is still spoken. And it's called Little Tibet, Balur, in the Tibetan sources. So I was just kind of curious if anyone was traveling and providing an account of Buddhism in Baltistan during
See
these
the
periods.
same architecture, even in the mosques.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, in terms of the pattern, in terms of the motifs,
Yeah.
for sure.
Not that I'm aware of, just because we're primarily dealing with when we talk about Tibetan pre-modern Tibetan writings, we're really talking about religious writings. I think Baltistan would only be attractive to them if there are any significant Buddhist sites or relevance there. Yeah, as we could see there, so he met on his way there and on his way back, he stopped at Jalandhar. So these routes are, of course, it's about which routes are passable. We know some routes were blocked by the Mongol occupation invasion, but also, for example, Jalandhar was important. That's why he chose to stop there twice. And even for our very 16th writer Yeshe Lama, after the very brief stay in Uliana, he stopped in Jalandhar. It's very intentional in one way.
Where is your Song Yun's material from? It's a Luoyang Qielanji.
Yeah,
Where's that material from?
Yeah, so did I have a reference? So there's a thing from the Luoyang Qielanji and the incantation and the medicine part. It's from Wei Shu.
Wei Shu. Oh, okay.
Okay. There's like commentaries on the Luoyang Qielanji, like a brief writing and the commentators talking about further Luoyang.
Any other questions? Remember, you could also, if you have any lingering questions for the previous panelists, that's fair game too.
Can I?
Yeah,
ask a
please.
question?
No, this is great to be able to.
So maybe I could ask you about the idea of a line of transmission from the time of the Buddha down to Buddha Sena, through and Buddha Bhadra. Is this just a matter of staking claims to some kind of legitimation? And because then that's a very different sort of project than the Tibetan religious visitors. Because I'm assuming that it reinforced the claim to legitimacy if there was a kind of connection to Udayana and Gandhāra, but there were other lines of transmission directly to India that were also very important to claim
Oh, you mean from Jibin to India?
from Chinese, on the part of Chinese, eminent monks and translators who came directly, not from Jibin or Gandhāra or Udayana, but from India, to
that
China.
is- Yeah, just that I would like to mention that the main more influence sutra, come from GP areas,
Jibin, yeah.
the monks translated.
I don't know if anyone asked already because I was outside helping. I was wondering about the identification of Jibin with Gandhāra. I think that's a very brave claim. I know the identification of the Jibin is very, very debatable. But for example, Gandhāra is listed as one of the 16 great kingdoms in India, right? It's listed as a Gandhāra, not as Jibin. I wouldn't be surprised that a Jibin is like a broader area that covers Gandhāra. But you listed some arguments there, like they're mostly, as far as I know, mostly I think Jibin people agree that it is Kashmir, but we really don't know. But I think that you just went directly to the last two arguments saying and identify Jibin with Gandhāra. I just think that was very brave. And I wonder what's your reason? What's the reasoning behind it?
I say this, in my statement is the Jibin is the region center around Gandhāra. Yeah, this is my thoughts. Yeah, not Jibin equal to Gandhāra.
But according to your later lineage indication, because when we say of someone from Jibin, a Kashmiri monk, that's different from saying someone from Peshawar. We're talking about two different things. So for example, saying Sarvastivada, the school being prevalent in Northwest, we're probably talking about the, maybe Sarvastivada is not a good example, but we say is the Chinese art, early Chinese art being influenced by the Gandhāra art. Are we really talking about the Jibin as well? Or are we specifically talking about the Gandhāra being Gandhāra? Or are we the monks, Kashmiri monks and Gandhāra monks, are they the same? Because we know, for example, Lokak Shema, his ethnic surname is Zhu, right? So he's from Yuezhi, and in your presentation, we created Yuezhi together with Jibin and together with Gandhāra. I just think that was very brave, and I wonder why.
When I prepared this paper, and this week, Professor Halisi mentioned in his class about the rectifications of name. Yeah, indeed, the Gandhāra studies, not just only Gandhāra. But when I mentioned the Gandhāra, nowadays in the studies, it actually like cover the greater Gandhāra area. So in this Jibin, that's what I would like to equal to this greater Gandhāra concept. And then for the lineages that I showed you just now, the Buddha Batra, there's quite a clear claim that these Gandhāra persons in the text.
Yeah, sure. I understand Gandhāra being Jibin is one of the arguments, but I just don't find that very convincing because it's very debatable in scholarship, where people still like debating about where exactly Jibin is.
Yeah.
Place names are tough, right? I
Very
mean, place names it's incredibly hard, and they also shift, right?
Yeah,
That-
the
that's,
time
uh,
difference. Yeah.
That's the other issue. We need we tend to think or want to think spatially, but we have to think temporally at the same time because it's tricky. And they're contracting and expanding at different times, and it's just a very, I find it, that's kind of what I do on the Chinese side, and I have no confidence often just about what exactly is being referred to, and so you kind of have to be brave, I guess, if you want to say anything, and it's tricky though, and there are debates constantly over these things. But it's good to look at, I think one of the benefits of what you did in your analysis was to lay out the lexicon of possibilities as well, so that can be a starting point actually for pinning things down. So, but it's always going to be a fraud. thing, I think, that initially, till we get some of their. I'm not sure how you can triangulate or to narrow things down so much unless you can, how you can corroborate things, to be more precise, but, you know, it's worth the effort. Charlie, I saw your hand before you. Yeah.
Just a idea on whether or not you try to compare what the Muslim encyclopedia, so Rashid al-Din has said about this area with, whether it is possible to flesh out some of it.
Yeah.
Because it's the exact same time. And so I know that he knows about Buddhism in Kashmir. I just don't know about in this valley. But there's been, you know, scholarship showing which say Tibetan biographies of the Buddha he had exposure to. And so he seems to have a very detailed knowledge of Buddhism in this area that may fill in some of it, would be suggestive about gaps in the Tibetan pilgrimage.
And it's very interesting to see from the very beginning, as early as Pasian's trip, the locals, even earlier than that, like the people from Gandhāra really try to make the connection of the region with the historical Buddha, because we're pretty sure that Buddha was never there. But Jataka together with sites are important, a very important means for Buddhists in these regions to establish a connection to the historical Buddha and Buddhism.
Because you had also brought up Al-Biruni, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, with Al-Biruni, he does refer to basically these, this area called Shamil, you know, the northern area. And he refers to like basically this very famous idol of Shamil that's supposed to be made of, you know, all these, it's supposed to be colossal and made of all these precious substances. But we don't know where that was. I mean, the question about the localization of these toponyms, it's tied up with the with differences between the Chinese names for basically this Maitreya image, which is sometimes called Tali Lo, sometimes Tuo Li. I'm sorry, I don't know the Chinese how to pronounce these, but basically the trend, what is reported by Fa Xian has changed by the time of Chuanzeng, and then but it seems like they're referring to the same place, and I just don't. I was wondering if that could be not linked with a particular modern toponym like the Derail Valley, but with more this word Darada for these people who kind of inhabited this kind of uncertain area on the northern, you know, on the far northern boundaries of Kashmir, basically between Kashmir and Tibet and Swat. Yeah, because it has to be somewhere in there, but we don't know.
Yeah.
It's a big area.
Yeah.
Stein, look for it. You look for the site.
Lots of people have
Yeah,
looked.
I'd love to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jason, can you talk a little bit more about like you were talking the dam, race, like
Oh,
the
yeah.
area, like a race, you know, right now try to have a reservation,
Yeah.
the project like a digitalize. Can you kind of?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that's really concerning.
So yeah, that's a kind of cultural heritage issue. Because this is an area that has some of the world's most impressive concentrations of Buddhist rock art. But the rock art is not even majority Buddhist, because it goes back to pre-Buddhist time periods, some like prehistoric times, because the earliest drawings are of these animals, especially like ibex. So the silver reliquary made out of the two goblets that had. It's really interesting because that has like an animal, Indo-Scythian animal style figure on top. So these are the majority, the vast majority of the drawings are of these ibex, or we could say capriti goat drawing, mountain goat drawings.
Yeah.
And so that shows a kind of conceptualization of these animals inhabiting the purer high mountain zones, whereas down below where humans live are and further below are the realms of the Dakinis, the the malevolent spirits. But so these sites with these different layers of visual culture, as well as a tremendous concentration of vitally important inscriptions, not only in Indic languages, but also Sogdian, Bactrian, Tibetan, and some Chinese inscriptions. Most of those sites will be underwater when the dam at Basha is completed. So this dam is seen as necessary to meet the energy crisis in Pakistan. So I don't really want to say whether the dam is good or bad, and I'm not an engineer, so I don't know what the challenges are for building in that very dynamic tectonic zone.
Exactly.
But my concern is that before these sites go underwater, we apply as many of the techniques as possible to create not only the 2D photographic records that were compiled by Pakistani and German researchers since the opening of the Karakoram Highway, in like the times when you were going there from 1979 onwards, but to also use techniques like laser scanning, terrestrial laser scanning, photogrammetry, and panotouring, to kind of create these 3D models of not only the individual rocks, but of the entire site. So far, the team that I've been working with has processed over 2,500 3D models of the rocks that will be underwater, and those are now, publicly available through the LUMS, Lahore University of Management Sciences Sketchfab site. So we're working as fast and as thoroughly as possible to fill in the gaps in the documentation of the Heidelberg Academy of Sciences that was there was a project formerly led by Harold Hauptmann that was started by Carl Yetmar, and to try to find ways to make the visual records accessible and meaningful. Because right now it's just a lot of images of 3D rock models, but there's a way, I'm working on a website now so that you can link up the 3D models with the annotated 2D images of the rock drawings and inscriptions so that you get a text image correlation. But that'll take some more time to work out. So the priority now is just collecting the data, collecting the image data before it's too late.
So you think that they can finish collecting all this data before the dam start?
Yeah, so the map I showed maybe 10 zones. And it's a series of sites that goes something like 60 kilometers up the Indus River. So we've gone through about 4.5 or so of these zones. So we have maybe half left to do. But the half that's left to do are the ones that are more difficult to reach and get access to, especially right around the dam construction zone. Because the security there is controlled not by the Gilgit-Baltistan government, but by the Water and Power Development Authority of Pakistan. So we have to get permission to cross certain bridges to be able to access these sites and stuff like that. But there's still time, and I think it's feasible to do this. So I've applied for more Canadian grants and American grants, and if anyone else has ideas about other sources of funding.
What's the budget? What's the budget for the grant? What you think would be the budget?
Well, like right now, I mean, frankly, I only have like $20,000 left in my budget. So that's.
You mean the US dollar?
The US dollar amount is significant. And I expect to hear next month whether we get invited for the next round of that application. And the Canadian amount is much more significant. So
It's so important, right?
Yeah.
Because the initial
Yeah.
construction of the Karakoram Highway by the Chinese entailed the destruction of a large amount of that rock inscriptional record as well.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
ironic because without the construction of the Karakoram Highway, these sites would not have been accessible.
Yeah.
And we would not have known about
Yeah.
them, except for, say, Stein's report in the
Mhm.
1940s and an earlier report by Ghulam Mohammed in 1905. But otherwise, it was only because of the Karakoram Highway running through the valleys of the Indus, Gilgit, and Hunza rivers that these sites became known.
Yeah.
But what's happening now is that the Karakoram Highway has to be moved to a higher elevation.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. What they're doing with the
And
road.
so what they're doing is they're building roads on both sides of the reservoir. So that if one side closes down because of avalanches, then there's another route. There's
To get
another
through.
highway to take on the other side. But where these new roads are built could be through some other sites too. So we have to make sure that those sites are documented before the roads are moved.
Mhm.
Anyway, it's an interest, thank you for giving me an opportunity to say a little bit more about it. it- um, I should have, some initial release of a project website out pretty soon.
Contact me.
Okay,
I go out for arms.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the Three Gorges project,
Yeah.
right? Where you have this kind of rescue archaeology taking place to try to capture things before
yeah,
there's no longer any chance to,
right.
you
But,
know.
but there's no way to move these rocks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I-
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Because it's not just a matter of the individual boulders,
Yeah,
but these are like entire rock faces.
yeah,
Yeah.
And the other problem is that once you move these rocks from one location to the other, you lose the environmental conditions that have preserved the
Preserved it,
drawings
yeah.
for thousands of years.
Yeah.
yeah,
Because what happens is that the sun kind of bakes the rocks and then it leaches out a dark patina.
Yeah.
Our desert varnish. And when you move the rocks, then that process is no
It's stopped.
longer
Yeah.
working.
But visualizing.
it's a very, I mean, interesting how those early travelers, Buddhists, whoever, capitalized on this unique
Yeah.
feature of those rocks, because it's an incredible goldish, brownish
Yeah.
patina that just a scratch reveals like a white,
A white
silvery
underlayer, yeah.
underneath, which is
Mhm.
just perfect for doing the kind of things that you showed the images of.
Yeah.
Yeah. So-
I mean, these, and also the other thing about the inscriptions is usually when we think of writing, we think of a kind of royal or elite sort of project.
Yeah.
But these inscriptions are more of ordinary wayfarers and local inhabitants, like I
Graffiti.
showed.
Some of it is graffiti.
Yeah, graffiti.
The man has written his name, I was.
Yeah.
Yes,
impressed.
it's Kilroy.
They have a
Garcia,
top she lost.
But that could be the artist during that time, the graffiti.
I think
Yeah.
the travelers were
Travelers.
going through the,
Yeah,
artists too.
And if they were merchants, maybe they knew how to basic,
Yeah.
numbering,
Yeah.
and writing, you
Yeah.
imagine them. Merchants may
difficult.
have been somewhat literate.
Yeah.
Booking.
So mostly,
Yeah.
the inscriptions are in Kharoshthi and in,
yeah, so the earliest layers of the writing
Yeah.
is in the Kharoshthi script.
right,
So we know that by, say, the end of third, beginning of fourth century, there was a change to writing in Brahmi for
Right.
Sanskrit and hybrid Sanskrit. So the vast majority of the graffiti, 80% or so is in Brahmi
Brahmi.
for writing Sanskrit and hybrid Sanskrit. But then there are also concentrations of Tibetan and Middle Iranian inscriptions here and there too.
okay,
But those sites with the Tibetan and Iranian inscriptions, those are outside of the flood zone.
okay. Great, anyway, it's a good project,
Yeah.
It's a noble one to, that's in the past and.
Well, it's exciting. I mean, I, like you, my first experiences were traveling through this area around 1995 and 1996 when I was doing my PhD research there. But now this is an opportunity to return and maybe give something back.
Yeah,
Mhm.
of course, yeah. I mean, what I was impressed with by Haruko Tsuchiya, right?
Yes.
Was the amount, I mean, we kind of, maybe it was totally my own misimpression, maybe is why, is that because we have the Karakoram Highway and it follows the Indus much of the way, and the inscriptions are literally, I mean, you can, just hop out of a car and you're right there. I mean, it's literally a roadside attraction.
Yes.
That we kind of think of that as the main route.
Mhm.
I don't know if that still holds today. I mean, what I understood she was doing was going around and geolocating where things were from and realizing there was a whole network
There's a whole network.
of routes that went through there. And I think it's the same problem we deal with people who study the so-called Silk Route. It's in the singular, it's just erroneous, right? And so it opens up a much wider kind of area of complicates our task or job security, either way. Okay, any other questions? I feel a little awkward because I'm supposed to shift into some closing remarks and I don't have a whole lot I want to say, except to use this as an opportunity to say, it's been a fascinating day, actually. I was telling some people, I drove up from New York today and left New York City at 3:30 this morning to get here on time. But I haven't felt tired the whole day, but because of the, just the excitement of hearing all of this. I mean, it's just been really fascinating and raising a lot of questions that are new questions. And it's really great, as I said, to kind of catch up on where things are, but it also seems to be a moment where the more that we have and the kind of new material that's coming out also presents a lot of challenges to you all. This is not my area of research at all, but I've been really happy to hear about just all of the kind of issues that are now coming into play in terms of thinking about this region. And I wish we could sort of inspire a next generation actually of scholars to really take on the work in this area, both at the philological linguistic level I mean, how many people in the world are nowadays, is there an up and coming generation of people that are studying with the students of Solomon, all that whole, I'm hoping that they're being trained to carry this on.
Yeah, I mean, when I first started to learn to read Kharoshthi,
Yeah,
it was maybe 4 or 5 people in the world.
yeah,
Now there are dozens.
okay,
Okay, so I think our next challenge is actually to broaden the franchise, say beyond the Western academies to Pakistan.
yeah,
So a longer term goal would be to reinvigorate the study of pre-modern South Asian languages. So that scholars in Pakistan who have long been doing the excavations and studying the art history and architecture of Gandhāra would also be able to engage with these literary sources.
yeah. No, I think that's happening around the world, I think, in so many places. I mean, in many different ways of generating interest, cultural pride for preservation, long-term preservation, but also cultural understanding. And also, I think, I mean, it's less when you're dealing with rocks because you can't move them, but just the pilfering of antiquities and the movement of things. And that really takes the engagement of local scholars and people in those regions to be able to combat that. But I guess manuscripts were getting out though too, right? I mean,
So I think that this issue of cultural plundering has long been an ethical problem in the study of Gandhāra.
Yeah,
Not only for Gandharan art, which we find in collections, all over the world, but also in the case of the manuscript collections too.
Yeah.
So I think there's potential now to create protocols and precedents for these materials, not only to remain within Pakistan, but possibly be repatriated as
I
well.
mean, a good example right now is, I think Cambodia, there's the movements to repatriate things to Cambodia, this idea when we look around in these private collections or wealthy people's, fireplace mantles where they've got a head of the Buddha. Nobody's really thinking there's a body that was connected to that and how to, to restore that, and get things back. So, so that's part of it, I think, as well. But the point about, I'm not sure, is there a young generation of Pakistanis that are interested in the kind of long-term cultural and historical preservation that will take up this work?
Yes.
And you feel optimistic?
Yeah, Professor Jason Neelas we have a collaboration.
Yeah.
And he takes our student from Qaeda University, from Hazara University, from Baltistan University, and some students have already worked with him.
Mhm.
And I hope in the future, in this collaboration, they will be part of it. And there are some people we have already trained, I think, some students.
Yeah.
Like Zakir and these Zafar and these people, I think, they were interested.
Yeah, no, I think what's impressed me since I started going back to Pakistan more regularly since 2016 is the energy and ambition of young Pakistani scholars who have been trained by Luca Maria Oliveri through the ACT project and participating in the ongoing excavations at Barikot. And the future is bright for Pakistani archaeologists and art historians and those interested in these other aspects of cultural heritage. Whenever I've put on workshops for epigraphy and rock art and digital documentation, there's always been more demand than we could meet for people to attend. So it's really heartening. Yeah.
What about in Italy? This project, and is there, I don't know, I've heard about that one and the earlier German one. Were there synergies between those at all, or are these totally separate?
You mean which one you're referring to?
So
the
wasn't there an early German project to catalog inscriptions and
Oh, you're thinking about the Gandhāra project.
No, I'm talking about the portions, the research unit of the Heidelberg Academy. of
Oh,
Sciences.
okay.
Yeah.
But that's, yeah.
It's further north?
That's so I think there's kind of been an imperial model of archaeology.
Yeah.
Where we could say that, well, the Germans had the upper Indus.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's what I was wondering. They're far north.
Yeah,
right?
Victoria, yeah.
The French have Gandhāra, the Americans have
Kind
the
of in SWAT, like that is really,
Yeah.
it's almost a self-containing
Yeah.
state. And they've been working there since 1956.
Yeah.
So it's, and the thing is that they work continuously. See, a lot of these archaeological missions started, stopped, and went back. They've been there through the rough times, through the good times, through the bad times. I mean, they really has, and that has kind of ensured a collaboration that is long lasting, which other archaeological missions, maybe only the French in Afghanistan have done. Maybe something
But then
comparable
stopping and starting.
in a way.
Yeah.
But they did stop, they did interrupt. And so I think this is perhaps the longest continuous archaeological mission. And I think also at some point, Luca actually revived it very much. I think really he brought new life. He did during so difficult times, he launched this project, archaeology, ACT, archaeology, tourism, and can't remember the C, what it stands for.
Community.
Community, archaeology community. So he really kind of engaged with the territory in a completely different way, and making sure that things were probably taken care of, buying land so that the land is protected. That is a major issue with encroaching urbanism. You need to protect archaeological land, otherwise it's like it's gonna go. And putting signs, creating itineraries for tourists, engaging the local community of even schools and, journalists and writers. And so really.
Yeah. And how to do it right.
Yes.
I mean, this is the big issue. So on the one hand, you may have this wonderful work that's going on and it would benefit from having, if unfortunately, still in America, the mindset or idea of Pakistan is still something we need to counter the imagery about that because it inhibits, I think, this return to travel to Pakistan, right? But then there's a double-edged sword to that. Then you're going to turn it into the Kathmandu Valley or Kyoto or whatever, and how do you manage doing it in a really responsible kind of way that can be beneficial to the local communities and actually help with the preservation through that input without it, also being destructive at the same time. And that's a really hard knife edge to walk. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you see in the Hunza Valley, the impact of a booming domestic tourism industry that hasn't necessarily been so beneficial. But that has to do with the growth of a middle class in Pakistan that has the resources to travel. And so maybe, I don't think in the Swat Valley it's so bad as the Hunza Valley, but that has to do a lot with
Even in Swat, we get so many tourists from all over Pakistan,
Yes.
especially on Eid, which is up.
coming up.
Yeah, which is holidays. If
Yeah.
we stay home, we don't go out onto the roads.
Mm,
We just stuck
yeah,
in traffic
yes.
for hours on it. It's happening in Swat.
So happening in Swat too, yeah.
Have you tried Japan?
Yeah.
They have a strong tradition of the preservation of the cultural properties.
Mhm.
And I think they have archaeological activity, of course, in the areas you're interested.
Mhm.
Also, there's the Japanese have a very strong tradition of stone sculpture. Wonderful tradition of stone sculpture, which they categorize as important cultural properties, things of that sort.
Yeah.
Just an idea.
Yeah, I mean, Japanese archaeologists have been very involved in the Peshawar Basin.
Yeah.
And an important site of Zardari
Yeah.
in Hazara as well.
Yeah. So I think, a couple of things that just caught my attention across the different presentations today too. I think that like the numismatic stuff really seems to me to be also a very important area. I don't know what that record is like, but it seems like it would be massive. And they're just, the fascinating thing about coins is they're also easy to move and we get these incredible, distances where some South Asian coins are, shown up in even the Sahel region of Africa, with images on them. And so that kind of movement, but also the iconography that's found on those is really fascinating. So I was glad, I forget whose paper it was that actually, I think it was yours, using that. Is there a big database of that kind of? Yeah.
Coins, there is a good,
Amount
it's
of-
actually a field that studies, the danger is also the provenance.
Of those, yeah.
It's like, some are also, how do you know if they're genuine or not, where they come from? This is sometimes an issue with coins, I think.
Yeah.
A few coins are excavated in archaeological context and they're good. They actually are very valuable because we have an anchor there. So I think coins are pretty okay as far as there's been attention since early on and new studies too. And
So the numismatics and then also the issue of chronology, I still think is a really big one. So, but again, this is not my field. I'm just totally looking in from the outside. So what I thought I would maybe give just a few minutes to Professor Ghani just to ask you a little bit about what you see as exciting developments happening in the institutes and universities work in Pakistan that you think is most promising, and then we'll allow Ms. Shran to have the final word. But I would love to just hear a little bit your reflection on the state of scholarship and all of this as you see it in Pakistan.
In Pakistan, to start from Peshawar, for example, Peshawar University, we have experts like you mentioned, Kharoshti experts. The first Kharoshti experts we are from professors from Peshawar University. And then there is Professor Coins expert or numismatic expert Gul Rahim Khan.
Yes.
Professor Nasim Khan is also expert of Kharoshti and coins, and now he is inducted in after retirement in Shanghai International University. So actually, we were always looking towards Peshawar University when the other departments and other universities were open because they were actually experts. And after that, we had other archaeology departments and other universities like Haiderzim University. In that sense, we are a very small and new department, so we are still learning. It is the Asian Civilizations Department, not archaeology department. So actually, it's not that technically well advanced. Then there is in Sindh, Khairpur University, which is collaborating with mostly with American Archaeological Mission from South Asia Center. Mark Kenai, Jonathan Kenai from Wisconsin University. So mostly when they go and work in Sindh on this Harappan civilization, they collaborate with each other. And the French Archaeological Mission is also working in Sindh. So this Khairpur University has this, this edge of collaborating with these international scholars. At Haiderzim University, we mostly are engaged with Professor Jason and Professor Luca in Swan. So our students are mostly trained by these international missions. So in that sense, from last some years, our students and even some faculty, we are getting this kind of modern technology training and the modern things which in Pakistan were not very much diffused. So in that sense, we are moving ahead, and I hope in some of the universities, like even the Directorate of Archaeology, like Dr. Abdul Samad from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, who is head of the this Directorate of Archaeology in Lahore, he is working very much. He is in contact with many universities of the world, and he is actually establishing these labs and equipments, and so he is also a kind of a center for advancement in archaeology. And I hope in the near future we are moving ahead, as Professor Niles mentioned, and the future of archaeological research is bright in Pakistan, and we will be in a better position in the near future.
It's so nice to end on an optimistic note. My goodness. Yeah, that's actually good to hear. I mean, are these mostly government supported, funded, or privately?
Mostly we are in contact with the International Archaeological Mission, so they are funded by their governments.
Right.
In that sense,
But
we
not much from
just-
the Pakistan government.
No,
Or is there?
so in Pakistan, the archaeology departments are directorates. They've been devolved to the provincial government.
Okay, so
They have their
local.
own funding.
They have
Yeah.
their own
They
funding,
have their own funding.
and so it depends on how resourced
Yeah.
the provincial government is. So Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, directed by Dr. Abdul Samad, is the best case scenario.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's working a lot.
So maybe there is a correlation to local development and local preservation, which is
Yes.
I was actually
Counter.
mentioning the departments in the university, which doesn't have that much funds.
funding, yeah.
But the provincial directorates of archaeology under the government, they have funds, and if the universities collaborate with them, yes, then they help us.
Okay. Good. Okay, so I think we will. Let's,
You have a PowerPoint.
oh, you have good, I'll turn, and then, so we'll have our final comments, by, our very kind, basically, and again, another thank you to you for, making today possible. It was really a very special day, and I, just appreciate you, allowing us to, host something like this. And so, Xuan Yali will give the final comments for today. So I'll turn it over to you. Thanks.
Thank you so much for everyone. is respect Dr. James Robinson and as a very respected is there for Dr. Eva because of yours make it today is possible. And also with thanks to this Gandhāra scholar, Professor Joshin and Professor Pia. Professor Luca, who know here, but is important in our Gandhāra line, and also Professor Gani and Dr. Chai and is Yun Yao. And guest and is everyone is good evening. I'm very surprised here having all of yours in this symposium. Because before I'm reading about the 10 presentation my teacher canceled, and he prepared one is my presentation. I canceled today morning because I think I'm not have the enough knowledge to say some things, but I want like to show some picture. Is all the archaeological other side, how it's working. Is and then it could become in the report. This in the Bazira, as everyone called it, is a barcode. It's a very important slide. Is this slide in the 2021 coming to this received one of world top 10 archaeological discoveries in the 2021. This slide. And of course, is this gentleman is Professor Luca. Yes. And because is I'm have the first connection because it's one map. I'm this Buddhist follower. And 2016 to 2017, I met with Dr. Luca, then extended is today as possible, and now is many scholar also is Professor Gani and Professor Lee and other Professor Joey, you know him, and open the gate about for me. I'm into the Gandhāra. Okay, you can have a look next. Next, this from Bazira, Court is make the required, you know, is every year when I took there is have the chance. You can even from this required, you know, this you see the contraction, but it is a very serious contraction, not like the is we make the building. You know, he's also invite this one is a scholar from Italian is I learned to forget his name, you know, is make it very special, this technical to required to be capable is maybe more than the 100 year or even over that. So because I'm reading some picture, this also is slide is Luca and there is other is the professor from Tsinghua University. We visited there in the different season. Are different here. This working slide is, you know, it's local people. Some local people, you know, are working with is Italian archaeological mission over the 30 years or 14 years even there. So he have much knowledge. And you know, he's take care for me a lot when I visit the site. Oh, this I can't this later be because this I want to this picture to explain to about this picture. This place we call barcode 2. It's also Bazira barcode 2. You know, barcode 1 is just we showed this excavation, but this barcode 2 is about by car from this barcode 1 is about 5 to 6 hours. So it's we in the this time this joining the to 2020 end of 2020 is Professor Lucas tell me, say you're reading tomorrow, we will be visit to very important site for me and for you. Then we are visit to there. This place is the last monks stay here. within 100 years. This place. We try to find someone who can understand there is last history about last month's house they there, what is the history. We try to find and this we ask, you know, is most there is people living in the mountain, inside the mountain, and we checking with I think maybe less than 20 people around there. So we go to inside to asking someone. You see, this is very difficult. No, this is very and they're very cold even, you know. But sorry, we get the information. Have the two brothers just passed away 2 or 3 years. He's another is a history about the last monks from there and to Ladakh and to some place. But we didn't give this valuable information from this slide. So this really the amazing place who once it visit there will be live your soul. Even this touched me. I will live in the show, and you can find a lot of the is place. You can find this place according to is some historic book. This I don't know, can you show this whole of the picture, or even you can show this picture. No. It's because I have the top. I thinking this is in your phone. You have this one. This I found this place with my sister Jenna. We go to this. What is it? Kalam. Then in the 2022, right? 2022 is because Pakistan at that time had a flood. Yes, can you give me my phone? And this place is after I find is mentioned in the Padma Samawa as life story. I can show here. This is stone. It's yes,
that the
like this there. This is how the one stone, yes, there. It's amazing, how you can unbelieve how he will be tapped in there. Even this big flooring is so many but he stay there. And my sister, this is Yali, you show it there, and it's piece Adnan show tell you. Is when he is young, is there. So then I find in the Padma Samawa there is the level story. Is his student is fighting with is in one, and he get this is stone run, and he's after is my thinking. I will be give this support and some I don't know exactly how it's planned, but he's just with his meditation like imagine, and this stone stop under this iron. Then is the one he say stay now he can find it there. So we find it on this book. And also we touch the is other this one in the sorry. Other moment. And this one can make the bigger. This one, this have this some word writing there, and we find last year we have one professor is also his teaching from is Dharma. So it's easy. This in the scripture, what is writing? I say by Chinese is a 住行无常，是生灭法，生灭灭已，寂寞涅槃。This writing by there, but this we talking with one monk. Is from Tibet. He said this place maybe from this Gandhāra. Karadorji from here make the, he's stay here about 35 years and have the meditation and they, he is from dream get the Dharma from God. This special place, by the way, we know sure because he's Tibetan monks know there, but he formed this some place with his discussion is thesis about that, but it's, yeah. And other one is this one. Also, we touched about this is local. This one place nearby. This 4th generation is nearby about this rock. His house nearby this rock about 20 meter only. So his 4th generation take care about this rock. It's nearby this Professor Sadar house. So when I told there, he touched me, he's a Muslim, but he take care about this rock. It's nearby him, even in during the Taliban time. And government gave some pay from him, but when I went there, he said about 5 or 6 months, nothing. But he stay here. And later, before 5 days ago, I asking his director of Savata, this museum. I said, please, I wanted to record some video about this family. When is this raining 2 days? This also raining. And when he to there, this family how take care about this rock.
When it rains, they cover it.
Yes, they covered, yes, they covered. And because I want to take the video and picture, he's open, this is me. I took the video there. I wanted to get and then how to take the video. So I saw this, this local people, this really, he's no independent Muslim or Buddhism. He's will be saved is salvation. So this more is let me respect this land and also is touched me. And the last one, this picture is also this. I think this have the 3 prayers there, but I cannot see exact. Is why I push.
This is Alexander's garrison city.
Yes, but I think also you'll find this is also Bajira. And this under the mountain. Yes. Yes. And we are today talking more about this Professor Luca. So I gave you this one is what? Only.
At the very end.
This museum, the statue.
No, statue. No. This one for the.
You turn it up.
Yeah, okay. So I want to say some about is also the archaeological alliance. It's dedicated to revealing the mysteries of the Gandhāra Buddhist civilization and a cornerstone of Asian history where from Viking discovers revealed as magnificent Boson and Goshu and the idea of a shape of a world. I like to see join us in our quest and preserve and interpret this timeline. No pay as we continue to unearth to the secret of the past. Our vision expanded beyond the horizons of Buddhism archaeological, aiming to explore the border visions of human history and culture. Be part of this exciting journey of the exploration and discover. Discover the passion, understand the persons, and inspire the future with waxel and wooden fish. Thank you, everyone, and also I want to thank you to my sister, Gina. You know, he's taking care of all these people who to the is Woodiana. Also, when I'm to there, she take care of me a lot. Stay in his house and let his people take me to the archaeological side. Because his family is we coming to this Savat saved archaeological, saved the history. So also thanks to everyone and so who here spend the full day with us. We hope we get there is support from respect Dr. James. We get there also is venerable Ifa. We get to continue from this conference from next year. So everyone have the person write it down and let us. This give the answer next year. Thank you very much.
All right.
Yes.
Well, thank you all for staying around, and it was a long day. And I do hope we have more occasions to do this. I'm actually very excited that this was a chance to hear everybody and learn. And I think there's so much more to talk about. There was clearly a lot of interest. The room was filled most of the day, which is really a great sign on a Saturday. So, all right, wonderful. Thank you again. And thanks again to all the speakers.
And please welcome take us some, Afghanistan food home, okay? They have option.
Yes.
Take a-